The Rise of America 1620. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 651 Discussion in the General's Mansion. The perversion and vulgarity of the Japanese people are perfectly embodied in Iguchi Zazo and Takuchi Jin. It can be said that they represent some of the traditions of Japan. Shogun Ishidahiro had no idea that his beloved wife was having an affair with her father, his father-in-law, whom he had always taken good care of, and had put a big hat on him. I wonder how Ishidahiro would react to if he knew about this. And what would be the fate of Lai Lazy and Takuchi Jin, the father and daughter? Zhao Hongyu didn't know much about these things, otherwise he would definitely complain. In the shogun's harem, Takuchi Jin and Lai Lazy, the messy couple, had already finished their business. At this moment, in Shianayu Castle, Shogun Ishidahiro was having a heated discussion with his subordinates about what happened in Osaka Castle. General, this is an absolute provocation. I believe we must mobilize the army and launch a campaign to prove the strength of our shogunate. If we let it go on, our shogunate will lose face. The Ishida family's patriarch, the Geijo, solemnly expressed his opinion, which was widely shared. Although the Warring States period had ended, many military commanders still yearned for battle. It was simply that with the end of the Warring States period, the status of military men had gradually declined, something they deeply disliked. But as much as they hated it, the prevailing situation in Japan was such that they had no other choice. Now, there was finally an opportunity to raise the military commander's status again. It could also serve as a chance to show the literati that not every matter could be handled by them. In matters like this, aside from those of us who favored fighting, the literati were completely useless. Ever since the carrier pigeon message from Osaka Castle arrived, a heated debate had raged between the military commanders and the literati over whether to attack the foreigners or resolve the issue diplomatically. For those literati ministers, they believed that using military force was a last resort, and the cause of the incident needed to be carefully considered. The news from Osaka Castle clearly stated that the incident was caused by Takuchi Jin. These literati believed this fact completely. Everyone knew exactly what kind of person Takuchi Jin was. Therefore, no one believed that he had nothing to do with the incident. Since Takuchi Jin was the instigator, a diplomatic solution was certainly possible. Strictly speaking, the literati were quite naive in their view of the situation. They had never imagined that Zhao Hongyu and his men would bombard the Osaka commercial district and defeat the troops from Osaka Castle. Under such circumstances, how could a diplomatic negotiation be used to resolve the issue? The most reliable approach was to send a large army to conquer. Compared to these literati, the ideas and proposals of the pro-war military generals were much more realistic. Send troops. Only by sending troops could this problem be resolved. Only by defeating and killing the foreigners could this incident be quelled. Now that the news has reached Edo, it will probably not be long before it spreads throughout Japan. If the shogunate has not dealt with these foreigners by then, how will the shogunate save its reputation? If it really comes to that, they won't even be able to see anyone. At the same time, some daimyos who already have opinions about the shogunate will take the opportunity to make trouble. This is obvious. Therefore, the military commanders all think that troops should be sent. In this way, the two factions of literati and military commanders began to argue. No one could convince the other. The shogun, Ishida Hiroshi, who was sitting in the center, looked at his subordinates who were arguing with each other, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. Ishida Hiroshi was even more cowardly than Ishida Gadachi. He was not a qualified leader at all. If it weren't for Ishida Mitsunari's preference for him, then the position of shogun would never have been his. Because Ishida Hiroshi was not only easily influenced by others, but also always couldn't make up his mind when encountering things. If he had any sense of self-determination, he wouldn't have let things escalate to this point. General, we should win people over with virtue. Those foreigners bombarded the Osaka commercial district and clashed with Osaka Castle, but we were ultimately at fault. Even if we succeeded in defeating them through military force, our reputation wouldn't be very good if it got out there. As the leader of the literati faction and one of the four elders, a man with a scholarly demeanor, he looked at Ishida Hiroshi and spoke loudly. It was a pity Zhao Hongyu wasn't here, or he would have been very impressed with such a fool. If Ishida Hiroshi had truly listened to this guy, Zhao Hongyu's future in Japan would have been much easier. Win people over with virtue. Hey, asshole, even at this point, you're still talking about winning people over with virtue? I think you're a complete idiot. The old man's words were interrupted by the old man opposite him. We can only reverse our current passive situation by dispatching troops immediately, then dealing with and defeating those foreigners. Conquering them with virtue? Humph, what an idiotic idea, the old scholar roared, his eyes blazing with anger as he glared at the man who had interrupted him. The man who had interrupted him, undeterred by the wrathful gaze, instead met his gaze. Damn. They didn't have the unique skill of killing with their eyes, that was Sakuraji Honamachi's. So, aside from staring at each other for a while until their eyes tired, they couldn't resolve anything. Clearly, the Lord is like the subordinates. Ishida Hiroshi was indecisive, and his subordinates didn't seem much better. General, please make the decision. General, please make the decision. After a while, both sides simultaneously posed the question to Ishida Hiroshi. Perhaps both sides felt that if they continued arguing, nothing would come of it. So, they simply posed the question to Ishida Hiroshi, letting him make the final decision. As long as Ishida Hiroshi opened his mouth, these people would not say anything else. Even if the final decision was not what they wanted, they could only carry it out seriously. Moreover, if they continued to argue like this, it would be very disadvantageous to the current situation. If this problem was not solved in a short time, the shogunate would lose face. Who knows how many people would laugh at them behind their backs, and when the majesty of the shogunate was gone, the foundation of the rule would be relatively shaken. This was not a good thing. Ishida Gadachi, who was sitting in the center, was wearing a silk kimono. He held a small golden paper fan in his hand. He had a shaved head, and looked like a silly Japanese hairstyle. Judging from his age, Ishida Hiroshi was not very old, at most 27 or 28 years old. He looked weak, more like a scholar. And his face was a little pale, and I don't know if it was because of excessive drinking or other reasons. Anyway, he looked weak and frail. At this moment, Ishida Hiroshi was stunned for a moment when he saw his civil and military counterparts throwing questions at him. Then, he couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. To be honest, he strongly agreed with both sides' proposals. Bullshit. If he had said that, he would probably have been cursed inwardly. Because it was as if he hadn't made a decision. Fortunately, Ishida Hiroshi wasn't that stupid, so he didn't say it. He was silent for a moment, then pondered the matter. Seeing Ishida Hiroshi's faint silence, the people on both sides quieted down. They all turned their eyes to Ishida Hiroshi, waiting to see what decision their shogun would make. Feeling everyone's gaze on him, Ishida Hiroshi shifted his hips uncomfortably. Well, the shogunate's majesty cannot be challenged. Since those foreigners dare to challenge our authority, we must give a strong response, otherwise, our shogunate will become a laughingstock. Finally, Ishida Hiroshi spoke. The civil and military officials below all had varying expressions after hearing Ishida Hiro's words. The military commanders were all winking and joking with excitement, while the civil officials couldn't help but look dejected. From what Ishida Hiro said, it sounded like he was very interested in sending troops to suppress the rebellion. But I don't know. Should we mobilize the army in the name of the shogunate, or let the daimyo send the troops? Ishida Hiro asked. Yes, this is an important question. If the shogunate took the lead, it would be a big deal. Only when the whole country was involved in a war would the shogunate mobilize the army. But now, we are only targeting a small number of foreigners. Should the shogunate also intervene? If so, it would seem a bit over the top. General, we can simply have the daimyo of Tajima and Danbo send troops to suppress the enemy. This is such a small matter, there's no need for the shogunate to mobilize a large army. Can't the combined strength of two daimyo deal with a handful of foreigners? As soon as Ishida Hiro finished speaking, the representative of the militant faction's general spoke up. Yes, Tajima and Danbo are the closest to Osaka Castle, so if we're going to send troops to suppress the enemy, these two daimyo are the closest. To be continued. If you like this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 652 regarding the disposal of Takuchi Jin. Should the daimyo of Tajima and Tamba lead their troops to suppress the foreigners? After Ishida Hiroshi thought for a moment, he nodded. Well, that's a good idea. I approve. Oh. The militant representative who had proposed this bowed and saluted, his face beaming with joy. The two daimyo of Tajima and Tamba were related to this guy. If they succeed in suppressing those foreigners, they'll gain considerable benefits and military merit. You know, even though the shogunate has been established and the warring states period has ended, military commanders are no longer of much use. However, military merit is still as lucrative as before. It's just that now it's peacetime, so military commanders can basically fight and kill at will. So, no matter how generous the rewards for military merit are, they're just illusory, something you can only see and not touch. Now, there's finally another chance, isn't it? If the two daimyo, Tajima no Kami and Tamba no Kami, work hard and successfully suppress those hateful foreigners, perhaps their status will be elevated accordingly. Even a small expansion of the territory wasn't out of the question. This would also be a huge benefit to the man who proposed it. They were all relatives, and if their status improved, his position with the shogun would also improve, and his position would become more powerful. At the same time, as a member of their family, he would also receive benefits from his two relatives, the daimyo. The benefits both inside and outside of this were enormous. That was why he was so elated. Many people looked at him with eyes filled with naked envy and jealousy. HMPH. No matter how envious and jealous you are, you can only watch. It's my quick reaction. This guy couldn't help but feel secretly proud in his heart. Ishida Hiro had made the final decision, and the literati ministers had no choice but to stop arguing. However, the issue of the crusade against the foreigners had now been finalized. The daimyo who would lead the crusade had also been decided. But no one intended to let Takuchi-jin, the protagonist of this incident, go unpunished. General, now that the foreigners have been dealt with, should we now discuss the perpetrators of this incident? Ishida Hiro was about to dismiss the meeting when someone immediately raised the question. You see, Ishida Hiro had been trying to avoid discussing this issue. He knew his father-in-law too well, and he knew all too well how many people he had offended. Therefore, those enemies would definitely not miss this opportunity. If handled well, this would be a perfect opportunity to deal with Takuchi-jin. After all, this matter wasn't like the previous ones involving oppression of the poor or brawls with minor daimyo. This time, foreigners were involved, as was the Osaka Commercial District, Osaka Castle, and the reputation of the shogunate. Ishida Hiro knew that if he truly resolved to deal with Takuchi-jin, he would deserve 10 deaths for his crimes. But he couldn't do that. If he did, for one thing, the powerful Ririko would not let him off. He didn't want to offend Ririko over this matter. You know, he could only find pleasure with Lelezi, and only Lelezi could let him experience the wonderful things between men and women. If he convicted Takuchi-jin, Lelezi would definitely dislike him from now on. Would that mean he would never be happy again? No. That was absolutely not acceptable. So, when Ishida Hiro heard his subordinates mention this matter, he immediately made a decision he had never made before, a very decisive one. He had to get away with it today. Thinking of this, Ishida Hiro stood up and said, "Everyone's tired today. I think we should talk about this later. I think we can discuss it after we defeat those foreigners. Let's all go home today." Without waiting for his subordinates to react or continue speaking, Ishida Hiro hurriedly left the room with Zhao, as if fleeing. Bang! The general ran away on this issue. Can't he show a little manliness and deal with that annoying Takuchi-jin? That Takuchi-jin is a troublemaker. Nothing he does ends well. He'll stir up trouble wherever he goes. This time, wasn't it Takuchi-jin who caused the foreigners to bombard the Osaka Commercial District? If it weren't for him, those foreigners would have done it out of sheer boredom. Damn, who knows how much bribes Takuchi-jin extorted from those foreigners to force them into the state. After Ishida Hiro left, the ministers in the room stood stunned for a moment before finally reacting, and a buzz of chatter broke out. Kobayashi Munitake, this is a golden opportunity to deal with Takuchi-jin. If you don't seize it, you won't be able to avenge your daughter's tragic death anytime soon, as the others in the room murmured. A tall, bearded general wearing a black eye patch, seated beside the general, flashed a malicious glint in his single eye. Beside him, a guy who was also tall and strong, but with a big bald head, patted him on the shoulder, came over and whispered to him. Kobayashi Munitake, the general samurai general. He was originally a daimyo in the Kyushu area, but because of his relationship with Takuchi Jin, he came to Edo from a local tyrant and became a famous samurai general. The guy who whispered to him was named Ito Chikeo, also from Kyushu. And this guy's experience was similar to his own, but not as miserable as his own, and the hatred between him and Takuchi Jin was not as deep as his own. When the big bald Ito Chikeo whispered about the hatred between him and Takuchi Jin, Kobayashi Munetake's one eye immediately flashed with a vicious light. He gritted his teeth, lowered his voice, and responded, "What else can I do except wait? Didn't you see the shogun's reaction? It's obvious. He doesn't want to bother with this matter because he doesn't want to upset that vixen in the harem, Leileko. So, he won't talk about Takuchi Jin anymore." After hearing what Kobayashi Munetake said, the bald man glanced in the direction where Ishidahiro had disappeared. "Street wolf, she's just a woman. Does the shogun need women? If it were me, I would have dealt with Leileko and Takuchi Jin long ago. I wouldn't have waited until now. I wouldn't have let old man Takuchi Jin live so carefree." A ferocious look emerged on the bald man's face, and it was clear that he also hated Takuchi Jin deeply. "We can't just wait like this. If, as the general says, we wait until we defeat those foreigners and then talk about Takuchi Jin, I don't think he'll be punished at all. So we have to force the general. This time, we have to make him give us an answer," the bald Ito Chikeo whispered to Kobayashi Munetake. Hearing this, Kobayashi Munetake raised his right hand and gently stroked his black eye patch, his mouth twitching. After a moment, Kobayashi Munetake took a deep breath, calming himself. "You're right. Given the general's character and past examples, if we wait until after we've dealt with those foreigners before discussing this matter, there's no chance Takuchi Jin will receive the punishment he deserves. And judging by the news coming from Osaka Castle, this incident is clearly caused by Takuchi Jin. As the magistrate of Osaka Commercial Town, he actually coerced a foreign envoy into accepting bribes. This is a major diplomatic incident. It could easily lead to war between the two countries. Therefore, Takuchi Jin's behavior is extremely despicable." The one-eyed Kobayashi Munetake was a burly and uncouth figure. But he was surprisingly thoughtful. As he spoke, he set the tone for the matter and also defined the identities of Zhao Hongyu and the others, foreign envoys presenting credentials to Japan. "Hehe." The bald Ito Chikeo laughed. He certainly understood what Kobayashi Munetake meant. Only by saying this could the matter become more serious, and at the same time, make Takuchi Jin's actions and their consequences appear extremely egregious. "Okay, I'll share your intentions with everyone so we can all speak with one voice," Ito Chikano said to Kobayashi Munetake, then turned and joined the others in a small circle, muttering among themselves. They had all clashed directly or indirectly with Takuchi Jin, and had suffered at his hands, thus forging a deep grudge against him. Normally, they kept their anger to themselves, simply because of the general's attitude toward Takuchi Jin and the need to save face for the woman in the harem. However, this opportunity was perfect for them. If they pulled it off right, they could finish off that disgusting man, Takuchi Jin. Even if the woman in the harem took action as usual, protecting her father wouldn't work. "Damn Takuchi Jin, this time I will avenge my daughter. Her death was so tragic, I'll remember it forever. I wish I could eat your flesh and drink your blood." Kobayashi Munetake clenched his fists, his teeth grinding with a creaking sound. I don't know what the grudge between Kobayashi Munetake and Takuchi Jin is, nor do I know how Takuchi Jin managed to seduce Kobayashi Munetake's daughter to provoke such hatred in Kobayashi Munetake. I have to say, Takuchi Jin is a master at creating hatred. To be continued. If you like this work, please vote or monthly ticket. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 653 Lai Lazy and the General. Not to mention the people like Kobayashi Munetake, who all started whispering to each other after Ishidahiro left. After leaving the meeting, Ishidahiro wiped the sweat from his forehead. Oh my god. If I'd left a little later, those guys might have started talking about this. Luckily, I'm smart, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to leave. Haha, I'm not stupid. Since you've brought this up, how could I have stayed here any longer? Thinking of this, Ishidahiro couldn't help but feel a little proud. Earlier, when those subordinates had been targeting Takuchi Jin, he had cleverly dismissed a meeting, finally avoiding the problem. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to leave today. But even though he had avoided trouble this time, Ishidahiro knew with all his might that those guys wouldn't just give up. How could I not know about his father-in-law? He defended many people, Almost all his subordinates had some opinion of his father-in-law. Furthermore, his father-in-law was a bit of a loser, constantly stirring up trouble for him to deal with. This was giving Ishidahiro a headache. Otherwise, for Leleiko's sake, Ishidahiro wouldn't have cared about Takuchi-jin's life or death. But since Leleiko was the woman he doted on, Ishidahiro couldn't just ignore her. Alice. When will my father-in-law finally learn some lesson? I can't handle this anymore. Ishidahiro sighed inwardly. With his mistress, he returned to his residence in Shianayu Castle. Shogun, someone seems to have seen Takuchi-sama entering Edo this morning, the mistress whispered to Ishidahiro after leaving the council room. Ten. Hiro paused, then turned sideways and looked down at the mistress following him. Has my father-in-law left Osaka Castle and come to Edo? In response to Ishidahiro's question, the young man nodded and replied, the castle gate guard sent a dispatch to report this morning, but the shogun was still conversing with the other officials. So, I didn't inform the shogun. After a moment's reflection, Ishidahiro suddenly realized what had happened. He folded up his golden folding fan and tapped it gently. My father-in-law is quite clever. Seeing that staying in Osaka Castle wouldn't solve the problem, he came to Edo to seek out Leleiko to resolve it. Needless to say, Leleiko will definitely bring this up with me this evening, Ishidahiro muttered to himself. The young man following behind Ishidahiro quickly ducked, pretending not to hear the shogun's muttering. However, Ishidahiro had been able to draw inferences about Takuchi-jin's purpose in coming to Edo. He was no fool. Besides, Takuchi-jin had done so many things like this before, that it was impossible for Ishidahiro to fail to understand. Ishidahiro was also very frustrated with his father-in-law, who was always causing trouble. General, I'm afraid the trouble that Lord Takuchi has caused this time won't be so easy to resolve. Right, I observed Hiro's expression and carefully raised my concerns. Although I didn't know much, I wasn't completely ignorant. It was obvious that the situation in Osaka wouldn't be easy to resolve. After all, those foreigners had used artillery and destroyed the Osaka commercial district. If this matter was easy to resolve, then Ishidahiro, the shogun, wouldn't have such a headache. Moreover, this matter was caused by Takuchi-jin. This time, it gave those he had offended in the past a godsend opportunity. If they didn't seize this opportunity, then they would be unworthy of their current status. Given this situation, I felt that it would be very difficult for Takuchi-jin to get away with his crime as easily as before. After all, this incident was completely different from the previous ones. Previous incidents had been little more than brawls with minor daimyo, or occasional bullying of the shogun's subordinates and families, or even the common people. Those weren't major events at all. But this time was different. This incident had grave consequences, leading to the destruction of Osaka's commercial district and a significant economic impact for years to come. The consequences were truly dire. It was completely different from anything he had previously provoked. After hearing the young man's words, Ishidahiro pondered for a moment and understood what he was referring to. Alice. Ishidahiro sighed and said, of course, it's not easy to resolve, but I still have to think of a solution. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself to Lileze. I don't want her constantly arguing with me. I can't stand it. The young man lowered his head, curling his lips in disdain. Because he was looking down, Ishidahiro couldn't see the young man's expression. Otherwise, he would have known that the young man, who was closest to him, was deeply disdainful of his personality. Clearly, many people, including those close to him, find Ishidahiro's personality distasteful. Zhao Oxing finds this quite concerning. He simply cannot understand why one of Japan's most powerful men would be so subservient to a woman. Zhao Oxing even wonders if he were the shogun, he would definitely not be as obedient to a woman as Ishidahiro. Is a man of Ishidahiro's stature really worried about not finding a woman? To put it bluntly, if Ishidahiro even hinted at even the slightest hint of affection, who knows how many people would be willing to offer their daughters. Therefore, Ishidahiro's personality is truly unmanly. But despite his complaints, Zhao Oxing is not Ishidahiro after all. He cannot know what happened between Ishidahiro and Leleiko. Therefore, he has no way of knowing why Ishidahiro treats Leleiko so well, and why he is so tolerant of Leleiko's father, Takuchi-jin, out of his love for her. That's all. Takuchi-jin's actions alone would have cost anyone else countless lives. And because of Takuchi-jin, Ishidahiro's prestige as a general has suffered a significant blow. Behind the scenes, Countless people are laughing at and speaking ill of him. Faced with such a lord, I feel completely helpless. After a brief conversation with Ishidahiro said, "Go call Laleko over. I want to see what she has to say. Rather than waiting for her to bring this up tonight, I'd better bring it up first." Ishidahiro had heard from her that Takuchi-jin had arrived in Edo earlier. He knew Laleko would definitely bring up her father's matter with him that night. If that were the case, why wait until night? A quicker resolution would give him peace of mind and save him from sleepless nights. She nodded and left, leaving Ishidahiro alone in his residence. Hopefully, his father-in-law's situation can be resolved. If that's all that matters, he'll have to save his life first. Ishidahiro also knew this matter was no simple matter, definitely different from the previous incidents caused by Takuchi-jin. Therefore, he didn't think this one could be easily resolved. He had to prepare for the worst. There was no other way. After all, his father-in-law was such a loser. He had offended so many people in the past and had so many enemies. It's fair to say that if Takuchi-jin were to meet his end, who knows how many people would be delighted. At the same time, who knows how many would take advantage of his misfortune and step on him. Ishidahiro had a very clear understanding of this matter. After all, he was no fool. Just as Ishidahiro was lost in thought, the young man he had sent arrived at the women's quarters. After announcing the news, the female official in charge of the women's quarters told the young man to wait outside and then went inside. The residence of the shogun's female family was similar to the imperial harem in China. Men were forbidden entry. Even if men were allowed in, they were eunuchs without testicles. Only these non-male men could freely move about within the shogun's female quarters. The problem was, eunuchs weren't as plentiful in Japan as they were in the Ming dynasty, so the majority of residents were women. When the court lady found Lele, she was intimate with Takuchi-jin. Fortunately, Lele's trusted maid had alerted them, preventing them from being caught. "Father, the shogun wants to see me, so I'll go check on him. Don't worry, I'll find a chance to mention it to him. Please be patient and stay in Edo." Don't worry, Lele, of course, didn't delay when Ishidahiro came to see her. She immediately stood up, adjusted her kimono, and addressed her unworthy father with earnest and solemn instructions. Takuchi-jin nodded repeatedly, pledging his heart that he would not cause any more trouble in Edo. He was no fool, he understood how crucial this moment was to him, and how precarious his situation was. If he failed to grasp the situation and insisted on stirring up trouble, he would be courting disaster. Therefore, until the situation in Osaka came to a conclusion, Takuchi-jin knew what he should do. Many people are sure to cause trouble soon. It would be best if you find a quiet place in Edo and stay away from them. You have more enemies than friends, and there are countless people waiting to see you make a fool of yourself, Laleko added. Takuchi-jin agreed, promising to follow Laleko's advice. Seeing that her father had truly taken her words to heart, Laleko followed the court lady out of the courtyard to meet Ishidahiro. As Laleko left the courtyard, a young maid appeared and led Ishidahiro away from the residence of the shogun's wife. After leaving, Takuchi-jin followed Lele's instructions and secretly left Edo with his men, settling in a secluded area outside the castle, even avoiding his friends. Lele followed the courteous into the young man, and then to Ishidahiro. "You can leave first." Seeing Lele brought in, Ishidahiro waved the young man away. Lele, swaying her hips, seductively approached Ishidahiro and sat down on him. Then, she said to him in a sweet voice, "What does the general want from me at this hour? Is it something you want?" She gave him a few flirtatious glances. Lele knew Ishidahiro all too well. Despite his refined demeanor, Lele knew he was a perverted and lecherous creature. Sure enough, as soon as Lele said this, she felt a hardening in a certain part of Ishidahiro's body. Ugh, this pervert couldn't resist a tease. He'd only given it a little flirtation, and yet this was all. With a lewd grin on his face, Ishidahiro looked down at the woman leaning against him, her kimono revealing a large expanse of white flesh. He then reached in and rubbed it generously. "My sweetheart, you're so alluring. The moment I saw you, I was completely lost. But we're not here for this right now. We have more important things to do." Thinking of his father-in-law, Takuchi-jin, Ishidahiro had to suppress the heat and excitement within him. However, Lele didn't do as he wished. Lele giggled, then sat up from Ishidahiro's embrace. She swung her graceful waist and walked over to a box on the side of the room, fiddling with it. When she returned, She held a specially made kimono and a black whip. When Ishida Hiro saw the women's kimono and the black whip, he immediately shuddered. Then, his eyes lit up with a hint of spring and shyness, making him look quite eerie. Seeing Ishida Hiro's reaction, Leileko smiled wickedly on her pretty face and walked over. Throwing the women's kimono in front of Ishida Hiro, Leileko took it off, revealing her fair, delicate figure. She stood there with her legs spread apart, swinging the black whip in her hand. Snap! Hirako, hurry up and serve me. Surprisingly, Ishida Hirako even uttered a pretentious hum. It was truly enough to give me goosebumps. To be continued. If you like this work, please vote or subscribe. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to read. P.S. My wife needs to be hospitalized for observation. They say the baby is suffering from oxygen deprivation and internal heat. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 654, Perverted Japanese. If I could use a metaphor, it would be the style of the women's kimono that Leileze brought Ishida Hiro. It could be described as a short skirt, a style of clothing that was very popular in a certain era of later times. With a strange expression on his face, Ishida Hiroshi donned the short skirt and, with a coy gesture, moved closer to Leileze's feet and embraced her fair calves. Because Leileze was completely naked, Ishida Hiroshi could easily touch her skin. As Ishida Hiroshi approached, hugging her calves like a bitch, Leileze swung the black whip in her hand, mercilessly whipping it across Hiroshi's body. Oh, the whip left a mark on Hiroshi's body. This lashing, which should have been painful, didn't cause him any pain, but instead made him moan with pleasure. Apparently, Hiroshi Ishida is a masochist. And Leileko was Hiroshi Ishida's savior, his queen. No wonder Hiroshi was so obedient to Leileko and, out of love for her, always tolerated his troublesome father-in-law, Tokuchi-jin. But think about it, Hiroshi Ishida was the shogun, a figure comparable to the Emperor of Japan. Aside from the puppet emperor, who was treated like a mascot, his position was supreme in Japan. And the fact that he was a masochist was something he absolutely couldn't let anyone know. But Hiroshi Ishida was a man like that. If he couldn't find a woman who was truly compatible with him, his life would be completely devoid of joy. He had found women in the past, asking them to play this game with him. While they reluctantly accepted, Hiroshi sensed disdain, contempt, and a touch of fear in their gazes. So, Hiroshi had no choice but to kill them, because people like them couldn't keep secrets. He couldn't let his secret be known to outsiders. That was it. He spent a dark period in a daze. That is, until he met Leileko. When Leileko was with him, Ishida Hiro finally knew he had found the partner he had always dreamed of. Both mentally and physically, he and Leileko were perfectly compatible. And Leileko's queenly demeanor captivated him. In reality, Tokuchi-jin had no idea that Leileko was even more perverted than he was. Because Leileko and her father, Tokuchi-jin, but it seems Ishida Hiro couldn't possibly know such a thing, as it was a secret between Leileko and Tokuchi-jin. Regardless, as a masochist, Ishida Hiro was completely conquered by Leileko, both body and soul. This was why Leileko was so favored. To outsiders, it seemed that the general, Ishida Hiro, doted on Leileko excessively, but how many people could possibly understand the reason? Even if they racked their brains, they could never have known such a hidden bond between the general and Leileko. Snap! Oh. My father has come from Osaka Castle, and you know what happened there, right? Leileko swung the whip repeatedly, striking Ishida Hiroshi's back. Ishida Hiroshi moaned with pleasure, his eyes gradually blurring. It was clear he was enjoying it immensely. Damn, the Japanese are truly perverted. Yes, the ministers have already started discussing this during today's deliberations, Ishida Hiroshi replied, closing his eyes. The two of them discussed matters while playing games. It was a common practice between them. After a few lashes, Leileko felt her strength weaken a bit, and she took a deep breath. She'd just had a fierce fight with her father, and she hadn't recovered yet. Thinking of her intense battle with Tokuchi-jin, Leileko blushed. But she couldn't let Ishida Hiroshi notice her slight inconsistency, she had to hide it. Ishida Hiro also noticed that Leile's grip was gradually weakening, and she seemed distracted. However, Ishida assumed that Lele was worried about her father, leading to her absent-minded state. Therefore, Ishida didn't investigate Lele's abnormality. "Layla, you don't seem very cheerful today. It seems you must be worried about your father-in-law," Ishida asked, rolling over and crawling down from Lele's feet like a dog. Lele, noticing Hiro's gesture, immediately understood and picked up a small gadget from the side. The gadget was quite unique. A modern person would have recognized it at a glance. It was a fake jiji. Attached to this fake jiji was a black leather belt. Lele picked up the fake jiji, tied the belt around her waist, and then thrust the gadget into a certain part of Ishida's erection. "Ouch! What did the adults say during the deliberation?" Leleiko often played this game with Ishida, so her expression didn't show much reaction. Besides being a masochist, Ishida also had a bit of a submissive streak in him. Leleiko always played the powerful queen and emperor, a game they played countless times. No wonder Ishida was so weak in front of Leleiko. It turned out that Ishida already considered himself a woman, and Leleiko his man. Leleiko asked, looking down at Ishida's back while slowly moving her waist and abdomen. "What else can I say?" They were planning to have the daimyo of Tajima and Danbo join forces to defeat those foreigners. Then they turned the topic to my father-in-law. I saw something was amiss, so I wisely announced that the matter would be discussed later and left. So comfortable. Unlike Ishida, who was completely absorbed in his enjoyment, Leleiko narrowed her eyes. If Ishida turned back, he would have seen the cold, frightening glint in Lele's eyes. "These damn old guys, why are they always picking on my father? If I get the chance, I won't let them go." Lele's heart trembled when Ishida said the ministers were turning the conversation to her father. She began to complain internally. But Lele might have chosen to forget that the root cause of so much dislike for her father was his poor character. It was her father, Takuchi Jin, who was so unreliable. After becoming Ishida's father-in-law, he didn't know how to control himself, constantly causing trouble and offending people. It could be said that he had offended almost everyone around Ishida. Now that something like this had happened, how could those who had been deeply offended by Takuchi Jin not take this opportunity to kick him when he was down? It's like you do the first thing, I do the 15th. There's nothing wrong with that. But Lele didn't see it that way. "Queen Lele, do you have any good ideas? I was quick-witted today. I took advantage of their inaction and quickly left. But tomorrow, the ministers will undoubtedly bring this up again. By then, it won't be easy for me to escape like I did today." Ishida expressed his concerns. Yes, he had acted quickly today, adjourning the meeting while the ministers were distracted and leaving the meeting room without giving them a second chance. But what about tomorrow? The ministers who suffered today probably wouldn't give him another chance. For them, this was a perfect opportunity to deal with Takuchi Jin, and they wouldn't let it go. Lele, after hearing Ishida's words, pondered them and felt they made sense. They wouldn't miss this opportunity, because they weren't fools. The only two true fools were her own father and the clown general who was playing the role of woman under her. Lele also had great contempt for Ishida's hobbies. However, she is a smart woman. Even if she despises him, she will not show it. She will pretend to like him very much. It is precisely because of her intelligence and good judgment that she is favored. Otherwise, she would have died like those girls who had contact with Ishida before, and her body was never seen. After two fierce blows, Ishida suddenly collapsed. Lele leaned over and reached down. She grabbed little Ishida. In fact, the news from Osaka Castle is a bit wrong. Those people in Osaka Castle said that the foreigners who bombarded the Osaka commercial town were my father's doing. But my father came to Edo during the day and sent his maid to inform me, so I learned some detailed reasons from Osaka Castle. Ishida was having a great time being treated by Lele at this time. He had no time to figure out these things. So, Ishida casually replied, "Tell me, what did my father-in-law say?" In fact, Ishida didn't care about the cause of this matter. For him, as long as his father-in-law had a good excuse, he could help him get away with it. After all, this has happened more than once or twice, right? Lala looked at Ishida who was enjoying himself, and a wicked smile appeared on her face again. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 655, Lazy's eye drops. After a long time, the perverted affair between Leileko and Ishida Hiroshi finally came to an end. They both collapsed naked on the floor, gasping for air. "What did my father-in-law say about what happened in Osaka?" Ishida Hiroshi asked, barely conscious. Leileko had been quite aggressive earlier, so he was still limp. However, since this concerned his father-in-law, he dared not neglect it. After all, if he didn't handle it properly and angered his queen, where would he find his soulmate in the future? So, Ishida Hiroshi had to be attentive now. Leileko had put in a lot of effort just now, just to serve this perverted general well, so she had used all her skills. Now Leileko was lying on the floor, gasping for air. However, when Ishida Hiroshi asked about her father, Leileko perked up immediately. She lay sideways beside Ishida Hiro, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him, her hands gently caressing his body, a feeling that was deeply comforting. "Those foreigners arrived at the port of Osaka commercial town a few days ago. My father, being the magistrate of the commercial town, demanded a mooring fee from them, as was customary. But precisely because of these mooring fees, the foreigners unreasonably opened fire. My father truly felt very wronged." Following the pretext she had agreed upon with Takuchi-jin, Leileko began to describe Ishida Hiro. "How could I not know the character of his father-in-law? It was impossible for him to charge a normal fee, otherwise the foreigners wouldn't have reacted so violently. However, since Leileko had said so, he would accept it. Besides, he needed a legitimate excuse to convince the ministers. The one Leileko offered was clearly a valid one. The entire incident was the fault of the foreigners. I don't think anyone would confront the foreigners. Then, Takuchi-jin could extricate himself from this matter. That's a good excuse, Ishida Hiro thought to himself. He was no fool, so of course he understood some of the problems involved. He didn't care about the truth or falsehood of this matter, he just wanted a valid excuse. Oh, so that's how it is. It seems those foreigners are truly unreasonable. They act completely irrationally. What do they think of our great Japanese empire? Are they some small nation they can bully at will? Ishida Hiro's anger was in line with his own. He sat up and pounded his fist on the floor, angrily saying, "Yes, those foreigners are truly unreasonable. They actually bombarded Osaka commercial town over a normal mooring fee," Lazy said without missing a beat. "Now Osaka commercial town has been destroyed. It's in ruins. Our losses are enormous." Ishida Hiro nodded. How could he not know this? Osaka Castle had a very prosperous commercial area, a region with abundant financial resources. However, the Osaka commercial town had been destroyed, and restoring its former prosperity would take time. Therefore, it was impossible for Ishida Hiro to not feel the pain. Even though the Ishida family had established the shogunate currently had limited funds at its disposal. Leileko ignored Ishida Hiro's thoughts and continued, "After the Osaka commercial town was destroyed by bombardment, Ishida Gadachi, as the lord of Osaka Castle, sent troops to suppress it. That was his duty. Could it be that after his territory was bombarded by those foreigners, as a lord, he had to become a coward?" Leileko was filled with hatred for Ishida Gadachi. These people had placed all the blame on her father, and it was they who had reported the incident to Edo. Therefore, they were now her enemies. If she didn't take this opportunity to teach them a lesson, how could she possibly be worthy of herself and her father? Leileko was a person who would never give up without revenge, and she was not the kind of person who would be generous. In truth, Lazy's hatred for the people of Osaka Castle was completely unfounded. This whole thing was indeed instigated by Takuchi-jin. If it weren't for Takuchi-jin. Of course, even without Takuchi-jin, Zhao Hongai would still have found some bizarre excuse to bombard the Osaka commercial town. So, it's just that Takuchi-jin was unlucky. Who made him so arrogant? But petty Lazy didn't see it that way. She simply held a grudge against the people of Osaka Castle. It's just that women are petty and unreasonable. It was also Ishida Kamachi and his men who were unlucky. But Ishida Kamachi and his men are such a disappointment. With an army of 5,000, they failed against a mere 800 foreigners. Don't you think they're a bit useless? After hearing Lazy's words, Ishida Hiro nodded slightly. To be honest, after receiving the news about Osaka Castle the day before yesterday, he was also a little surprised. 5,000 men were sent to smite those foreigners with no foundation, while the enemy had only 800 men. With a force 5 times their own, Ishida Gadachi and his men were defeated. This was a disgrace to the Ishida clan. It was truly unknown how Ishida Gadachi and his men had commanded that campaign. Even a pig in command wouldn't have led to such a disastrous defeat. This puzzled not only Ishida Hiroshi, but also the ministers and daimyo who had learned of this. Hiking in Osaka Castle, Ishida Gadachi and his men were now the subject of ridicule. One could imagine their future was surely not easy. Some were even beginning to impeach Ishida Gadachi, claiming he was no longer fit to be the lord of Osaka Castle. However, with everyone's focus now on Takuchi-jin, no one had the time or energy to target Ishida Gadachi. Once everyone dealt with Takuchi-jin and the foreigners, the next target would undoubtedly be Ishida Gadachi. It was obvious. My brother is just not cut out for this. While I didn't think he was academically inclined, I never imagined he could be so cowardly. Leiliko's mention of Ishida Gadachi really irritated Ishida Hiro. 5,000 men. 5,000 Osaka soldiers. While there were 2,500 militiamen among them, the remaining 2,500 regular troops were no small feat. Even so, Ishida Gadachi still lost. Your brother is a complete loser. Not only did he lose the battle, he immediately hid in Osaka Castle and never emerged. He even sent a pigeon back to Edo, asking the shogunate to gather an army to attack. I wonder what he was thinking. Leiliko lowered her head, a glint of malice in her eyes. Doesn't he know? If the shogunate has to intervene in such a trivial matter, what credibility does it have? Leiliko began to seduce Ishida Kamachi. And to exonerate himself, he's even blaming everything on my father. Tell me, isn't my father wronged? Leiliko threw herself on Ishida Kamachi, tears streaming from her charming eyes, a sight that pierced Ishida Hiroshi's heart. Leiliko employed a woman's unique tactics, and it seemed to work for Ishida Hiroshi. Baby, what's wrong with you? Don't cry. Seeing you cry like this breaks my heart. Ishida Hiroshi quickly soothed Leiliko, patting her gently on the back, hoping to calm her down. My father may be unscholarly and always a troublemaker, but this time he's truly been wronged. Leiliko continued to sob, complaining to Ishida Hiroshi through her sobs. Look at those people now. They just want my father dead. They don't care what the truth is, and with their sheer numbers, they might just get what they want. At this point, Leilezi burst into tears again. Even more than before. If Leilezi were in another time and space, Zhao Hongai's era, she would have been a true movie star. Add to that her Maria Izol-like appearance, and it would be absurd if she weren't a huge star in the V world. Jiuping's ability to cry whenever she wants makes her perfect for playing a series of downtrodden characters. No, as long as I'm here, I'll never let my father-in-law get hurt. I'll handle those guys, and besides, my father-in-law had nothing to do with this incident. It's all the fault of those foreigners, Ishida Hiro hastily assured Leilezi. It's those damned foreigners. If it weren't for them, how could my father have fallen into such danger? Leilezi drew circles on Ishida Hiro's chest with her fingers, teasing him constantly. So, you must avenge my father and kill all those foreigners. Okay, Ishida Hiro made promises again and again. Now, as long as Leilezi stopped crying, he would agree to anything. I will definitely have the daimyo of Tajima and Tambo kill all those foreigners, and then pile their heads into a Kyoto temple to appease you. After much persuasion, the two finally smiled through their tears. You idiot, you have to keep your word, Leilezi said in a delicate voice, poking Ishida Hiro's chest with her white fingers. Ishida Hironori chuckled, you keep your word, but what about my father? Didn't you say those ministers would make trouble tomorrow? After receiving Hiro's assurance, Leilezi feigned a frown and asked with concern, to be continued. If you like this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 656 Fumakotero. In response to Leilei's question, Ishida Hiro simply smiled. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. According to what you told my father-in-law, he'll be fine. Those ministers will definitely say something, but I'll just ignore them, Ishida Hiro said to Leilei with a grin. Hearing Ishida Hiro's words, Leilei felt completely relieved. Leilei knew Ishida Hiro very well. Although Ishida Hiro was a pervert and had the genes of a submissive, he was generally able to keep his word. In this sense, he still had the manly gene. So, after receiving Ishida Hiro's assurance, Leilei's heart was completely at ease. With Ishida Hiro's assurance regarding her father's affairs, Leilei no longer had to worry. Since Ishida Hiro had promised her, he would definitely keep it. Lele was very reassured about this. After all, having followed Ishida-hiro for so long, she knew him well. And Ishida-hiro was confident he could exonerate his father-in-law, Tokuchi-jin, from the events in Osaka. The reason was simple: Leileko had found him a perfect excuse. That incident was all about the unreasonable foreigners, who refused to pay the normal mooring fees and shamelessly bombarded the Osaka commercial district, causing immeasurable damage to the Osaka region's economy. With her father-in-law out of this mess, Leileko and she could rest easy. And if the daimyo of Tajima and the two regions joined forces, they should be able to deal with the foreigners. So, what was there to worry about? Of course, Ishida-hiro still had one more thing to deal with: convincing everyone at tomorrow's council meeting. However, his father-in-law had offended too many people. Ishida-hiro felt sure that tomorrow would be a bit of debate to resolve the matter. Moreover, he couldn't bring himself to speak about this. He had to have his father-in-law appear before everyone, so that his words would be more credible. Thinking of this, Ishida-hiro looked down at Reitako, who lay slumped in his arms. Well, I'm sure the ministers will bring up my father-in-law's matter again during tomorrow's council meeting. Thankfully, my father-in-law has spoken the truth, but now I'm the only one who knows, and I can't tell the ministers about it. So, I'm thinking, why not have my father-in-law attend the council meeting tomorrow and let him explain the reasons himself? Reitako naturally wouldn't refuse Hiroshi Ishida's small request. After all, Reitako's own plan was to have her father speak the excuse in front of everyone. So, she agreed to Hiroshi Ishida's proposal without hesitation. Okay, I'll send someone to see my father and inform him to attend tomorrow's council meeting, Reitako told Hiroshi. However, Reitako paused, a look of concern forming. She glanced at Hiroshi Ishida, hesitant to speak. Seeing Leileko's expression, Ishida Hiroshi quickly asked, "Is there something worrying you? Feel free to tell me. Don't frown like that, it hurts my heart." Ishida Hiroshi truly cared for Leileko, and his reaction showed no falseness. Although Leileko didn't have any feelings for Ishida Hiroshi, and her affection was merely fake, even the hypocritical Leileko felt a touch of emotion at seeing Hiroshi care so much. However, this emotion was quickly suppressed. She knew full well that a woman like herself couldn't afford to have feelings. If she did, and truly loved Ishida Hiroshi, it would certainly not end well for her. Her position and circumstances forced her to do so. In Leileko's view, once a person fell in love and gave their heart to someone, they would reveal their flaws, giving them a chance to be exploited. This was a fatal mistake. If someone discovered her flaws and exploited her, she would be doomed. Even her father, Tokuchi-jin, wouldn't have met a good end. Besides, Leilei's current position and power weren't solely due to Ishida Hiroshi's favor. It was all thanks to countless blood and tears, countless rivals she'd vanquished. Late at night, she'd often recall the faces of the women she'd killed, their expressions before their deaths. It was a lifelong nightmare. It was precisely because those women had feelings and were truly devoted that she was able to see through their flaws and find leverage, easily sending them to hell. Leilei absolutely didn't want to suffer the same fate as those women. There's a saying in the Ming Dynasty, if a man doesn't work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth, and Leilei wholeheartedly agrees with it. But it's also precisely because of Leilei's passion, her ruthless approach, and her unreliable father that many, while despising Tokuchi-jin, secretly wish her misfortune. Leilei was fully aware of all this. Despite Ishida-hiro's current doting, Leileko dared not let her guard down. She was still young and beautiful, but there would come a day when she would age and fade. Would Ishida-hiro still be able to maintain this attitude? Leileko didn't dare to think about it, nor did she want to. She was still favored, so she could command the support of the harem and remain valuable to officials outside who sought her favor. But if she fell out of favor, or if another woman stole Ishida-hiro's heart, it would be the end of her and her father. Leileko was deeply aware of and wary of such events. Furthermore, she constantly warned herself not to give her heart and feelings to Ishida-hiro, so that she could plan her escape route early. If the situation turned unfavorable, she could act swiftly and ruthlessly. However, if she truly fell in love with Ishida-hiro, she would be in a very vulnerable position if she encountered the things she feared. Leileko didn't want that. She didn't want to end up like that. Therefore, she couldn't let herself become emotionally attached to Ishida-hiro. Her incompetent father wouldn't understand these things. Such thoughts simply wouldn't occur to him, and this was what frustrated Leileko the most. You're so kind to me. I love you so much, Shogun. Facing the worried Ishida hero, Leileko displayed her all-star power, shyly clinging to Ishida hero while softly thanking him. Ishida hero was actually quite easy to fool, especially for Leileko. Tricking him was like playing a game. If I don't treat you well, who else can I treat well? You're my wife, Ishida Hirako said earnestly, hugging Leileko. HMPH, Leileko snorted, then raised her hand like a little girl, gently pinching the flesh of Ishida Hirako's chest with her fingernails. You're the shogun, a high-ranking official. And I'm not the only woman in this residence who holds the title of your wife. Who am I, Leileko? No. No. No, Ishida Hirako tightened his grip. Don't ever say that. It makes me sad. Ishida Hiro's expression turned bitter. In my heart, you are my only wife, because only you can make me return to myself and live the life I want. Those other women are just names. I don't care about them at all. You should know that. Dividing line. In the residence of the general's harem at the foot of Shinayu City, Ishida Hiro and Lai Lazy were talking about sex. Outside, the sky gradually darkened, and the bright moon replaced the golden sun and rose into the sky. On the second floor of Shinayu City, in a very secret attic, a man dressed in navy blue samurai clothes and with a man's ponytail on his head was sitting in the center of the room. Opposite him, a man dressed in ninja was kneeling on the ground. The man dressed in ninja seemed to be reporting something to him. The man with the ponytail looked to be in his 60s or 70s. His silver white hair accentuated his age, and his wrinkled face gave him a frail appearance. However, those who knew him knew he was a formidable figure. If you were to let your guard down because of his frail appearance, you would surely perish without knowing how. This old man was Fuma Katero, the Kogen ninja commander in charge of intelligence, assassinations, and surveillance under the Ishida shogunate. Fuma Katero was a renowned figure during the Warring States period. He was as renowned as ninjas like Mamachi Sanadeo, Hattori Hanzo, Kirigaki Reizo, Kato Danzo, and Saratobi Sasuke, and he also played a significant role in the establishment of the Ishida shogunate. It can be said that Fuma Katero played an invaluable role in Ishida Mitsunari's victory over Tokugawa Ieyasu's coalition forces at the Battle of Sekigahara. It was precisely because he and his Kogen ninja spread false information, misleading Tokugawa Ieyasu and leading him to miscalculate and mislead his forces, that Ishida Mitsunari's forces were able to seize control of the battlefield and ultimately defeat Ieyasu. More importantly, before the Battle of Sekigahara, to neutralize Ieyasu's ninja forces, Fuma Katero, despite expending a large number of his elite Kogen ninja, launched a suicidal attack on Hattori Hanzo, the leader of Tokugawa Ieyasu's forces. This severely injured Hanzo and killed a large number of IGA ninja. This effectively negated the effectiveness of Tokugawa Ieyasu's ninja at the Battle of Sekigahara. Without this, the fate of the war remains unknown. Of course, Fuma Katero and his Kogen ninja paid a heavy price for inflicting such heavy losses on the IGA ninja. He himself even lost his left eye, a testament to the devastation of the battle. However, compared to what he could gain after victory at the Battle of Sekigahara, Fuma Katero felt the cost of his eyeball was well worth it. At that moment, he lowered his head slightly, a cold gleam flickering in his single eye as he listened to his men's reports. Master Fuma, the shinobi have received intelligence from the Osaka ninja soldiers. They've discovered remnants of the Tokugawa clan and the IGA-10 in children in the Osaka area. However, this information was transmitted using special means. It seems those ninja soldiers were already dead after discovering the IGA clan and the Tokugawa remnants. The Kogen ninja had discovered Kikuchi Hideyuki and engaged him in a brief battle. However, before that, the Kogen ninja knew that Kikuchi Hideyuki was not an easy opponent. Therefore, before engaging him, they had used special means to spread the news. This method was unique and only used by the Kogen ninja. Of course, the IGA ninja also had their own methods of transmitting information, each ninja school having its own unique methods. And these methods, used in times of crisis, were not used lightly. If it were used, it would mean that the ninja who sent the message was already dead. It was precisely because of this that the ninja reporting the situation concluded that the ninja soldier was dead. The man sitting in the center, Fuma Shitarao, slowly raised his head, his single eye slowly turning blood red. Kauhi. Kauhi. Kauhi, he opened his mouth wide and let out a laugh as unpleasant as an owl's. Have the remnants of the Tokugawa finally appeared? This is our chance to wipe them out in one fell swoop. And at the same time, we can wipe out all those IGA ninjas." As he spoke, he raised his right hand and stroked his black eye patch. "Kauhi. Kauhi. I will never forget the kindness of the IGA Ryu. My eyes were taken away by the IGA Ryu. How could I possibly forget that?" Fuma Shitarao seemed to be talking to himself, but also to the ninja reporting the news. The black-clad Kogan ninja standing across from Fuma Katero had been trembling all over since Fuma Katero opened his mouth, crouching on the ground, not daring to look up. It was clear the black-clad ninja was terrified of Fuma Katero. To outsiders, Fuma Katero looked like a frail old man. A gust of wind would likely have knocked him to the ground, unable to rise. But even facing such an old man, the black-clad ninja, in his prime, was trembling with fear. It was truly puzzling. "Hattori Hanzo. I will destroy your IGA clan, or I will truly be sorry for the eye you took." Fuma Katero's muttering grew louder. Whoa, he let out a breath, and then the black-clad ninja kneeling before him was ripped apart as if by several sharp blades. The guy died without even a scream. A cloud of bloody mist erupted in front of Fuma Katero, and Fuma Katero's expression as he looked at the blood mist before him was as if possessed by a demon. To be continued. If you like this work, please vote or monthly pass. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 657 Another Council. Shogun, what Lord Takuchi has said is completely unbelievable. Are there any of you here who don't already know his character? He claims that the foreigners bombarded the Osaka commercial district for no apparent reason. That's hard to believe. The next day, Shogun Ishida Orochi said goodbye to Leileko and attended another council meeting. Takuchi Jin, having received Leileko's notice, arrived at the meeting with trepidation. Upon his arrival, he could clearly sense the countless angry glances directed at him. However, Takuchi Jin didn't retaliate with his usual arrogance. Instead, he kept his composure as much as possible, as agreed with Leileko. He avoided showing any signs of panic and instead remained calm and composed. Then, the council meeting began. The first thing that happened was Ishida Hiroshi asking Takuchi Jin to explain what had happened at Osaka Castle. Takuchi Jin, of course, followed the instructions he had agreed with Leileko. He described himself as someone who followed the rules and had done nothing out of the ordinary. However, those despicable foreigners refused to pay the normal port fees and then bombarded the Osaka commercial district with cannons, reducing it to ruins. According to Takuchi Jin, those foreigners were utterly despicable, vile, filthy, and despicable. They weren't even worthy of being called human beings, they were trash and scum. Takuchi Jin's resentment towards Zhao Hongyu and his men was as deep as the sky and as high as the sea. Just because he demanded a bribe, they had escalated the situation, creating a huge hole in the sky and putting his current situation in jeopardy. Fortunately, he had a son-in-law who was a general and a loving daughter. Otherwise, he would have been doomed. Therefore, it was impossible for Takuchi Jin not to resent Zhao Hongyu and his men, so the sarcasm and irony in his words were perfectly natural. However, as soon as Takuchi Jin finished speaking, someone immediately expressed a different opinion. Wow! When Takuchi Jin just described what happened in Osaka Castle, everyone sensed something was amiss. Especially after hearing his story, how could they not understand what he was planning? He was going to put all the blame on those foreigners, completely exonerating himself from this whole thing. Admittedly, his excuse was pretty good, anyone else would have pulled it off. However, everyone knew Takuchi Jin too well to believe he had nothing to do with it. It was pure deception, every word I say is true. Not a single lie. When someone raised a different opinion, Takuchi Jin cursed and swore, appearing completely sincere. Unfortunately, everyone knew him too well to take him seriously. However, Takuchi Jin wasn't doing this to impress them, he was simply trying to give his son-in-law a chance. For Takuchi Jin, the one who could guarantee his life wasn't those guys. It was Ishida Hiroshi, the shogun, sitting in the center of the table. As long as he supported him, he would be safe. As for the others, why bother caring about what they thought? If it weren't for making the shogun's life easier, he wouldn't even have come. After all, the shogun needed an excuse to save him. Takuchi Jin was more aware of this. Your words are like farts, and lying is as easy as eating or drinking water. We don't believe anything you say, that's right. Everyone knows your character, and you probably know what you are like. Don't act so innocent. It makes us sick, Takuchi, just confess your guilt. You can't deny it this time. If you confess, You can still save your life. Takuchi-jin listened to the people around him and felt very dissatisfied. If I admit this, I can still save my life? What a joke. If that really comes to that, it's a good thing you don't continue to add insult to injury, so I can save my life. Damn it, even a lie should have some substance, okay? Takuchi-jin mentally despised the person who said that. Humph, no matter how scary your words are, they're just bluffing. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child, or someone with a mental breakdown? You scared me out of my wits by saying that, and then I came out, so you can use it as evidence to kill me. Dream on. Thinking this, Takuchi-jin's face continued to show a look of grievance, and then he slammed his head against the floor. General, every word I say is true, please understand. Takuchi-jin's acting was not bad. While not as impressive as his daughter Lai Lazy, he could still win a Golden Rooster and 100 Flowers award. After bowing and expressing his family's grievances to Ishida-hiro, Takuchi-jin looked around with a bitter expression. My lords, I know that I have done many troublesome things in the past and have offended you severely. But please do not forget that people can change, right? Takuchi-jin said the words that Lai Lazy gave him yesterday, while paying attention to the expressions and reactions of those people. From Takuchi-jin's observation, the reactions of these ministers were all very disapproving, and no one was moved by him at all. However, Takuchi-jin was not discouraged at all, because he did not expect to be able to move these people. What he said was just a prelude to something. Sure enough. After Takuchi-jin finished speaking, the shogun Ishida-hiro who was sitting above him began to nod continuously, as if he agreed with what Takuchi-jin said. Gentlemen, if you don't believe me, I can't help you. After all, I can't produce any evidence to prove what I'm saying. But I think you could first find a way to defeat those foreigners. Once you've defeated them, wouldn't you be able to get the truth from the captives? Seeing Ishida-hiro nodding his head, Takuchi-jin continued. Although Takuchi-jin said this, he secretly disagreed. In his opinion, after being defeated, those foreigners would either quickly leave the Japanese coast or die on the battlefield. Even if they were captured, what would they do? In a matter like this, capturing small-time soldiers would be useless. After all, their status and position meant they couldn't know much, and higher-ranking foreigners wouldn't be so easy to capture. However, even if he captured someone who knew the truth, Takuchi-jin would have a way to deal with it. After all, in this land of Japan, Takuchi-jin was considered a top figure, wasn't he? Besides, he had the help of his daughter and son-in-law, so even if he captured a prisoner, the ministers wouldn't gain anything. Besides, what he'd said at the council meeting wasn't without reason. If these guys kept pushing, his son-in-law would make a move. After all, he'd be fine. And sure enough, just as Takuchi-jin was lost in thought, the ministers began to stir. For a moment, the council was in turmoil, like a swarm of flies buzzing. All right, everyone, quiet down. At that moment, Ishida-hiro spoke up. His words finally silenced the buzzing, restoring the previous quiet. Although Takuchi is my father-in-law, to be fair, some of what he said was quite right. Ishida-hiro glanced around. The ministers' hearts trembled as they met his gaze. It was over. It looked like the general was going to protect Takuchi. Damn it, this Takuchi was just my father-in-law, not your real father. Why do you have to protect him this time? The ministers began to feel annoyed. However, Ishida-hiro didn't care about their thoughts. He continued to speak without hesitation. People change. Can someone who often does bad things not change for the better? I don't think so. Bad people can become good. As the Ming people say, this is called the goodness of human nature. Takuchi-jin rambled on as he arrived. In fact, all of this he had rehearsed with Lai Lazy the night before. I think the truth of the matter is pretty much this. Those foreigners were arrogant and domineering, thinking we Japanese were weak and could be bullied. This is not my father-in-law's fault, it's just bad luck. Ishida-hiro set the tone. General, isn't it a bit hasty to conclude this matter like this? Ishida-hiro had just finished speaking when someone else interrupted. Ugh. Ishida-hiro and Takuchi-jin both looked at the person who had spoken. Kobayashi Munetake looked at Ishida-hiro with a bad face, and he didn't even look at Takuchi-jin. Oh, it turned out to be the old man Kobayashi. This is a bit difficult. When Ishida-hiro saw that it was Kobayashi Munetake who spoke, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Ishida-hiro was still aware of the hatred between Kobayashi Munetake and Takuchi-jin. However, now is not the time to think about this matter, he must set a tone immediately. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. Thinking of this, Ishida Hiro showed a fake smile, looked at Kobayashi Munetake and said to him, "To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." Mobile users please read. Chapter 658, The Shogunate Created by the Crack. Ishida Hiro was about to make a final decision on the matter, but unexpectedly, he was interrupted by the family elder, Kobayashi Munetake. This made Ishida Hiro somewhat unhappy. However, when he saw that the person who had challenged him was Kobayashi Munetake, even Ishida Hiro felt somewhat helpless. After all, Kobayashi Munetake was the elder left behind by his father, Ishida Mitsunari, and the one who had helped him ascend to the position of shogun. Without Kobayashi Munetake, Ishida Hiro would never have become shogun. His father, Ishida Mitsunari, had more than just him as a son. The position of shogun was a subject of countless eyeballs. Furthermore, Kobayashi Munetake not only helped him ascend to the position of shogun, but also married his own daughter to him. It could be said that Kobayashi Munetake was a member of the shogun's inner circle and was extremely loyal to him. However, Ishida Hiro had, in one matter, let this loyal supporter down. Takuchi-jin glanced at Kobayashi Munetake, then at Takuchi-jin, who was lying on the ground. He sighed inwardly, a tinge of resentment rising towards Takuchi-jin. Ishida Hiro's guilt towards Kobayashi Munetake stemmed entirely from Takuchi-jin. If it weren't for Takuchi-jin, he wouldn't have felt so ashamed facing Kobayashi Munetake again. Although Kobayashi Munetake had refrained from pursuing the matter out of Ishida Hiro's consideration, and despite his pleadings, Ishida Hiro knew that Kobayashi Munetake hated Takuchi-jin to the core. But come to think of it, anyone who had experienced that would bear the same grudge as Kobayashi Munetake. That would be an absolute vengeance. However, Ishida Hiro still couldn't understand why Kobayashi Munetake had agreed to his request to spare Takuchi-jin. After all, with Kobayashi Munetake's power, it would have been easy for him to deal with Takuchi-jin. Was Kobayashi Munetake really giving him a face? In reality, Ishida Hiro had no idea that Takuchi-jin and Kobayashi Munetake had a feud. There were more complex and deeper reasons behind this. These things were beyond Ishida Hiro's reach. However, he now had to exonerate his father-in-law, Takuchi-jin, immediately. So, with a broad smile on his face, he looked at Kobayashi Munetake and said, "Master Kobayashi, it's not unreasonable for you not to trust my father-in-law. After all, what he did in the past was certainly not good, but he can change, right? Can't you trust him just once?" Kobayashi Munetake snorted, "General. If this happened to anyone else, we'd all be willing to give him a chance and trust him. But with Takuchi-jin, we simply can't trust him. First of all, I'm sure you haven't forgotten what he did in the past," Kobayashi Munetake asked back. A hint of embarrassment crossed Ishida Hiro's face. He knew all about Takuchi-jin's past deeds. If they were added up, he could have died 10 times over. The reason he was still alive and well was because of his own actions. This person will change? Ishida Hiro just insisted on this sentence, but from his expression, in fact, Ishida Hiro said this with no confidence. Because Ishida Hiro actually did not believe what he said, but he had to say it. Others can change. I believe this. But only Takuchi-jin can change, and I, Kobayashi Munetake, will never believe it even if I die. When Ishida Hiro said this, Kobayashi Munetake suddenly got angry. He raised his hand and pointed at Takuchi-jin, who was lying not far away, and said sternly. Ishida Hiro was speechless because Kobayashi Munetake was too imposing. Seeing Kobayashi Munetake getting angry, the ministers around couldn't help but look at each other secretly and were secretly happy. Just when they were about to speak up to support Kobayashi Munetake, unexpectedly, Takuchi-jin, who had been lying there obediently, shouted, "Kobayashi Munetake, you are taking revenge for your personal grudge. You want to distort the facts and avenge me for your poor daughter, right? You shameless guy." Wow. After hearing what Takuchi-jin said, everyone was in an uproar. The hatred between Kobayashi Munetake and Takuchi-jin was not something that could be concealed from these ministers. They all knew this past clearly. Who was right and who was wrong in this matter? Everyone knew it. It was obviously Takuchi-jin who was too inhumane. General Ishida Orochi was unfair in the past. Everyone saw it. But today, Takuchi-jin actually touched his upper lip with his lower lip and said that Kobayashi Munetake was shameless. Is there any integrity in this world? Who is shameless enough to distort the facts? Oh my god, Who is the shameless person in this world? Isn't it you, Takuchi-jin? But looking at Takuchi-jin's righteous expression, it was really, the ministers who were in an uproar were speaking the truth. How thick-skinned does one have to be to say such words? And even taking revenge on personal enemies. Honestly, based on what Takuchi-jin did to Kobayashi Munite's daughter, it's understandable that Kobayashi Munite was seeking revenge for personal gain. But no one understands why Kobayashi Munite passed up that opportunity for revenge, allowing Takuchi-jin to remain at large until now. Regardless, Takuchi-jin has now brought this matter to light, provoking Kobayashi Munite. A trickle of blood trickled from the corner of Kobayashi Munite's mouth, clearly angered by Takuchi-jin's words. Kobayashi Munite raised his right hand to his chest, his lips bruised as he gazed at Takuchi-jin, who looked on with a righteous expression. Lord Kobayashi, don't look at me like that. I've always been an upright person. If you want to avenge your daughter, I think you should find another opportunity, not now. I don't think you, who always pride yourself on being a loyal subject, would use this opportunity against me. I want you dead. I don't care about anything else. I want to avenge my daughter, Kobayashi Munite roared inwardly, but the sight of Takuchi-jin made him tremble uncontrollably. He was also infuriated by Takuchi-jin's recent words, so he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. After being repeatedly provoked by Takuchi-jin, Kobayashi Munite finally spurted out a mouthful of blood and passed out. This clearly demonstrated Kobayashi Munite's rage. In reality, Takuchi-jin's words were nothing, anyone else wouldn't have had such an effect. But Kobayashi Munite was different. He harbored a deep hatred for Takuchi-jin and took offense at his presence. Adding to the complexities, it's no surprise that Kobayashi Munite fainted after Takuchi-jin's words. Regardless, Kobayashi Munite's collapse was a relief to Ishida Orochi. After all, Ishida Orochi felt he had let down Kobayashi Munite, the loyal family elder. If he had persisted, he would have been completely helpless. Kobayashi Munite's coma caught many of the ministers who had hoped to cooperate with him off guard. Before they could react, Ishida Hiro seized the opportunity. Several ministers close to Kobayashi Munite were currently pinching his Renjong acupoint to help him breathe, and had no time to consider these matters. So, Ishida Hiro quickly spoke up, let's not dwell on these trivial matters. Takuchi has absolutely nothing to do with this incident. He was simply unlucky enough to run into those unreasonable foreigners. You can't just blame Takuchi for the actions of those unreasonable foreigners. So, let's make a statement about Takuchi's case. He's involved in this matter. Okay, everyone, go back. With that, Ishida Hiro was the first to rise and leave the deliberation room. Takuchi bowed in gratitude and then rose to leave. Thus, the matter of Takuchi-jin was resolved, albeit imperfectly. With the tone set by Ishida Hiro, Takuchi-jin was virtually unscathed. It was unlikely that anyone would bring this up again. Although those ministers were unwilling, what could they do? Ishida Orochi and Takuchi-jin didn't know that today's incident really hurt the hearts of those ministers. It also made those ministers hate Takuchi-jin even more. Ito and some people carried Kobayashi out of Shianayu City and returned to Kobayashi's residence. They took a lot of effort. This is how they woke up Kobayashi Munite. When Kobayashi Munite woke up, the first thing he asked when he opened his eyes was about the treatment of Takuchi-jin. Ito did not hide anything about this matter and told Kobayashi Munite everything from a distance. After listening to Iro's story, Kobayashi Munite's face became extremely ugly. He was stunned for a long time before he sighed deeply. Ishida Orochi is no longer qualified to be the shogun. He appointed some villains and let the harem control some political affairs of Japan. This is the misfortune of our great Japan. What do you think? When Kobayashi Munite said this, Ito and others were stunned. However, they quickly recovered and became extremely excited. Only a fool could not understand what Kobayashi Munite meant. It was obvious that Kobayashi Munite was extremely disappointed with Ishida Hiro, otherwise he would not say such words. What do you mean, Lord Kobayashi? Ito lowered his voice and asked seriously. There is a saying in the Ming dynasty called clearing the court of evil officials. I think we should try this method. What do you think? Kobayashi Munite had now come to his senses. If he wanted revenge, then Ishida Hiro would definitely not be able to serve as shogun anymore. Otherwise, they would have no way to deal with Takuchi-jin. Ishida Hiro could not imagine that something he thought was so ordinary would actually make the ministers have a conspiracy against him. I really wonder if he would regret always protecting Takuchi-jin if he knew about it. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote or monthly vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 659 Undercurrent of Calmness. The Edo Tenyu Castle Council concluded, and Takuchi-jin received no punishment for what happened at Osaka Castle, surprising many. However, after the events of the council were spread by interested parties, the public finally knew what had happened. Takuchi-jin didn't accept bribes? How could that be possible? However, that was exactly what Takuchi-jin said at the time, and the excuse made sense. Those who knew Takuchi-jin's character scoffed at this. It's simply unrealistic to expect a dog to stop eating shit. Takuchi-jin is a dog, and accepting bribes is like eating shit again. So, expecting him to change this habit is completely unrealistic. If it happened to anyone else, it might be possible. But Takuchi-jin, everyone could only laugh. Regardless, Shogun Ishida Orochi endorsed Takuchi-jin's explanation and told all the ministers present, can't Takuchi just change his bad habits and learn? Seeing that Takuchi-jin was completely fine, Ishida Hiroya felt relieved of a major headache. Meanwhile, Takuchi-jin had been keeping a low profile, avoiding public appearances as much as possible. Every day, he would spend his days in his secluded residence outside Edo Castle, playing hey with little girls, as a way of passing the time. Of course, Takuchi-jin was forced to be so low-key, as he knew many people were dissatisfied with the outcome. Therefore, he had to keep a low profile, reduce his outings, and not give those people any opportunity to harass him again. After defeating the foreigners and resolving this matter, the shogun's son-in-law would allow him to move to another place, where he could once again become a local tyrant. So, he considered this period a time to recuperate. It could be said that both Ishida Hiroya and Takuchi-jin felt that the matter was resolved, and that things were just as they were before. However, the two of them were completely unaware that their actions had once again left an indelible mark on the hearts of those loyal ministers, causing them to completely lose confidence. Some of them had already begun to consider turning against Ishida Hiro. Had Ishida Hiro known things would turn out this way, it's unclear whether he would still have been so protective of Takuchi-jin and favored Reiko. However, these are all hypotheticals, and Ishida Hiro knew nothing about these events. Therefore, they could only let things unfold. In fact, resentment within Ishida Hiro's shogunate had been simmering for quite some time. Originally, everyone thought that the shogun was still young and would perhaps mature in a few years. However, after so many years, the shogun remained the same, still favoring Reiko and that pesky Takuchi-jin. No one could see any change in the shogun. Now Takuchi-jin had caused such a big incident, and the shogun was still protecting him and downplaying the matter. If the shogunate continued to allow this inexperienced shogun, Ishida Hiro, to continue in power, the future foundation of the shogunate was in grave danger. Therefore, when Kobayashi Munetake proposed the purge of the imperial court, it immediately garnered widespread support. However, despite their high positions, the ministers who supported this proposal held no military power. They were once daimyo lords, but their military power had been gradually stripped away years ago, becoming mere figures. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so vulnerable now against the shogun. Kobayashi Munetake, in particular, had allowed Takuchi-jin to live so carefree. Therefore, while they had colluded, they didn't publicize the idea. Their plan to purge the imperial court was now circulating only within a few tightly knit circles. They were biding their time, waiting for the right moment. Their current power was insufficient to launch such an initiative. Therefore, they needed the support of powerful daimyo from outside the region and ensure that their initiative wouldn't cause unrest. If this wasn't handled properly, the hard-won shogunate would collapse, and Japan, which had just regained peace, would plunge back into war. After overthrowing Ishida Hiro, they would have to select a suitable successor to take the shogunate. This person had to be carefully chosen. At the very least, this person couldn't be as incompetent as Ishida Hiro, and they had to ensure the interests of their people, even providing them with even greater benefits than they currently enjoyed. These tasks couldn't be accomplished overnight. Everything took time. It was precisely because of this that Ishida Hiro and Takuchi-jin had a false impression, believing the matter was completely over. The ministers had also given up hope and abandoned the issue. Consequently, neither Ishida Hiro nor Takuchi-jin considered the issue again. Although Lazy sensed something was amiss, she couldn't articulate what it was, so she could only observe from the side. However, both Ishida Hiro and Takuchi-jin, as well as those ministers plotting to cleanse the court, now had one thing to do: mobilize their troops and focus all their efforts on suppressing Zhao Hongyu and his men. The punitive forces at Osaka Castle had been defeated, effectively dealing a slap in the face to the Japanese, and it was a resounding one. Therefore, the shogunate now needed to restore its reputation and prove its competence to the world. Otherwise, without prestige, the credibility of its policies and decrees would be greatly diminished. This would have dire consequences for a government agency. While the Tenryu castles appeared to be calm, as if nothing had happened, undercurrents were brewing beneath the surface, something that could not be hidden from certain individuals. For example, Fuma Kotaro, the ninja leader of the Ishida shogunate, was fully aware of what Kobayashi Munetake and his men were planning. However, despite this knowledge, Fuma Kotaro kept it a secret from Ishida Orochi and even deliberately concealed it for Kobayashi Munetake. The reason was simple: he had sent someone to Kobayashi Munetake and received assurances from them. If their plan succeeded, Fuma Kotaro would be rewarded with even greater status and benefits. Driven by profit, it's no surprise that Fuma Kotaro assisted Kobayashi and his men. Furthermore, Fuma Kotaro deeply disliked Rayleigh and Takuchi-jin. Rayleigh and Takuchi-jin had repeatedly attempted to interfere in the affairs of the ninja army and seize Fuma Kotaro's power, which had already crossed Fuma Kotaro's line. Fuma Kotaro's refusal to retaliate wasn't because he feared Rayleigh and Takuchi-jin, but rather because he considered the intentions of General Ishida Hiroshi. He worried that General Ishida Hiroshi wouldn't believe his knowledge of the relationship between Rayleigh and Takuchi-jin. Fuma Kotaro knew all too well the secrets between Rayleigh and Ishida Hiroshi and how devoted Ishida Hiroshi was to Rayleigh. Therefore, he didn't want to be the villain and incur Ishida's dislike. Although the status of ninjas rose during the Warring States period, they still held a lower position than samurai. Ninjas were not considered respectable. Therefore, when both the Tokugawa and Ishida clans recruited ninjas, the status they offered them was not very high. Hattori Hanzo's original position was only a few thousand koku of official rank, but even that made him very happy. Fuma Kotaro's position was not much better than Hanzo's. His current status was even lower than that of the most worthless daimyo. It can be seen that while ninjas were employed by the shogunate, they were not given higher rank. It was precisely because of his own status that Fuma Kotaro was not in a hurry to share all the information he had with Ishida Hiro. Moreover, Fuma Kotaro understood Ishida Hiro's character and knew he was a poor man who couldn't afford to pay. Even if he told him, it would be useless. Instead, that woman, Lalazy, would cry and complain, and finally throw the blame on him. If that happened, then the gains would outweigh the losses. The shogunate might even purge the Kogaryu, something Fuma Kotaro did not want to see. He didn't want everything he'd worked so hard for to achieve to vanish in a single day. After all, ever since the establishment of the Ishida shogunate, many had suggested that the then shogun Mitsunari abolish the ninja army. It was Mitsunari who, despite all the opposition, preserved the Kogen ninja army. This was because both civil servants and military commanders alike hated and feared the ninja. They disliked their shady ways, hiding in the shadows like rats. They feared their superior abilities in assassination, intelligence gathering, and spying on secrets. In front of the ninja, they could practically keep no secrets. This was precisely why those who wanted to abolish the ninja army wanted to do so. How could Fuma Kotaro not know this? Although Fuma Kotaro and his Kogen ninja army had been saved, Shogun Mitsunari had also promised the daimyo, ministers, and military commanders a condition: the shogunate's ninja army would not spy on them or intrude on their privacy. If they were found to be doing so, the Kogen ninja army would be disbanded. Furthermore, the Kogaryu ninjas would be met with a united attack by all the daimyos of Japan. No matter how powerful Fuma Kotaro was, he couldn't possibly stand against all the powerful men in Japan, unless he was a complete lunatic. This was another reason why Fuma Kotaro didn't dare tell Ishida Hiro about Leileko and her father. Would that mean the ninja army was spying on the shogun's family? This was a serious matter. If Leileko and Takuchi-jin hadn't coveted the ninja army's power, thus jeopardizing Fuma Kotaro's interests, he wouldn't have dared to take such a risk. In reality, he was doing this to protect himself. However, Fuma Kotaro kept this secret to himself, keeping it to himself. Even when he secretly expressed his support for Kobayashi Satake, he didn't reveal it. He wanted to see if Kobayashi Satake could succeed. If he did, it wouldn't be too late to reveal the secret himself. You see, Kobayashi Munich had promised him that, as long as the deal went through, he would have the new shogun carve out a territory for Fumikataro as his own, allowing him to become a daimyo. This excited Fumikataro to no end. Ninjas could become daimyo. For Fumikataro, born into a ninja family, this was a truly auspicious opportunity. Despite his immense skills, his status was limited, a constant source of worry. If he could become a Lord Daimyo, he could shed his ninja status and become a lord. Furthermore, with the Kogaryu ninjas under his command, he could potentially seek the imperial records and become a registered official during his lifetime. This way, his descendants could also live a respectable life. It's true that the Japanese culture and customs are completely different from those of China. It's truly bizarre that someone as powerful as Fumikataro could live such a miserable life. If Fumikataro were from the Ming dynasty, he'd undoubtedly be an imperial guard officer, commanding immense prestige wherever he went. But seeing how he seemed to be acting like a grandson in Japan, it's clear that the Japanese are inherently servile. With matters in Edo now concluded, Fumikataro began to attend to his current affairs. The promises he'd made to Kobayashi Munich and the others were a minor matter to him. At this moment, he had only two important tasks before him. One was to immediately notify the daimyo of Tajima and Danbo, urging them to mobilize their forces to attack the foreigners. He would also dispatch a team of elite ninja soldiers to the foreign camps to spy on their military strength. If possible, they would also assassinate the foreign leaders and cause chaos. That's what ninjas do. And that was just one of them. Another important matter for Fumikataro is to dispatch the elite Koga Tenninshu to find the remaining Toku remnants and eliminate them, as well as to eliminate the Iga Tenninshu. The Iga Tenninshu and the Kogaryu have been fighting each other for years, and for all these years, the Kogaryu have been unable to defeat the Iga ninjas. This is because the Koga ninjas were not as powerful as the Iga Tenninshu, who possess special abilities. But now things are different. Fumikataro has leveraged the power of the shogunate to search Japan for talented individuals, and finally found 10 children with special abilities. After years of training and nurturing, these children are now ready to become apprentices. Fumikataro calls them the Koga Tenninshu, to be continued. If you like this work, please vote or subscribe. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please visit M to read. Chapter 668 Friendly Reminder. Osaka borders Kobe to the west and Nara to the east. If one continues north, it won't take long to reach Kyoto, the seat of the Japanese emperor. Osaka's geographical location is crucial. Yet, Osaka currently hosts a force that Japan dislikes. A few days ago, this force defeated the Osaka Castle punitive force, and the news spread like wildfire, quickly reaching Kyoto. The nobles and officials residing in Kyoto were naturally horrified upon hearing this news. However, they lacked sufficient manpower, so they could only relay the news to the shogun in Edo, hoping he would send troops to suppress the foreigners. The shogun, of course, did not disappoint Kyoto. He immediately ordered the daimyo of Tajima and Tanbo, surrounding Kyoto, to join forces and launch an expedition against the foreigners. This gradually calmed the panic in Kyoto. However, both the Tajima and Danbo armies needed time to regroup, and therefore posed little threat to Zhao Hongyu and his men in the short term. Zhao Hongyu and his men were completely unaware of the Japanese shogunate's plans and strategies. However, even if they did, Zhao Hongyu wouldn't be afraid. With his powerful cheating device, he was fully confident he could achieve his goal. He couldn't imagine conquering all of Japan, but he could certainly inflict a crushing defeat on the Japanese and bring the shogunate to its knees. Your Highness, Tajima and Danbo have been mobilizing troops frequently in recent days. I suspect the shogunate may be ordering the daimyo of these two regions to attack us. You must be prepared, Hattori Chizuru relayed to Zhao Hongyu in his makeshift camp. After Hattori Chizuru's defection, scattered Iga ninjas began to converge on Osaka. Within 4 days, over 80 elite Iga ninjas had joined the camp, serving as direct subordinates to Hattori Chizuru and Tokugawa Keo. Zhao Hongyu's appointment of Tokugawa Keo as samurai shogun and head of the ninja army was not without consideration. After all, Tokugawa Keo's title was still useful, and the Iga ninja were originally vassals of the Tokugawa family. Therefore, no one would object to having Tokugawa Keo manage the ninja as the head of the ninja army. It would also appear that Zhao Hongyu had no interest in ninjas, preventing misunderstandings. In fact, Zhao Hongyu certainly wanted to control the ninja himself and take charge. However, considering that Tokugawa Kao and her companions had just joined him, doing so would appear unseemly and would also create a negative impression among the Tokugawa people. After all, they had already joined him. He could slowly control the ninjas in his own hands. There was still a long way to go. It must be said that Zhao Hongyu's considerations were very comprehensive, and this method was also very safe. Hattori Chizuru, as Tokugawa Kao's deputy general, was also responsible for Zhao Hongyu's safety. Concerned about the possibility of ninja assassination attempts by the shogunate, Zhao Hongyu now had to rely on the IGA clan for his safety. Although Zhao Hongyu possessed a powerful cheat, something in this dimension had been subtly altered, with the emergence of ninja with special abilities, something he hadn't anticipated. Ninjas skilled in combat and disguise were a threat that he had to guard against. Even with Zhao Hongyu's powerful armed forces, the ninja would remain impenetrable. "Oh, so we'll be facing the Tajima and Danbo punitive forces?" Zhao Hongyu asked softly, putting down the ancient spring and autumn annals he had obtained from nowhere. Hattori Chizuru bowed her head. "Oh. Yes. According to our ninja intelligence, we'll be facing large armies from these two regions. Your Highness, please be aware of this." Zhao Hongyu nodded, his face serious, but without any trace of fear or alarm. "Any news from Edo?" Zhao Hongyu asked. Since the IGA Rai ninjas had gradually gathered, Hattori Chizuru immediately dispatched some of them to gather intelligence for Zhao Hongyu. So, while Zhao Hongyu had been stationed here and hadn't left Osaka, he still had a very clear understanding of the surrounding situation. No news has come back from Osaka yet. After all, it's the Kogaryu's stronghold. The people I sent had to proceed with caution. "Your Highness, please forgive me," Hattori Chizuru apologized and explained the reasons. Zhao Hongyu was very understanding. He also knew that Edo was heavily guarded, far superior to Osaka. Therefore, he wasn't particularly upset that no news had come back from Osaka Castle to cause trouble. Hattori Chizuru couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw that Zhao Hongyu wasn't angry. Joining this prince was a wise choice. His temper and personality are truly excellent. I'm truly fortunate to serve under such a lord. The young girl lowered her head and sighed once more, feeling satisfied with her and Tokugawa Kao's choice. After all, when she first joined Zhao Hongyu, Hattori Chizuru had not only prepared herself for Tokugawa Kao's sacrifice, but she had even considered sacrificing herself and the other women of the IGA-10 as well. But after joining the young prince from the Song Empire, she discovered that he wasn't as bad as she had imagined. He didn't even have the harsh personalities of the daimyo she'd encountered before. His temperament was far superior. Hattori Chizuru sensed something in Zhao Hongyu that was completely different from the people of this era. She didn't understand what that something was, but she could sense it. As she thought about it, Hattori Chizuru's face gradually turned red. God knows what this little girl's thoughts were. Hattori Chizuru glanced at Zhao Hongyu furtively. Seeing Zhao Hongyu looking at her curiously, with a look of deep confusion, she was startled and quickly cursed herself, recovering from her wild thoughts. Zhao Hongyu was a bit amused and confused. He didn't know what Hattori Chizuru had just thought about, but why did her face suddenly turn so red? Zhao Hongyu saw Hattori Chizuru's face turn red. Of course, he was very confused, but he didn't dare to ask. After all, it might involve the girl's privacy. Hattori Chizuru, who had recovered, lowered her head a little, her eyes evasive. Your Highness, I have some news about Osaka Castle. Hattori Chizuru felt Zhao Hongyu's gaze on her. She just needed a topic. Tell me about it. After we defeated Ishida Gadachi, he immediately retreated to Osaka Castle and closed the gates. It seems he was afraid we would lead our troops to attack Osaka Castle, Hattori Chizuru said with an oath and then revealed the news about Osaka Castle. At the same time, Ishida Gadachi has gathered all the villagers near Osaka Castle into the castle, and armed the men inside, forming a 2,000-man militia, haha. After hearing Hattori Chizuru's news about Osaka Castle, Zhao Hongyu laughed. Yes, Ishida Gadachi's actions were truly ridiculous. He had led 5,000 men to attack me before, and I had defeated him. Did he think that relying on Osaka Castle and a mere 2,000 militiamen could withstand me now? This was simply ridiculous. If I hadn't had no interest in Osaka Castle, I would have followed Ishida Gadachi's defeated army and attacked it that night. I wouldn't have given him a single chance. Even if he was holed up inside Osaka Castle now, It would have been very easy for Zhao Hongyu to capture it. After all, Zhao Hongyu's camp now contained 36 24-pound cannons unloaded from warships. These were truly powerful siege weapons. With just a few swings of his artillery and a few volleys, Osaka Castle would surely surrender. It was just that Zhao Hongyu had no interest in Osaka Castle, so Ishida Gadachi had taken advantage. After all, Zhao Hongyu's ultimate goal was Kyushu. Fighting the shogunate was just a way to show them his strength. That wasn't the ultimate goal. "Oh, Osaka Castle isn't planning on leaving now, is it?" Zhao Hongyu asked after his laughter faded. Hattori Chizuru quickly replied, "According to the ninja, Ishida Gadachi has absolutely no intention of leaving the castle. His courage has been shattered by the battle with your highness a few days ago, and he lives in fear every day, lest you lead your army to Osaka Castle." Hattori Chizuru then shared with Zhao Hongyu what the IGA ninjas who had infiltrated Osaka Castle had observed about Ishida Gadachi. Zhao Hongyu, upon hearing about Ishida Gadachi's current situation, couldn't help but shake his head. "Oh, I'm so sorry for Ishida Gadachi. I actually broke his courage and made him feel so scared of me. Come to think of it, it's really my fault. However, this is just a thought. What does your life or death have to do with me? It's better for you to pee your pants every day." In Zhao Hongyu's heart, he is actually very satisfied that he has caused Ishida Gadachi to have a psychological trauma. "Chizuru, you have to be careful recently. I estimate that the attack from the shogunate will come in the next few days. And I think they will definitely send ninjas to assassinate before the army arrives." Zhao Hongyu slowly put away the casual expression on his face, and after becoming serious, he said to Hattori Chizuru, "To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to read. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels." Chapter 661 Hattori Kizo. Your Highness, rest assured. If the shogunate sends Kogaryu ninjas, everything will be handled for us. After Zhao Hongyu shared his concerns, including the concerns about the shogunate's ninja forces, Hattori Chizuru quickly saluted and assured him. "Chizuru, don't underestimate your opponents. Since they've been able to fight against you, IGA, for so many years, they must have their strengths." Zhao Hongyu noticed the disapproving look on Hattori Chizuru's face and couldn't help but admonish her. Hattori Chizuru was only 17 years old, but although she looked 18 or 19, that was simply due to her mature appearance. Not only was she mature, but she was also very voluptuous. Perhaps due to her well-developed figure, her bust measured a whopping 40 centimeters. That's quite a large bust. And she was also very tall, so every time Zhao Hongyu saw Hattori Chizuru, he found her very pleasing to the eye. But precisely because of her young age, coupled with her exceptional abilities, Hattori Chizuru was incredibly proud. In her eyes, the Kogaryu were weaklings, worthless. If they dared to cause trouble, she would not let them go and ensure they returned alive. Over the years, no fewer than 100 Kogaryu ninjas had died from injuries sustained by her. Ever since the fall of the Tokugawa clan, she and her father had been on the run, and how could she not kill? If she hadn't, she wouldn't have survived. Hattori Chizuru had been killing since she was 6 or 7 years old. However, the victims she killed weren't civilians, but Kogaryu ninjas who had sought to kill her. And among the Kogaryu ninjas she had killed, none were particularly formidable. Therefore, in Hattori Chizuru's eyes, the Kogaryu ninjas were nothing more than ordinary people. Kikuchi Hideyuki had mentioned the emergence of the Koga-ten within the Koga clan earlier, but Hattori Chizuru had ignored it. Little did she know that Fumika had already trained 10 elite Koga ninjas to counter the IGA-10. Furthermore, these were Koga ninjas, possessing special abilities like the others. It was foreseeable that if Hattori Chizuru continued to hold such views and beliefs, she would suffer greatly in the future. But Zhao Hongyu could see it on Hattori Chizuru's face. The young woman was quite unimpressed by his words. "Chizuru, you must remember my words. Never underestimate your enemy, or you will suffer greatly," Zhao Hongyu shouted, shaking his head. There's a saying in Ming China, even a lion swooping down on a rabbit must use all its might. I'm sure you understand the meaning of this." Hattori Chizuru's heart trembled at Zhao Hongayu's serious expression. Although she wasn't particularly willing, she still gave an obedient "oh," as if to agree to Zhao Hongayu's request. Zhao Hongayu saw Hattori Chizuru's reluctant look, and there was nothing he could do. Alice. He couldn't convince her. It seemed he could only ask Tokugawa Kale or someone else to convince her. Zhao Hongayu thought to himself. Hattori Chizuru's carelessness was unacceptable. Although Zhao Hongayu didn't have any special intentions, he didn't want such a beautiful girl with a great figure to have a bad ending in the future. After all, wouldn't it be nice to keep her by his side and look at her big boobs every day? Those were 40 centimeters big boobs. Wow. She was 1.78 meters tall, and with that amazing figure. To be honest, Zhao Hongayu felt much better just looking at her every day. You go down first. And let Hattori and Nezuki come in. Zhao Hongayu took a deep look at Hattori Chizuru. He decided to let her go first, and he wanted the others to convince Hattori Chizuru to face the problem. Hattori Chizuru had no idea what Zhao Hongayu was thinking. She responded, then stood up and slowly backed away. She only turned and walked out when she reached the door. She was still young, with a sense of pride in her heart. However, this wasn't a good thing for a young person. Could the Koga-ryu really be that bad? Uiga-ryu are so powerful, could the Koga-ryu be that bad? Obviously, that wasn't possible. Especially since the Koga-ryu now relied on the Ishida shogunate, the resources they possessed were far beyond the reach of the Iga-ryu. The reason why the Koga-ryu seemed somewhat weak over the years must have been due to some unknown reason. If the Koga-ryu were truly that weak, how could they have been needed by the Ishida shogunate and fought against a Koga-ryu for so many years? Zhao Hongayu felt that things were definitely not as simple as they appeared. But what exactly was going on here was beyond his comprehension. After all, he, Zhao Hongayu, was an outsider, not a native of Japan. Even if they were born and raised here, they probably wouldn't know about the goings-on between ninjas. So, Zhao Hongayu figured he needed to ask someone else about this. Hattori Kizo was the right person. He was Hattori Hanzo's younger brother and Hattori Chizuru's uncle. Given his age, he should know something about these matters. So, asking him wouldn't be a bad idea. Besides, even if he didn't know these secrets, he could still have Hattori Kizo persuade Chizuru not to underestimate the Koga ninjas. It would be for her own good, to prevent her from suffering a serious loss. After Hattori Chizuru left, Zhao Hongayu sat on the cushioned seat inside the tent, thinking to himself. Shortly after Hattori Chizuru left, the curtain of the tent door was lifted, and a monk wearing a bamboo hat and holding an iron staff with iron rings walked in. Clack, clack, clack. With every step the monk took, the iron rings on his staff clattered. When the monk was still some distance away from Zhao Hongayu, he stopped and knelt on the ground. He raised his right hand and took off his bamboo hat, revealing his square face. Judging from his appearance, he was a very ordinary monk. However, he was a completely blind man. Because the pupils of his open eyes were grayish-white, which was definitely not the eyes of a normal person. Your Highness, Hattori Kizo will obey your orders. It turned out that this blind monk from Osaka was Hattori Chizuru's uncle and the younger brother of the deceased Hattori Hanzo, and also Hattori Kizo, who was currently one of the IGA-10. Although he was blind, judging by his status as one of the IGA-10, he was definitely not an ordinary blind monk. If you underestimate him, you may not even know how you died. Even Zhao Hongayu didn't know the true abilities of the IGA-10 according to Hattori Chizuru. They wouldn't reveal these abilities, they were a means of preserving their lives. Those who had witnessed their ninjutsu were already dead. This secrecy wasn't without reason. If their ninjutsu abilities were ever revealed, their enemies would set traps to exploit them, making them extremely dangerous. Kizo, what do you think of the Koga-ryu? Zhao Hongayu asked, regaining his composure. Hattori Kizo was stunned for a moment. He couldn't believe this young prince had summoned him just to ask such a question. However, he quickly composed himself. He felt this young prince wouldn't ask such a question without reason. He must have a purpose behind asking. So, Hattori Kizo replied, the Koga-ryu is very powerful. It's just that before the Battle of Sekigahara, their elite ninjas were decimated, which is why they've become somewhat weaker over the years. Zhao Hongayu's heart stirred, as if he had grasped something. Kizan, Chizuru's in a bad mood right now. You need to talk her down. I see she looks down on Koga-ryu ninjas, and I'm worried she'll be at a disadvantage if she encounters one in the future." Although Zhao Hongyu had a glimmer of understanding, he didn't rush to ask. He first suggested asking Hattori Kizo to remind and persuade Chizuru to change her current disdain for the Koga Ryu. The girl was still too young. "Oh," Hattori Kizo leaned forward after hearing what Zhao Hongyu said. "Thank you for the reminder, Your Highness. I will definitely talk Chizuru down on this issue. She's still very young, so it's not surprising she's a little proud. But as time goes on, we'll soon be making contact with the shogunate's forces. I don't want you to make any mistakes due to my carelessness. You're both very important to me now." Zhao Hongyu leaned forward slightly to look at Hattori Kizo and spoke to him seriously. Although Hattori Kizo was blind, he could tell from Zhao Hongyu's tone and voice that His Highness was speaking the truth and was completely sincere. His concern for Hattori Chizuru was genuine. Although Hattori Kizo was blind, heaven had given him another compensation. He could easily sense the kindness and malice in people's hearts. This alone showed that heaven was truly fair, wasn't it? "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I am deeply grateful." Hattori Kizo bowed his head in gratitude. Zhao Hongyu sat up straight again. "Kizo, tell me what the Koga Ryu is like. Let me have a better idea of what it is like, so I don't have to worry every day." To be continued. If you like this work, please vote or subscribe. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please visit M to read. Chapter 662 60% chance. The origins of the Koga Ryu, like the IGA Ryu, are a very ancient profession. In their earliest days, they weren't even called ninja. At that time, ninjas from the Koga, IGA, and other schools were used to gather military intelligence and spy on the enemy. They could be considered the forerunners of spies. Over time, these spies gradually learned and honed their skills to gather information and intelligence. They constantly strived to improve themselves in order to compete with other schools. Over time, the term ninja emerged. Their training and exercises became increasingly brutal, and even assassinations and the taking of enemies' lives were included in their arsenal. They could be said to be the forerunners of ninja. As Japan developed, so did ninjas. During the Warring States period, ninjas reached their peak. Furthermore, with the arrival of that unfortunate interdimensional intruder, ninjas underwent significant changes. Ninjas with special abilities began to appear within ninja schools, making them even more powerful and brutal. Among the schools with the most mutant ninja were the IGA and Koga schools. Because these two schools boasted the largest number of ninja in Japan, they also boasted the most special ninja. Other smaller schools, during the surge in special ninja, were either conquered, absorbed, or simply wiped out. The Warring States period was arguably the peak of ninja activity. However, with the establishment of the Ishida shogunate, ninjas gradually lost their role and stage, falling into obscurity. If it weren't for the campaign to suppress the remnants of the Tokugawa clan, Fumikataro and his Koga ninjas would have been discarded like trash. As Hattori Kizo recounted his story, Zhao Hongyu gradually learned about the origins of the ninjas, their role during the Warring States period, and their current situation. "Kizo, don't the Koga ninjas have powerful figures like the Juninchu?" Zhao Hongyu had always been curious about this. Upon hearing this, Hattori Kizo replied, "Of course there was. However, before the Battle of Sekigahara, Fumikataro launched a surprise attack on our IGA clan. However, my eldest brother, Hattori Hanzo, counterattacked, and the Koga clan suffered heavy losses. However, we were also severely damaged at the time, so we did not assist His Highness Tokugawa during the Battle of Sekigahara. At the same time, some ninja from other schools were bribed by Fumikataro and became his accomplices. They frequently spread false information during the Battle of Sekigahara, leading to His Highness's ultimate defeat." Mentioning the decisive Battle of Sekigahara, Hattori Kizo's seemingly honest face flickered slightly. It was clear that he had never forgotten that incident. "Your Highness may not know, but I was blinded at that time." Hattori Kizo finally revealed a little secret. Zhao Hongyu was genuinely shocked after hearing this little secret. "Oh my. I had originally thought Hattori Kizo had been blind since birth, but it turned out that was not the case at all. He was originally a normal person. He was blinded later in life. It was Fumikataro who did it. His abilities are quite powerful." Hattori Kizo still seemed a bit shaken when he spoke of this. "Oh, what are his abilities?" Zhao Hongyu asked curiously. "I only suspected it. After all, I was struck by him after a split second of fighting. so I didn't really see his moves or abilities clearly. I was just guessing. An uncertain look crossed Hattori Kizo's face. Perhaps, it could be the manipulation of invisible wind. Hattori Kizo's answer plunged Zhao Hongyu into deep thought. Oh my god. Zhao Hongyu swallowed. A bitter taste of power lingered in his mouth. Could it be a psychic with the ability to manipulate the wind? Zhao Hongyu pondered. He now sincerely said to the unfortunate senior time traveler, you traveled through time, so why did you have to bring in this kind of psychic? Wouldn't it be better to let this space-time remain as it was? Now it's all right. The individuals he left behind had posed a significant threat and trouble. Fuumakatero is formidable. Do you have any way to deal with him? I'm worried the shogunate will send him against us. If that happens, I'll have to change my strategy, Zhao Hongyu said to Hattori Kizo after a wry smile. Not necessarily. Fuumakatero is quite old now. While he's a capable ninja, his age means he won't be able to fight us in person. Hattori Kizo's words made Zhao Hongyu breathe a sigh of relief. Great, so they too will age and die. If that's the case, there's no need to worry too much. During the Battle of Sekigahara, the elite members of the Koga Tenjinshi were wiped out, and even Hattori Hanzo was severely injured. But we, the Tenjinshi, survived, which is why we've been able to escape the Koga's pursuit all these years, Hattori Kizo continued. However, we have received reliable information that Koga's newly trained Koga 10 have been successful. If my suspicions are correct, Your Highness may face an attack from these individuals. Hattori Kizo has become even more resourceful since he lost his sight. Of course, he was previously the military advisor of the IGA Ryu, but his blindness has only heightened his focus and ingenuity. Are we going to deal with these individuals? I'm a little worried. Do I need to mobilize more soldiers ashore? Zhao Hongyu's composure immediately flared when he heard that Koga also had the Koga 10. Hattori Kizo smiled and said, Your Highness, they're in the open right now while we're in the dark, so with some planning we can deal with these individuals. While they possess powerful abilities, strictly speaking, they're no different from ordinary people. Hattori Kizo wasn't worried at all, appearing remarkably relaxed. He had been keeping a close eye on the Koga 10's emergence. However, after careful consideration, he decided to. He felt that the Koga 10 were not insurmountable. Zhao Hongyu had no idea what Hattori Kizo was relying on, so his curiosity piqued after hearing his words. Kizo, aren't you worried about the Koga 10? Zhao Hongyu leaned forward slightly, blinking curiously as he stared at the calm Hattori Kizo. After all, the Koga 10 possessed special abilities and had undergone rigorous training. They were arguably the most elite assassins of their time. Furthermore, they were masters of disguise, making them incredibly difficult to defend against. This was Zhao Hongyu's greatest concern. He didn't want to be assassinated one day by an Emma or a Sarah. That would be a truly grievous death. As if sensing Zhao Hongyu's nervousness and fear, Fuga Kizo raised his head, his gray eyes meeting Zhao Hongyu's. Your Highness, I have a plan. If it works, we can easily get rid of these people. Hattori Kizo seemed very confident when he said these words to Zhao Hongyu. What on earth could this blind man have? He actually said it so confidently. However, this blind man seemed to be very smart. So I might as well listen to it. Maybe he really has come up with a plan. Well, anyway, I'll just listen. Have you thought of what to do? How do you need my cooperation? Just tell me, Zhao Hongyu said to Hattori Kizo seriously. Hearing what Zhao Hongyu said, Hattori Kizo smiled. Your Highness, the Koga 10 people sound scary, and they have a great reputation. But in my opinion, they are actually people who don't live up to their reputation. When talking about the Koga 10 people, Hattori Kizo's face showed disdain. Your Highness, the Koga 10 are not like us. They were trained and cultivated by Fuumakatero over the past decade or so. They haven't experienced bloody slaughter or extensive combat. Hattori Kizo's words were perfectly understood by Zhao Hongyu. Indeed, according to Hattori Kizo, that was exactly the point. No matter how refined the Koga 10 are, no matter how powerful their abilities, they are still rookies in actual combat. After all, in combat, experienced individuals will use their experience and adapt to the situation to defeat far stronger opponents. This was no joke. Zhao Hongyu nodded and said, That's certainly true. If, as you say, the Koga 10 are truly like this, then if we plan carefully, we can truly eliminate them one by one. Hattori Kizo immediately laughed at Zhao Hongyu's words. From Zhao Hongai's tone, he could sense his genuine agreement. Could anything be happier than having their lord agree with them? Especially as ninjas, they value their lord's trust and approval above all else. Hattori Kezo could sense this from Zhao Hongai. However, Your Highness's concerns are not unfounded. So, to be on the safe side, I think we should make some careful plans. Hattori Kezo's smile gradually turned sinister. Oh, what are your plans? Zhao Hongai asked. Seeing Zhao Hongai's question, Hattori Kezo stood up with a sinister look, walked over to Zhao Hongai, and leaned over to whisper in his ear. Although Hattori Kezo was blind, he was no different from a normal person. Hum. It was unclear what Hattori Kezo was saying to Zhao Hongai, but Zhao Hongai kept making these hem sounds, his expression shifting constantly. Zhao Hongai's reaction indicated that he seemed to agree with Hattori Kezo's words and was also extremely interested. After a long moment, Fuga Kezo slowly knelt down, then sat there with a broad smile, his gray eyes fixed on Zhao Hongai. Zhao Hongai sat there, his chin resting on his right hand, lost in thought. After a long pause, Zhao Hongai finally spoke. How feasible is your plan? Hattori Kezo replied, a 60% chance. After all, the Koga 10 have little combat experience, so we can easily deceive them. As long as they fall into this trap, we have a 60% chance of defeating them. Hattori Kezo was a relatively mature man, so he never spoke with overconfidence. In fact, Hattori Kezo had great confidence in his plan, believing it had a 90% chance of success. A 90% chance was, to be honest, quite high. With such confidence, one could say there was nothing to worry about. But Hattori Kezo didn't dare to be too confident, so he tempered Zhao Hongai's words. This was also a sign of his relative prudence. After hearing Hattori Kezo's words, Zhao Hongai fell silent again. A 60% chance? Zhao Hongai felt that a 60% chance was not bad, at least better than a 50-50 chance. If he followed Hattori Kezo's advice, perhaps he could directly eliminate the Koga 10 that worried him. If he could truly eliminate the Koga 10, then Zhao Hongai would no longer have to worry about assassinations in Japan. The reason was simple. After the Warring States period, the Battle of Sekigahara, and the establishment of the Ishida shogunate, all the major Japanese ninja schools had been broken up, destroyed, or absorbed by the Koga Ryu. Therefore, as long as the Koga 10 were eliminated, there would be no need to worry about the remaining ninja posing any threat. With the most powerful 10 dealt with, what was there to worry about with the remaining smaller ones? A 60% chance isn't bad. I think we can carry out your plan. Zhao Hongai nodded, acknowledging the feasibility of Hattori Kezo's plan. Thank you, Your Highness. Hattori Kezo bowed and saluted. Then you may proceed. This plan must be implemented quickly. I estimate that the Koga ninjas from the shogunate will soon arrive in the Osaka area and launch an assassination attempt on me. Zhao Hongai was quite familiar with the Japanese mentality and methods. In his opinion, since they had ninjas available, the shogunate could definitely deploy them. It was simple. If it were him, he would use the same method. Just as Zhao Hongai and Hattori Kezo were discussing how to target the shogunate, a group of people arrived from the Nara area east of Osaka. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote or subscribe to it. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 663 Fleet Goes to Edo. As time passed, the threat from Edo Castle loomed larger and larger over Zhao Hongai and his men. However, while some people were concerned about the threat from Osaka, Zhao Hongai wasn't overly concerned, confident that he could withstand the shogunate's attack. However, not everyone shared his composure, as they didn't know what he was relying on. However, Zhao Hongai had his own concerns. If it were a conventional cold weapon war, Zhao Hongai wouldn't be afraid at all. What he cared about and feared was the possibility of assassination by the shogunate's ninja. This was what Zhao Hongai felt deeply uneasy about. Fortunately, he had luckily gained the allegiance of the Tokugawa remnants a few days ago, along with the addition of the IGA-10 Ninshu. This helped Zhao Hongai overcome this weakness. After the IGA-10 Ninshu arrived, they issued a unique call signal, summoning all the stray IGA Ryu ninjas to their camp. Therefore, Zhao Hongai now had a highly skilled ninja army under his command. Therefore, he could fully leverage the IGA Ryu, who had joined him, to confront the Koga Ryu of the shogunate. As long as he could resolve the shogunate's ninja problem, Zhao Hongai was fully confident that he could achieve his stated goal in Japan, defeating the shogunate's punitive forces and forcing them to cede Kyushu. Zhao Hongai hadn't considered a full-scale war with Japan, at least not now. While it wouldn't be impossible for Zhao Hongai to engage in a full-scale war, he hadn't come to the east to engage in a full-scale war with Japan. A full-scale war would require far more time, which would be highly unsuitable for Zhao Hongai's interests. Therefore, he had to abandon the idea for now. It wasn't that Zhao Hongai didn't want to do it, it was simply that he couldn't do it at this moment. Furthermore, if a full-scale war were to begin, Zhao Hongai, with his war-fighting strategy and his incredible cheating device, could inflict a heavy blow on Japan. Your Highness, we recently received news. The shogunate has dispatched 3 naval divisions, totaling 120 warships, from Enin and Arwaji Island in Shikoku, and Wakayama to the south, heading towards Osaka. It seems the shogunate intends to cut off our retreat and completely annihilate us here. That day, Hattori Chizuru, upon receiving news of the shogunate's navy, hurried to Zhao Hongai to inform him. Zhao Hongai burst into laughter, his expression filled with disdain and ferocity. It's good enough that I didn't bother their navy, but the shogunate actually sent its navy to bother me, Zhao Hongai said to Hattori Chizuru with a grim smile. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about that. I can easily deal with the shogunate's navy. Do they think my warships are just for show? With that, Zhao Hongai summoned the temporary commander of the Imperial Guard. Originally, the Imperial Guard was led by Wang Shan, but because Wang Shan wanted to develop the San Francisco area, Zhao Hongai had a replacement as the Imperial Guard's commander. This temporary commander was also a geneticist, so there was no need to worry about his loyalty. Your Highness, you're looking for me. The geneticist leader of the Imperial Guard approached Zhao Hongai and asked in a muffled voice. Zhao Hongai nodded. I have a mission for you. Head to the sea immediately. Meanwhile, Emma and Sarah, have them contact the fleet stationed at the port of Osaka Commercial Town and head south to the Pacific Ocean. The shogunate has dispatched a fleet of 120 warships, en route to their destination. They seem intent on annihilating our fleet right here, leaving us no chance of survival. As Zhao Hongai spoke these words, his expression dark and sinister. Yes, Your Highness, tell Sarah I appoint her as temporary fleet commander. Also, tell her that in times of battle, she can delegate command authority and let the individual captains make their own decisions. Yes, also tell Sarah that after defeating the shogunate's punitive fleet, have them quickly head for the Edo region. Bombard Edo Castle. Zhao Hongai was furious this time too. Hundreds of years from now, Edo Castle would be Japan's largest capital, Tokyo. It's just not called that yet. Both Edo Castle and the later Tokyo shared a significant weakness, their proximity to the coastline. An attack from the sea would put the entire city in grave danger. Zhao Hongai was aware of this. However, since the shogunate had actually sent a navy, he had to show them the strength of his fleet. It's rude not to reciprocate. Zhao Hongai could imagine that if his fleet bombarded Edo Castle, the shock it would cause the shogunate would be significant. After the fleet departed, his 800 men, plus 400 or 500 captured soldiers, would face the combined forces of Tajima and Danbo. However, Zhao Hongai wasn't worried at all. He was confident he could defeat the next 2 daimyo. The genetic leader took his orders and left, soon arriving at the beach. He then took a small boat to the warships on the sea, where he met Sarah and Emma. After conveying Zhao Hongai's orders to Emma and Sarah, he left the warships and returned to camp. Receiving Zhao Hongai's orders, Emma and Sarah didn't dare to neglect them. They immediately ordered the warships to raise anchor. Standing in camp, Zhao Hongai watched the 3 heavy battleships slowly depart from the sea, a cold glint in his eyes. Damn it! Since you want to kill us all here, then you'll have to taste my revenge. Otherwise, do you think I'm so easy to bully? Zhao Hongai had originally planned to have the fleet bombard the coastal cities and towns. However, considering that the fleet's artillery couldn't replenish its supplies without him, he discarded this idea. But just because he wouldn't do it now didn't mean he wouldn't do it in the future. Humph! Zhao Hongai's face darkened, suppressing the thought. If he found an opportunity, he would definitely put it into action. If then, the shogunate would be in big trouble. The fleet's departure cast a shadow of gloom over Liu Dabi and Master Wang. For them, the fleet was their only escape route. If they were defeated by the Japanese, they could immediately return to the sea and retreat calmly. But if even the fleet was destroyed, they would truly be doomed. Wang Fuzi and Liu Dabur had never witnessed a combat effectiveness of Zhao Hongayu's fleet, so when they learned that the shogunate had dispatched a fleet of over 120 warships, their hearts suddenly lifted. A heavy look settled on their faces, their worry palpable. Zhao Hongayu didn't bother explaining things to them. After all, sometimes talking too much can backfire. Therefore, Zhao Hongayu had the IGA ninjas monitor daily news from Tajima and Tanbo. Upon receiving the shogunate's orders, the daimyo of Tanbo and Tajima immediately began organizing their troops and assembling at Ono Castle west of Osaka. With the combined forces of the two daimyo, their force reached 6,000 foot soldiers, 1,600 elite Hatamoto warriors, and 2,000 cavalry, for a total of 9,600 men. For Japan, this was a formidable military force. After all, conventional warfare in Japan typically involves fewer than 5,000 men. Therefore, any battle involving more than 5,000 soldiers was considered a major battle, worthy of being recorded in history. This was in stark contrast to the Ming dynasty in China, where battles often involved over 100,000 men. Compared to the Ming, the battles in Japan were mere mortals. However, one thing must be acknowledged: while the Japanese battles were small-scale, their soldiers were exceptionally skilled and valiant. If not, the Japanese pirates wouldn't have posed such a significant threat to the Ming dynasty's coastal areas. This fact also fueled the Japanese's pride. Unfortunately, they had no idea of the true nature of the enemy they now faced. Zhao Hongayu and his men were beyond the comprehension of people of this era. Zhao Hongayu was certain to surprise the Japanese and teach them a lesson. 2 days had passed since the fleet's departure, and the atmosphere within the camp had been relentlessly subdued. Everyone knew they now faced not only a 10,000-man land attack from Tajima and Danbo, but also an attack from the Japanese Navy at the southern entrance to the sea. With this combined land and sea attack, Zhao Hongayu would be doomed if anything went wrong. Tokugawa Keio and the IGA Teninshu had already joined Zhao Hongayu. Although they knew the situation was dire, they remained committed to their duties and prepared to stand by Zhao Hongayu through thick and thin. This behavior earned Zhao Hongayu a higher regard. Liu Dabur and Wang Fuzi also gritted their teeth, ready to fight Zhao Hongayu to the bitter end. After all, Zhao Hongayu had rescued them from the Dutch and had saved their lives. Although Zhao Hongayu appeared to be in dire straits, the heroes of the Jianghu emphasized the importance of distinguishing between good and evil. They would not abandon Zhao Hongayu at this moment. This was the consensus of all the pirates. Zhao Hongayu was somewhat moved by the attitudes of the Tokugawa clan and the pirates. However, amidst these feelings, there was also a sense of disharmony. This disharmony came from the daimyo merchants and the captured soldiers in Osaka. To be continued. If you like this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian.com. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 664: Unstable Factors. The shrewd Ming merchants were deeply pessimistic about the situation Zhao Hongayu faced. Although he had defeated the attack from Osaka Castle, they doubted Zhao Hongayu could withstand the subsequent attack from Tajima and Danbo. That numbered nearly 10,000 men. The Ming merchants were well aware of the Japanese's combat effectiveness. They were definitely not ordinary troops. They could defeat a Ming army of thousands with just a few dozen men, even capturing a county town with tens of thousands. And how many men did Zhao Hongayu have? A mere 900 or so, including the captured Osaka soldiers, only 1,400 to 1,500. This was at least 4 or 5 times less than the combined strength of Danbo and Tajima. Furthermore, it wasn't certain that the captured Osaka soldiers would actually be able to fight. After all, they were all Japanese. A counterattack on the battlefield would be dangerous for Zhao Hongayu. Regardless of how one looked at it, the situation Zhao Hongayu faced was extremely precarious. So, after a private discussion, these Ming dynasty merchants took their leave. Although they coveted Zhao Hongayu's merchandise, they also had to live their lives. Zhao Hongayu's downfall was imminent. If they continued to cling to him, they would suffer the consequences if he was defeated by the Japanese. Therefore, the Ming dynasty merchants left Zhao Hongayu. They believed that Zhao Hongayu was doomed, and these people claiming to be descendants of the Song dynasty would surely perish in Japan. They had never considered that if things did not turn out as they had imagined, and Zhao Hongayu defeated the Japanese, then dealing with him in the future would be difficult. No one had considered this, because, in their minds, Zhao Hongayu was doomed. Zhao Hongayu did not try to persuade these Ming dynasty merchants to stay. When they wanted to leave, Zhao Hongyu let them go, expressing his understanding. At the same time, Zhao Hongyu offered a farewell. Zhao Hongyu's actions only served to humiliate the Ming Dynasty merchants. Humph. These guys, it won't be so easy to deal with them again in the future. Tong Lin, the genetically modified imperial guard standing beside Zhao Hongyu, said with a displeased expression as he watched the Ming Dynasty merchants depart. Zhao Hongyu smiled. That's perfectly normal. We can't be too harsh on them. But as you said, once we defeat the Tajima and Danbo armies and force the shogunate to surrender, if they come after us, we won't be so easy to deal with. In truth, Zhao Hongyu held no resentment at the daimyo merchant's choice. After all, he had interacted with these Ming Dynasty merchants for a long time, but they weren't very familiar with him. Furthermore, there was no vested interest involved, so their choice wasn't surprising at all. And there was no reason for him to insist that these Ming Dynasty merchants stay and face danger with him. It simply didn't make sense. Just as the Ming Dynasty merchants were considering, if he truly failed, they would also perish at the hands of the Japanese. If he were in their shoes, he would probably have chosen the same path. Therefore, the Ming Dynasty merchants' choice couldn't be said to be wrong. However, if they refused to share in hardship, they would certainly lose the benefits they would receive in the future. Zhao Hongyu understood this clearly. Once he defeated the shogunate and achieved his goal of occupying Kyushu, these Ming Dynasty merchants would undoubtedly reappear in his presence. However, by then, the prices he would offer them wouldn't be as cheap as they are now. At the very least, they would have to increase 5 or 6 times. Of course, these were matters for the future. First, he needed to defeat the Tajima and Danbo armies, then launch a sharp offensive against the shogunate, forcing it to surrender. Otherwise, all this would be a pipe dream. Now that he had the support of the Tokugawa clan, wouldn't it be easier if he used the Tokugawa clan's name? Zhao Hongyu began to ponder. No. We can't use the Tokugawa clan's banner now. This is definitely not the right time. Zhao Hongyu quickly rejected the idea. He reasoned that if he used the Tokugawa clan's banner now, regardless of the concerns of the other daimyo, the shogunate wouldn't just allow the 2 local daimyo to attack him, they might even unite the daimyo of all Japan to attack him. Although Zhao Hongyu was confident he could withstand any attack, he was still outnumbered. Therefore, it was still a risk. Therefore, it was better to start cautiously. Zhao Hongyu led the others back to the camp, and everyone's expressions were grim. The departure of the Ming Dynasty merchants clearly indicated a pessimistic outlook on their future. This made Master Wang, Liu Dabi, and the Tokugawa clan, apart from the Jin man, very uncomfortable. How are the Osaka captives doing now? Have they been behaving well lately? After entering the camp, Zhao Hongyu paused and looked in the direction of the prisoners. The captives have been feeling a bit unstable lately. It seems they've heard the news that the shogunate is sending a combined force from Tajima and Tanbo, so some have been rebelling these past few days. Eguchi Zazo and Koibuji, who had accompanied Zhao Hongyu to escort the daimyo merchants, had followed Zhao Hongyu. When Zhao Hongyu asked about the captives, Koibuji immediately responded. Eguchi Zazo remained silent after seeing Yuji answer the question. After all, Eguchi Zazo noticed Zhao Hongyu's displeasure and feared a rebuke if he revealed the captive's current state. So, he let Yuji speak. Oh, how did they know this? As Eguchi Zazo had anticipated, Zhao Hongyu's expression darkened after hearing Yuji's words. After all, the shogunate's dispatch of a combined force from Tajima and Tanbo was a military secret. If his own people knew, it wouldn't matter at all, but how did the captured soldiers in Osaka know? There was no way Zhao Hongyu's men would tell them this. So, Zhao Hongyu's face darkened. Your Highness, I suspect there are ninjas sent by the shogunate among the captives. They're the ones who leaked this information and are trying to start a rebellion? Koibuji observed Zhao Hongyu's expression before expressing his suspicions. Koibuji was clever, knowing when to speak and when to speak, unlike Eguchi Zazo, who was cautious and fearful of everything. Although Koibuji wasn't particularly courageous, he knew exactly when to assert himself and not back down. In this respect, Eguchi Zazo couldn't compare to Koibuji. Zhao Hongyu paused after hearing Koibuji's suspicions, but he didn't rush to express his own opinion. Instead, he turned his gaze to Hattori Kizo, who was following beside him. Although Hattori Kizo was blind, his senses were extremely sharp, even stronger than those with eyes. He hurried to Zhao Hongyu's side, lowering his voice so that only he and Zhao Hongyu could hear clearly, and said, "I've known about this for a long time. Hattori Chizuru has been keeping an eye on that guy. Koibuji is absolutely right. There are 8 Kogan ninjas among the captives, and they've been constantly inciting them to riot in the camp." Zhao Hongyu narrowed his eyes after hearing this. "Since you've already targeted them, I'll leave this matter to you. I imagine you must have your reasons for not taking action for so long. I won't ask about this matter." After thinking for a moment, Zhao Hongyu whispered to Hattori Kizo. Hattori Kizo was of course very grateful for Zhao Hongyu's trust and understanding. He knew very well that this trust and understanding was something his eldest brother, Hattori Hanzo, had never received, even when Tokugawa Ieyasu was still alive. Although Tokugawa Ieyasu accepted his eldest brother as a retainer, he was also wary of him. After all, the profession of ninja is considered the lowest in Japan. Even if you are very capable, you will still be discriminated against by others. But here, Hattori Kizo can feel the respect and trust. These Song people are not pretending to be hypocritical at all, their words are completely sincere. As a ninja, what else can he say to receive such respect? So, although Zhao Hongyu sincerely said that he would not ask about this matter, Hattori Kizo felt that he still needed to explain. "Your Highness, Kizo is very grateful for your trust and understanding. But as a subject, I think it is better to explain this matter." Zhao Hongyu shrugged his shoulders, looking very casual. "Okay, since you want to tell me, then I will listen." Hattori Kizo then said, "Your Highness, don't you think those captured soldiers need to be tested, huh?" Hattori Kizo continued, "Don't look at those captured soldiers cursing the Emperor and the Shogunate every day, but they are forced to do so. Your Highness doesn't want that, but to have them serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield, and perhaps even become soldiers under his command when he later supports the forces in Japan, right?" It must be said that Hattori Kizo saw this issue very clearly. Zhao Hongyu nodded, acknowledging Hattori Kizo's statement. "Haha, smart people are everywhere," Zhao Hongyu thought to himself, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote or subscribe to it. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 665, The Dark Clouds of the Expeditionary Force. Hattori Kizo saw through Zhao Hongyu's intentions regarding the Osaka captives, which wasn't surprising at all. Anyone with even a modicum of common sense would understand why Zhao Hongyu acted this way. Furthermore, Hattori Kizo was a sort of military strategist within the IGA Ryu. Forget trying to convince Hattori Kizo, even Koibuji Noguchi Zazo knew what Zhao Hongyu was planning. "So, how do you plan to utilize those infiltrating you and ninja?" Zhao Hongyu asked curiously. Hattori Kizo replied, "Your Highness, those Osaka captives have absolutely no loyalty to us. We can use the Kogan ninja to single out the less resolute ones. That's why I didn't immediately take drastic measures against them. Furthermore, they've been constantly inciting some of the captives to cause trouble, and we have full control over all of this." Zhao Hongyu immediately understood Hattori Kizo's plan. Clearly, he was using this opportunity to eliminate the unstable and dangerous elements among the captives. Zhao Hongyu had no objection to Hattori Kizo's arrangement, nor did he think there was anything wrong with it. After all, these captives would be driven to the battlefield, leading the charge. If they were instigated by someone with ulterior motives and turned against their own side, it would be quite troublesome. Therefore, taking this opportunity to eliminate those restless individuals who were hiding would be beneficial to him. "I see," Zhao Hongyu nodded. "By the way, aren't those Kogan ninjas one of the 10? Zhao Hongyu suddenly realized this, and his heart skipped a beat. Fuga Kizo knew what Zhao Hongyu was worried about, so he smiled and shook his head. "They're just some ninja soldiers. We can easily deal with them. It's precisely because we have control over the situation that we've let them go." Hattori Kizo's words put Zhao Hongyu completely at ease. "Your Highness, don't worry too much about this. I plan to deal with those guys today. Considering we're about to face war, they need to be eliminated." Zhao Hongyu handed these matters over to the IGA-10. He wouldn't worry about it anymore. Besides, there was no point in worrying. Zhao Hongyu really had no way to deal with ninjas, so, after Zhao Hongyu sent the Ming Dynasty merchants away, he immediately set about reorganizing the Osaka captives. That night, the Kogan ninja soldiers hidden among the captives were identified and executed one by one. They didn't even stand a chance to resist. Even if they did, it would be useless against the IGA-10, let alone the 10 who wouldn't even give them a chance. After dealing with the Koga ninja soldiers who had been hiding among the prisoners and inciting them, the Osaka captives who had been instigated by them were also identified one by one. These guys' fates were no better than those of the Koga ninja soldiers. They were all beheaded as a warning to the remaining captives. Then, Kaibuji announced that the IGA ninjas would carry large quantities of printed leaflets to Edo and other places to distribute them. This finally gave the remaining Osaka captives their last hope. Indeed, once those leaflets were distributed, they would have no way out. Initially, these men had assumed the foreigners were merely trying to scare them and wouldn't distribute the leaflets, which was why some of them harbored suspicious thoughts. But now they saw that the foreigners were serious. The slaughter in the prisoner camp that night had indeed pacified the Osaka soldiers. After the ninjas left with the leaflets, the Osaka captives resigned themselves to following Zhao Hongyu and his men through thick and thin. Seeing the Osaka captives' transformation, Iguchi Zazo and Kaibuji, who had been worried, breathed a sigh of relief. The next morning, the ninjas who had gone out to gather information returned with more grim news. The punitive force had arrived at Toyonaka, half a day's journey away. This meant that in just half a day, they would be engaged in battle. Based on this intelligence, Zhao Hongyu immediately gathered everyone and began to discuss the current situation. First, Zhao Hongyu's warships had already left Osaka to engage the shogunate's navy. Therefore, they now had no support from the fleet and had to engage Tao Fa's army head-on. Furthermore, Zhao Hongyu's current forces were significantly outnumbered by the punitive forces. 500 imperial guards, 300 bannermen, and over 100 former pirates like Master Wang and Liu Daba, totaled less than 1,000 men. Even if the captives from Osaka could serve, their combat effectiveness was highly questionable. Even so, including the captured soldiers from Osaka, Zhao Hongyu only had a force of 1,300 to 1,400 men at his disposal. Facing a punitive force of 9,600, Zhao Hongyu was clearly at a disadvantage. Fortunately, however, Zhao Hongyu had unloaded 36 24-pound cannons from the warships. With their power, Zhao Hongyu wouldn't be in danger of defeat. People of this era might not understand, but Zhao Hongyu knew firsthand the power of a volley of artillery. Although his troops were few in number, and several hundred of them were unreliable and their loyalty was far from guaranteed, Zhao Hongyu had information. With these 36 cannons, he could inflict a heavy loss on the punitive forces. This morning, he had called a meeting with his immediate staff to gauge their opinions. This would also allow him to better understand everyone's current thinking. Wang Fuzi, Liu Dabi, the temporary leader of the genetics, Iguchi Zaozo, and Kaibuji sat to Zhao Hongyu's left. Tokugawa Wakeo, Hattori Chizuru, and the IGA Tenjenshu sat to his right. This clearly showed that the two sides were clearly divided. I think everyone is well aware of the current situation. Zhao Hongyu spoke first. Toyonaka is only half a day's journey from our camp, so we'll face the punitive force at noon. As Zhao Hongyu spoke, his gaze slowly scanned the faces of the people, observing their reactions. Wang Fuzi and Liu Dabi both wore worried expressions, evidently worried about their own disadvantaged military strength. The genetics leader remained stern, his expression revealing nothing. Zhao Hongyu paid no attention to him. He knew the true nature of the genetics. Therefore, he paid no attention to the genetics leader. Although Iguchi Zazo pretended to be calm, his trembling arms told Zhao Hongyu he was genuinely terrified. Kaibuji's reaction was completely different. He knelt there in a serious manner, his face showing no sign of worry about the impending battle. This intrigued Zhao Hongyu. Could it be that this guy wasn't afraid? Or did he have other plans? Tokugawa Wakeo and Hattori Chizuru's reactions were similar, serious faces, ready for a fight to the death. It was clear that Tokugawa Wakeo and the others weren't optimistic they could defeat the punitive forces, but since they had already joined Zhao Hongyu, they had no choice but to fight them. We don't know who their general is, but judging by their march, I think their leader hopes to arrive here by noon and quickly engage in a decisive battle. Zhao Hongyu took in everyone's reactions, formed a conclusion, and then expressed his assessment of the punitive forces. What do you think of this? Zhao Hongyu asked after he finished speaking. After hearing the ninja's intelligence, everyone had a pretty good idea of what was going to happen next. What else could they think? It was nothing more than a desperate battle with the punitive army. Defeat them, and everyone would survive. Failure would mean death. Therefore, after Zhao Hongyu finished his question, no one spoke for a long time. For a moment, the atmosphere felt strangely off, leaving Zhao Hongyu feeling somewhat helpless. Your Highness, could we capture Osaka Castle? And then, using it as a base, fight the punitive army. Just as Zhao Hongyu was about to mention his 36 cannons, Master Wang spoke up with a few thoughts. In Master Wang's opinion, it was highly unreliable for them to engage the punitive army in a field battle with their limited numbers. Therefore, if they wanted to survive, they should leave this area and seize Osaka Castle. Then, relying on its defenses, they could use it to defeat the punitive army. However, no one was optimistic about Master Wang's proposal. After all, with a punitive army now pressing in, considering capturing Osaka Castle was unrealistic. Furthermore, they didn't have much time. The punitive army was only half a day's journey away, meaning they had to capture Osaka Castle within half a day. If they couldn't capture Osaka Castle within half a day, they would face being attacked from both sides. That won't work. We don't have much time. Capturing Osaka Castle in half a day is unrealistic. If we manage to capture Osaka Castle in half a day, we'll be in trouble, said Hattori Kizo. One of the 10. Master Wang knew his proposal was unreliable, but he couldn't think of any other solution. As soon as Hattori Kizo finished speaking, Kaibuji, who had been so composed until then, spoke up. Actually, our situation isn't that bad. Everyone's just being overly worried. Kaibuji's words caught everyone's attention. Zhao Hongyu glanced thoughtfully at Kaibuji. He didn't think his attack was off the mark. After all, from what he'd observed earlier, Kaibuji had been remarkably calm. Perhaps this guy actually had a plan? He just didn't know what it was. He'd long heard Kaibuji was incredibly clever, and he wanted to see just how clever he truly was. Kaibuji sensed everyone's attention, but he remained unmoved. He simply smiled faintly and asked, "Your Highness, have you managed to retrieve the 36 cannons from the warship?" Everyone was stunned, unsure of what Kaibuji's question was. Could defeating the punitive army have anything to do with these cannons? Only Zhao Hongyu smiled knowingly at Kaibuji's question. He felt that Kaibuji's claims of intelligence might be an understatement. Perhaps this guy was truly a talent. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Seeing Zhao Hongyu's admission, Kaibuji's smile widened. Our reliance on these 36 artillery pieces to defeat the punitive army, Kaibuji declared decisively. Wow! How is that even possible? Artillery, that thing, could defeat a punitive army of nearly 10,000 men? This is no joke. Aside from Zhao Hongyu and the temporary leader of the genetics, everyone stared at Kaibuji in amazement. Their looks were indescribably strange, especially Iguchi Zazo, who sat closest to Kaibuji, right next to him. The way they looked at him was as if they were looking at an alien. Of course, that presupposed Iguchi Zazo knew what an alien was. Obviously, Iguchi Zazo wouldn't know that. But that didn't stop Iguchi Zazo from looking at Kaibuji with such a strange look. Kaib-kun, what do you mean by that? Can those artillery pieces defeat the punitive army? The first person to ask the question was Tokugawa Keo. She was now Zhao Hongyu's general and the general of the ninja army under Zhao Hongyu, so she could attend such an important military meeting. After Tokugawa Keo asked this question, Hattori Chizuru and others looked at Kaibuji with shining eyes, waiting for his answer. Kaibuji looked at Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu smiled and encouraged him, which made Kaibuji feel more confident. In fact, Zhao Hongyu also wanted to hear what Kaibuji would say. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and monthly vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to to read. Chapter 666, A Promising Talent? Of course, Kaibuji nodded as he faced the glittering gazes of the crowd. Everyone was utterly baffled. Where did Kaibuji get such confidence? He actually thought he could defeat the invading army with only 36 cannons. It was a complete joke. It was fair to say that, aside from Zhao Hongyu, no one believed Kaibuji's words. This wasn't surprising at all. After all, cannons were still quite unpopular in Japan. If it weren't for those Europeans coming to Japan to trade, the Japanese wouldn't even know what cannons were. It could be said that the Japanese of this era were extremely ignorant. The Japanese of this era were unlike the Ming Dynasty in China. After all, the Ming Dynasty still had things like the fire dragon cannon, and after coming into contact with Europeans, the Ming Dynasty also began to equip itself with cannons. In this respect, The Japanese couldn't compare. It was a matter of misunderstanding. Don't think I'm just talking nonsense. If we want to defeat the punitive forces this time, we really need these artillery pieces. Koibuji's expression turned serious. He then explained his plan for using the artillery. Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but feel a surge of disappointment. It seemed that, due to the gap in time, Koibuji's ideas differed significantly from Zhao Hongyu's. However, Zhao Hongyu also knew that Koibuji's ability to think this far was truly remarkable. At the very least, he saw something beyond his time in Koibuji. This was something truly rare. Koibuji's plan was to place the artillery pieces in a circle. Once the punitive forces arrived, they would fire together. This would surely defeat them. Everyone except Zhao Hongyu was stunned by Koibuji's fantastical proposal. In fact, even Zhao Hongyu was surprised for a moment, then he was left in a state of confusion. Koibuji's proposal was completely utterly absurd. If they really followed his suggestion, let alone fighting, even the artillery would be in jeopardy. However, Koibuji himself was very confident in his proposal. Koibuji turned around and watched Zhao Hongyu begin his request seriously. Zhao Hongyu waved his hand, leaving Koibuji disappointed. However, Zhao Hongyu didn't let Koibuji's disappointment last. He said, "Your suggestion is good, but the way you're using the artillery is wrong. It won't unleash its full power and will only render it useless." Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but point out the reason behind Koibuji's proposed method. Hearing Zhao Hongyu's words, Koibuji looked at him with curiosity. Zhao Hongyu understood. Koibuji was waiting for an explanation. Everyone else looked at Zhao Hongyu, eager to hear what he had to say. In anticipation, Zhao Hongyu laid out his plan for using artillery and the tactics he would employ to defeat the punitive forces once they arrived. Compared to Koibuji's method, Zhao Hongyu's was much easier to understand. Actually, Zhao Hongyu's method wasn't particularly technical, it simply consisted of concentrated fire. However, considering Japan had no precedent for using artillery in land warfare, Zhao Hongyu felt he could easily defeat the punitive forces with just artillery. Hundreds of soldiers lined up for execution, plus 36 cannons. It was definitely not a small force. This was why Zhao Hongyu was so confident he could defeat the punitive forces and wasn't worried at all. "Your Highness, is this artillery really that powerful?" Tokugawa Keio asked weakly. After asking the question, she quickly lowered her head. It looked like the little girl had mustered up a lot of courage to ask this question. Wasn't it true that after asking the question, she had already used up all her courage and started playing ostrich? Zhao Hongyu simply smiled faintly after seeing Tokugawa Keio's adorable reaction. "I wonder if anyone here has ever seen artillery fire." Zhao Hongyu had just finished speaking when everyone started talking in a flurry. "I've seen it. Osaka Castle was destroyed some time ago. It was bombarded, right? Yes, yes. I was also thinking of saying I saw Osaka Castle being bombarded. Ugh." Zhao Hongyu was visibly stunned after hearing what everyone said. "Okay. Ahem." Zhao Hongyu coughed sheepishly, causing everyone to slowly quiet down. "In Japan, apart from at sea, has anyone seen artillery used in land battles?" Zhao Hongyu asked, and everyone immediately shook their heads, saying they had never seen it. Hattori Chizuru, the tomboy, shouted to Zhao Hongyu, "Your Highness, aren't cannons only used on ships at sea? Could they really be used in land battles?" Indeed, in Japan at that time, people's mindsets weren't that open-minded, and their understanding was severely limited. Even people like Hattori Chizuru were no exception. In the Japanese view, cannons were meant to be used on ships at sea, never in land battles. It's not surprising that the Japanese hadn't considered this. The cannons of this era were far less sophisticated than those of 100 years later. Furthermore, moving them was a major challenge. After all, a cannon built with the technology of that era was incredibly heavy. Simply moving it would require immense effort. And even if it were possible, what good would it do? The range and trajectory of the cannon were other issues that needed to be considered. They couldn't just fire randomly into the air. After all, cannons were meant to bombard the enemy. But for the Japanese, this was a problem they couldn't solve. Not to mention the Japanese, even Europeans face many problems right now. So, this is why the Japanese don't use artillery. Are there truly no enlightened people in Japan? That's simply not the case. After all, even muskets were being used, so how could no one have paid attention to artillery? Europeans trading with Japan would have revealed information about this subject. Therefore, it's only natural that knowledgeable Japanese would have noticed artillery. However, considering the many flaws of artillery, which were difficult to overcome, and the fact that cold weapons were the mainstream in Japan at that time, coupled with funding issues, the Japanese abandoned artillery for land warfare. Zhao Hongyu and the others were unaware of these reasons. Of course, artillery is used in land warfare. After all, it's extremely powerful in land warfare, Zhao Hongyu replied with a smile. However, his answer didn't exactly satisfy Chizuru. Hattori Chizuru continued, Your Highness, that's true. I know cannons are powerful at sea, but how do you move them on land and adjust their muzzles? Hattori Chizuru was no unlearned girl. Especially as a ninja, her knowledge was incredibly diverse. It could be said that a qualified ninja knew a bit of everything. Elite ninjas not only had to understand, but also master it. Hattori Chizuru, single-mindedly devoted to the art of ninja, was just that kind of person. Therefore, she understood the strengths and weaknesses of cannons. However, her thinking remained confined to the limitations of her time. Like any other normal person, Hattori Chizuru believed that cannons, as weapons, were essentially useless once they left the warship, becoming nothing more than a pile of iron junk. But how could her perspective, and everyone else's, be the same as Zhao Hongyu's? Zhao Hongyu wasn't from this era or time, he came from another, and he knew this all too well. Haha, of course I solved that problem. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said that, so don't worry, Zhao Hongyu said to Hattori Chizuru with a smile. He then began explaining how to use the artillery, explaining its range and power. Although Zhao Hongyu managed to give everyone a rough understanding through his words, he could still see confusion on their faces. But if they didn't understand, then he wouldn't explain it to them all at once. He could only wait until the battle with the punitive forces, then unleash the artillery and let them witness its power firsthand. Only then could they experience and feel the power of the artillery firsthand and clearly understand its purpose. Quickly, under Zhao Hongyu's leadership, everyone made arrangements for the approaching punitive forces. The initial proposal to attack Osaka Castle and use it as a base was rejected by everyone. Ultimately, everyone decided to follow Zhao Hongyu and engage in a field battle against the incoming punitive forces. But before that, Zhao Hongyu specifically warned Hattori Kizo and the others to be wary of attacks from the Koga ninjas. Who knows if the Koga ninjas might suddenly appear before they engage the expeditionary force. Such things are unpredictable. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongyu also kept Koibuji with him, intending to teach him a lesson. Koibuji was the only one who had thought of using artillery, even though his suggestion was quite annoying. To be continued. If you like this work, please vote or subscribe to it. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please visit M to read. Chapter 667, A Promising Talent? Disband, everyone. Get ready. The punitive army will likely collapse by noon. By then, we'll undoubtedly face a major battle, so everyone, get ready. Koibuji, please stay for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Zhao Hongyu waved his hand, dismissing the impromptu meeting. Everyone stood up and filed out of the tent. Koibuji, who had been left behind by Zhao Hongyu, showed no signs of excitement. He remained kneeling calmly. He truly is a clever fellow. Zhao Hongyu glanced at Koibuji and thought to himself. Koibuji, on the other hand, pondered the matter and immediately understood the young prince's intention to keep him. After everyone had left, Zhao Hongyu addressed Koibuji, how did you come up with the idea of using artillery? As far as I know, in Japan, artillery isn't used in land warfare. At most, muskets are used. Zhao Hongyu first raised a question. In response to Zhao Hongyu's question, Koibuji replied, I had no choice but to use artillery. The punitive force outnumbers us many times over. And while the Osaka captives have agreed to join us, their loyalty is very low, and there's no guarantee they won't defect in the battlefield. Koibuji slowly revealed his true intentions to Zhao Hongyu. So I thought of using artillery. After all, artillery, used on the Nanman warships, is incredibly powerful. So, I wondered if dismantling it would also allow it to be used in land battles. Zhao Hongyu nodded silently as he listened. It must be said that Koibuji's intelligence and vision surpassed those of some of his Japanese contemporaries. Unfortunately, he was still limited by the limitations of his time. Koibuji hadn't considered the issue of mobility or the road. In reality, Zhao Hongyu understood Koibuji perfectly. Just as he'd said, they were about to face an attack from the punitive force. Moreover, the military strength between their own side and the punitive force was truly at a significant disadvantage. Therefore, Kaibuji was forced to consider other methods to see if they could gain a slight advantage. Finally, after much deliberation, he came up with the idea of artillery. Zhao Hongyu had indeed unloaded a considerable amount of artillery from the warships over the past few days, and Kaibuji had observed this. Kaibuji knew that this young prince would definitely not remove artillery for no reason, so there was only one possibility, that this prince intended to use this weapon in the next battle. Although Kaibuji didn't know how to use it, that didn't stop him from proposing such an idea. The clever Kaibuji guessed that Zhao Hongyu intended to use artillery, so he cleverly proposed this idea himself. Sure enough, he caught Zhao Hongyu's attention. In reality, all of this was just Kaibuji's little trick, and it was a remarkably successful one. Zhao Hongyu was unaware of Kaibuji's subtle plan. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't have reacted. Well, that's a good idea. Zhao Hongyu nodded to Kaibuji with satisfaction, his gaze tinged with a hint of admiration. Kaibuji had been secretly observing Zhao Hongyu's reaction, and when he saw that admiring look, his heart suddenly lit up. It seems my painstaking efforts have paid off. This young prince really wants to use artillery. I did the right thing this time, earning his admiration. Eguchi Zaozo, you idiot, what right do you have to stand above me? From now on, I, Kaibuji, will definitely climb over you and have you call me Sir. Kaibuji felt a small surge of excitement, but his face showed no sign of it. After all, for Kaibuji, if he truly wanted to win Zhao Hongyu's favor and make him truly considered one of his own, he would have a long way to go. Furthermore, there were no shortcuts to this path. Therefore, Kaibuji could only proceed step by step, using small actions to gain Zhao Hongyu's trust and favor. Kaibuji was well aware of these intricacies. For Kaibuji, since he had already surrendered to Zhao Hongyu and become his lackey, he had to consider the future for himself and his wife. Currently, he was still a slave lieutenant, a position he desperately hoped to shed in order to pursue greater advancement. Furthermore, Kaibuji discovered that Zhao Hongyu and his men didn't judge people by appearances. Furthermore, no one harbored any greed for his wife, who bore a striking resemblance to a certain actress. These were things he had never encountered in Osaka Castle. For Kaibuji, these were, of course, good things. Without judging people by appearances, Kaibuji could rely entirely on his skills and cleverness to elevate his status. Kaibuji was very confident in his abilities. However, the main reason he had struggled so poorly in Osaka Castle was because the castle lord, Ishida Gadachi, looked down on him because he was overweight. This left him with no room to flourish. Furthermore, there were too many jealous individuals in Osaka Castle, and if he wasn't careful, they would have taken advantage of him. Therefore, Kaibuji wisely chose to keep a low profile. Otherwise, he would have died countless times. Now, he had escaped from Osaka Castle and become a captive of Zhao Hongyu. Under pressure, to survive, he stepped forward and joined Zhao Hongyu and his men. It was originally a helpless choice, but Kaibuji discovered that life here was actually quite good. No one here looked down on anyone. And, most importantly, he discovered that if you had real talent, you could make a name for yourself here. Although these people faced many challenges, Kaibuji had decided to join them. After all, work didn't matter where you went. At least you had to find a place where you felt comfortable. Kaibuji found this place quite good, because it would allow him to unleash his talents without having to worry about those villains. This thought became even stronger after his wife was rescued. Of course, there were villains too. For Kaibuji, his immediate superior, Eguchi Zazo, was one such person. However, Eguchi Zazo was not taken seriously by Kaibuji, as Kaibuji simply didn't believe he was a match for him. Humph, just a fisherman. Just as Kaibuji was daydreaming, Zhao Hongyu spoke, "We are facing an attack from the punitive army, and time is running out. But I think I can teach you something later. If you're interested, I can teach you artillery tactics and let you command an artillery regiment." Kaibuji didn't know how large the artillery regiment was, but he understood the implication of Zhao Hongyu's words. This meant that he could break away from Eguchi Zazo and become the commander of an independent unit. At the very least, his position would be much stronger than it was now. And judging by His Highness's words, he highly values the artillery unit, which is another boon for him. To be a prominent general, This status and position, ahaha. Koibuji really wanted to burst into laughter to express his joy. But he knew he couldn't. So, he suppressed his excitement. Maintaining a calm expression, he bowed to Zhao Hongyu and replied. Oh, I will definitely not let your highness down. Zhao Hongyu sat up straight, looked at Koibuji, and nodded with satisfaction. I have confidence in you. I promise that as long as you are truly loyal to me, I will give you benefits that you cannot get here, and you can't even imagine. Without waiting for Koibuji to continue his declaration of loyalty, Zhao Hongyu asked, You are still a slave lieutenant general now, right? Zhao Hongyu thought of the status he had given Koibuji. Koibuji nodded, Yes, your highness. After answering Zhao Hongyu, a thought struck him. Why did this young man ask this question? Could it be that I would soon be free from my slavery? At this thought, Koibuji's suppressed excitement slowly began to boil over again. After this battle, I will begin personally teaching you artillery tactics. At that time, I will free you from slavery and grant you a formal official position. But first, I want you to understand that once you hold an official position, you will no longer be Japanese and will need to renounce your nationality. Nationality? Koibuji looked puzzled at Zhao Hongyu's reaction. Oh, you want me to renounce my Japanese identity, right? Koibuji asked. Zhao Hongyu nodded, acknowledging the point. Koibuji was quite nonchalant about this. In that era, the concept of nation-state was still quite indifferent among the general public, especially those around the Ming dynasty, including Wukoku. Only the people of the Ming dynasty had a clear understanding of their country's ancestors and would not easily abandon them. However, their concept of the country was limited to the imperial court. However, even so, it was still better than other countries in the world at that time. As a Japanese, Koibuji's loyalty to the country and the imperial court was uncertain. I have no problem here. I will follow your highness's arrangements. Meanwhile, in the secluded forest outside Zhao Hongyu's camp, a group of men and women in various clothing were hiding. They began to survey the camp and plan something, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote or vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 668, Disagreement Among the Koga Clan. Just as Zhao Hongyu was chatting with Koibuji, Hattori Kizo lifted the curtain of the tent and walked in. His face was very solemn, and it was obvious that something was wrong. Moreover, the matter was very important. Otherwise, Hattori Kizo, who is always very calm, would never have such a solemn look on his face. Zhao Hongyu raised his eyelids and took a look, then said to Koibuji, Okay, you must remember what I said to you and think about it carefully when you go back. I have something to do here now, so you should go back and prepare first. The expeditionary force will arrive at noon, and we will inevitably have a fierce battle. You have to make those captured soldiers show some spirit. Oh. Koibuji was very perceptive. He certainly knew that Zhao Hongyu had something important to say, so he couldn't stay here. So, after responding, he got up and said goodbye and left the tent. Only after Koibuji left the tent did Zhao Hongyu straighten himself and look towards Hattori Kizo, asking, Kizo, you look so serious. Did something happen? Hattori Kizo then walked up to Zhao Hongyu, knelt down, and said, Your Highness, we've spotted Koga ninjas in the forest not far from our camp. These guys don't look like ordinary ninjas. They might be the Koga 10. Zhao Hongyu's body trembled, his absent-minded expression instantly gone, and he became extremely serious. Can you confirm this? Zhao Hongyu asked. Hattori Kizo shook his head. If we need confirmation, then we'll have to take action. Once we do, we'll fight to the death. But I'm worried they might pose a threat to your safety, so, don't worry about me. The punitive force will arrive at noon, and we must eliminate these people before they arrive. Otherwise, they'll cause trouble when we start the battle, and that would put us in even greater danger. Zhao Hongyu expressed his opinion on the matter. Upon hearing this, Hattori Kizo nodded in agreement. Very well, I'll leave Hattori Chizuru behind to protect his highness. Hattori Kizo nodded at Zhao Hongyu. Then he immediately turned and walked out. Not long after Hattori Kizo left, Hattori Chizuru walked in. Everything is up to you, Upon seeing Hattori Chizuru, Zhao Hongyu smiled at the little girl. Hattori Chizuru returned the smile, but this time the little girl didn't say much. Instead, she leisurely walked to Zhao Hongyu's side, knelt down, and closed her eyes. It was obvious that Hattori Chizuru also knew what was about to happen. This was no time for jokes. The tent suddenly became extremely quiet, which made Zhao Hongyu feel a little uncomfortable. Do you think those Kogan ninjas will cause trouble for others? If their target isn't me, but the other generals, this could become a bit tricky. Zhao Hongyu spoke to Hattori Chizuru about his concerns. It could be considered as a way to ease the tension in my heart. After all, those ninjas were so elusive. Zhao Hongyu never knew when they would suddenly appear from the sky or underground and attack him. Or, they would appear out of thin air in front of him and chop down the katanas in their hands. These things were not impossible. Zhao Hongyu looked at the still very young Hattori Chizuru, looking at her still very green face. This made Zhao Hongyu feel uneasy. A young girl, could she really guarantee her own safety? Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but think in his heart. Don't look at Hattori Chizuru with 3 katanas on each side of her waist. But how can she use them? That's a total of 6 katanas, and she only has 2 arms. As if sensing Zhao Hongyu's uneasiness, Hattori Chizuru opened her eyes and blinked at Zhao Hongyu. Her long black eyelashes trembled, and her big watery eyes were very bright. Your Highness, are you a little worried that I can't protect you? Oh. Zhao Hongyu's face flushed red at the sudden revelation of his feelings. Before Zhao Hongyu could even begin to explain, Hattori Chizuru smiled and said, "Don't underestimate Chizuru. I'm very powerful. Although I can't tell your Highness how powerful I am, I can at least protect you." Hattori Chizuru playfully winked at Zhao Hongyu and said with a grin, "Damn, being looked down upon by a little brat." Zhao Hongyu's face flushed and burned. Zhao Hongyu's mental age was far less youthful than his appearance. Even if Hattori Chizuru racked her brains, she could never have imagined that within the body of the boy beside her lay a very mature soul. And to Zhao Hongyu, she was truly a little brat. However, since Hattori Chizuru didn't know this, she naturally teased him. To Hattori Chizuru, the prince she felt embarrassed about and whose face was red was truly adorable. She couldn't help but tease him a little. Besides, the anger just now was somewhat suppressed. Hattori Chizuru was using this method to make Zhao Hongyu relax a little. Otherwise, why was he always so depressed? Even if those Kogan ninjas came, so what? It would be a life or death battle, nothing serious. She had been following her father since she was a child, facing various pursuits and witnessing many deaths and killings. She was accustomed to the blood and gore. Therefore, her mentality was very calm. In this respect, Zhao Hongyu was not inferior to Hattori Chizuru. Your Highness, don't worry too much. My uncle and his men have a lot of fighting experience, which is not comparable to those newly debuted Koga Tenjinshu. Although we are all extraordinary ninjas, experience can often determine whether they live or die. Zhao Hongyu never expected that Hattori Chizuru would suddenly say such touching words to him. Was it to comfort him? Zhao Hongyu shook his head. Because it was a bit like Hattori Chizuru was cheering him up. When Zhao Hongyu thought about this, he suddenly felt that Hattori Chizuru was actually a child. Dividing line, in the forest outside Zhao Hongyu's makeshift camp, behind the dense vegetation, a group of people dressed in various clothes, seemingly ordinary people, were chatting non-stop. Leader, these foreign camps are no obstacle to us at all. I think if we rush in, we can easily kill these foreign leaders. A young man wearing blood-red Japanese armor, who looked like a military commander, said to an amiable old man wearing a kimono. Surrounding the two of them were 7 or 8 other men and women. These men and women were dressed in various ways, some resembling small merchants, while others resembled farmers. God knows what these people were planning, hiding around Zhao Hongyu's camp. Could it be that they thought they could storm Zhao Hongyu's camp with just their small numbers? The old man reached into his arms and pulled out a small pipe. He deftly pulled a little tobacco from his belt and placed it in the copper bowl. Without even proposing a lighter, he simply extended his left hand and pressed the tobacco. It mysteriously ignited. Puff. Puff. The old man took a few puffs, puffing out a puff of green smoke. Kagoro, our primary mission in Osaka isn't to target these foreigners, don't you understand? The old man, whom the young man called Chief, glanced at Kagoro, causing him to shudder. Chief, of course you understand. But we also have another mission, to assassinate the leader of these foreigners. Kogoro could see the old man didn't want to provoke them, so he reluctantly continued. To us, the IGA ninja are the most important. These foreigners are the least important. Don't you understand? The old man took 2 more puffs of his tobacco and spoke softly. Have you ever considered that if we start to cause trouble for these foreigners, and those IGA Ryu guys are nearby and sense our presence, they'll become wary of us? The old man had his own considerations, so he didn't even bother to consider the young man's suggestion. The old man had barely finished speaking when a seductive woman in a short black kimono across from him spoke. Boss Goda, we all know what you mean. But Kogoro means well. After all, those foreigners are our target, too. I think his suggestion is not wrong. The woman's voice was incredibly coquettish, so coquettish it could make one tremble. One wondered how she'd cultivated her voice to such a degree. Her voice, especially when soft and gentle, like a lover's whisper, could captivate anyone, completely ignoring any murderous intent. As she spoke, she flirted with the old man she addressed as Boss Goda. Unfortunately, this gesture was destined to be a learning experience. Because the old man didn't react at all. Coco, don't try that on me. Don't you see how old I am? I don't have that desire anymore, the old man said, looking at her with a pointed expression. Hearing the old man's words, the woman in the black kimono named Coco chuckled softly. Her laughter, though quiet, was still captivating. Put away your tricks. Only Kogoro would be interested in you, a bald, muscular man over 2 meters tall sitting beside Coco said with a disdainful laugh. Coco rolled her eyes, her face full of disdain. However, she stopped laughing as promised. The others remained silent, all looking at the old man named Coco, awaiting his orders. It was clear that the old man Coco addressed as Boss Coco was their leader. Goda tapped the pipe in his hand, then returned it to his lap. I still say the same thing. There's no need to provoke these foreigners right now. Our target is the IGA Ryu guys. Once we've dealt with them, we can then turn around and deal with these foreigners, understand? The old man stated his decision with an unquestionable tone. Kogoro, undeterred by this decision, simply gave the old man a cold look. Seeing Kogoro's proposal rejected, he became displeased. Coco also frowned and snorted, revealing her unusual affection for Kogoro. Before we left, the shogun had already sent orders to the daimyo of Tajima and Shanbo to combine forces to suppress these foreigners. If my calculations are correct, they're almost here now, Goda said calmly. So, let's leave this matter to the punitive forces. Let's just complete our mission. With that, Goda glanced at the crowd. Kogoro was clearly deeply dissatisfied with this decision. Back in Kagari, this guy had always been taking advantage of his age and was deeply dissatisfied with him. Hence, he'd constantly provoked him. It wasn't Kogoro's fault, really. He was too young and in the midst of a rebellious youth. How about this? Let's split up. You go find those IGA Ryu guys, and I'll stay and find a chance to deal with these foreigners, Kogoro suggested. He then asked, who wants to stay with me? The black kimono-clad woman, Kakako, who had supported him earlier, immediately agreed to stay with him. Besides Kakako, there was also a very ugly guy. Aside from those 3, the rest of the group remained silent, clearly intent on following Goda. Kogoro wasn't the least bit discouraged by this outcome. Shinbai is willing to stay, and with Kakako, the 3 of us are more than enough, Kogoro said happily. No, before he could finish, Goda interrupted him. Kuroda's expression turned grave. Kogoro, if you provoke me under normal circumstances, I wouldn't mind. But please understand this moment. I can't allow you to do something like this right now. Goto's eyes narrowed slowly, and he spoke slowly, looking at Kogoro with a stern look. From Goto's expression, it was clear that he was in a state of extreme anger. However, this anger was being suppressed. God knows when it would explode. However, Kogoro met his gaze fearlessly, not caring about Goto at all. To be continued. If you liked this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian.com. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 669 Kogoro's Victory. Although Goda's tone was calm, those who knew him understood that he was already on the verge of a rage. Just the slightest spark would have him lashing out. But Kogoro, the instigator, didn't care. He stared at Goda fearlessly, even a hint of eagerness in his eyes. Kogoro had always been deeply dissatisfied with Goda's position as leader. Even when he was in Koga, he'd considered challenging his position. However, Gota's position was established by Furumakotaro, and even Kagoro had no way to change it. Although he didn't know Gota's skills, Kagoro felt he could defeat the old man. After all, he was very young, wasn't he? If he could anger Gota now, clash with him and defeat him, then it would be a chance to challenge Gota's position. Kagoro's fingers moved imperceptibly, ready to strike. If Gota made a move, he would give him a hard time. Beside Kagoro, Koko watched Gota nervously, worried for Kagoro's safety. While no one knew the true nature of anyone's abilities, Koko, with her delicate and sensitive sixth sense, felt that Gota was quite formidable. Furthermore, every time Gota smoked, he could light the tobacco without using a flint. Could Gota's ability be fire control? However, Koko quickly dismissed the thought. For elite warriors like the 10 men, their abilities couldn't be revealed casually. They were their very strength. If revealed prematurely, their abilities could be easily exploited, making them extremely dangerous. Therefore, Koko didn't believe Gota's ability was simply fire control. Perhaps he was doing this to conceal something and mislead the enemy. Unlike the youngsters, Gota possessed a wealth of experience in combat. In Kagari, besides Furumakotaro, the older man, Gota, possessed the most experience in combat. After all, he is the one who survived the Sekigahara battle and encircled Hattori Hanzo, so he has a lot on his mind. For example, it is easy to do some tricks to confuse the enemy. I hope Kagoro can think this through, otherwise he will suffer a great loss. Koko shifted her gaze from Gota to Kagoro. Her eyes were full of worry. Unfortunately, Kagoro did not feel Koko's concerned and worried look at all. At this moment, Kagoro's mind was full of how to irritate Gota and defeat him so that he would have no face at all, and then shake his position in the whole team. Humph! Why can an old guy be the leader? Instead of relying on his ability. I, Kagoro, am not without ability. Why must I be under the command of an old man? I don't accept it. I, Kagoro, don't accept it. Gota seemed to understand Kagoro's thoughts very well. He clasped his hands together and looked at Kagoro with a calm expression for a long time. Well, since you want to stay, I have no objection. Everyone must bear witness to this. It wasn't Goto who wanted to do this, but Kagoro's insistence. No one could have imagined Goto would say such a thing. The tense atmosphere immediately subsided with Goto's words. Phew. As soon as Goto spoke, Koko and Shinbei, the ugly man who had agreed to stay at Kagoro's request, breathed a sigh of relief. In reality, neither of them wanted Kagoro and Goto to clash. They were both elite Kogen ninjas with powerful abilities, and their methods were extremely brutal. It was safe to say that if Kagoro and Goto clashed, injuries would undoubtedly occur. Even death was possible. After all, their abilities were so formidable that once they started, they couldn't stop. If a conflict erupted over such a small matter, and any casualties occurred, no one wanted to see it. Only a young man like Kagoro would be so reckless and riotous. He was young after all. But Goto couldn't help but consider what would happen if he took action. Kagoro was young and could act without regard for the consequences, but Goto couldn't. Furumakotaro had appointed him leader precisely because these young men were inexperienced, and he feared they would fall into the traps of the cunning and experienced Iga Ryu. However, no one could have imagined that Kagoro, a troublemaker, would be among them. Therefore, even if Goto could tolerate Kagoro's behavior, he still had to. Regardless of anything else, he was responsible to Furumakotaro, as well as to everyone else besides Kagoro. Kagoro, you have to think carefully. Iga Ryu members have appeared in this area before. I want us to act together. After all, we are much stronger together, and we can have a significant advantage if we encounter those Iga Ryu. But if you insist on acting alone, and if you really encounter those Iga Ryu, I think you will have to bear the consequences yourself. Goto slowly expressed his concerns. Kagoro chuckled dismissively. Don't worry about that. I don't think these Iga Ryu guys are anything special. And they were discovered here days ago. Do you think they were all fools, or do they have no legs? Kagoro's implication was clear. After being discovered, the Iga Ryu likely fled somewhere long ago and wouldn't stay here anymore. Kagoro reasoned that since the Iga Ryu weren't in this area, he could attack the foreigners. After doing so, he'd continue on his journey with the others. In short, Kagoro was determined to attack the foreigners, regardless of Goto's permission. Of course, he'd use this as a way to challenge Goto's authority. That was a given. What if the Iga Ryu don't leave? Haven't you considered that possibility? If that happens, I think you'll be in big trouble, Goto warned, narrowing his eyes. Kogoro was very excited by Goto's seemingly submissive reaction. How could he listen to such kind advice? Kogoro waved his hands carelessly and waved his arms. It's been so many years. The IGA clan has been running around like dogs that have lost their homes because of us. What's so scary about such people? If they really didn't leave here, then it's their bad luck to meet me, Kogoro. Kogoro didn't take the IGA clan seriously at all. Kogoro, Goto's worries are not unreasonable. Shouldn't we be more careful? Koko weakly reminded Kogoro to pay attention to this aspect and think about it carefully. Unfortunately, Kogoro was not listening at all. He glanced at Koko and his face turned a little ugly. Koko knew that Kogoro didn't like what she said. She lowered her head and didn't continue. She didn't want to make her lover uncomfortable. Looking at the arrogant Kogoro, Goto couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Young people, indeed, relied on their own powerful abilities to look down on almost everyone in the world. He had been like that in his youth, too. Only with age and experience did he realize how ridiculous his youthful thoughts were. The same was true of Kogoro now. He was just lucky to have lived to this age. But could Kogoro? He had so many companions back then, and now he was the only one left. This showed that the IGA Rai weren't the lost ones Kogoro had claimed. However, he couldn't say these words to Kogoro. If he did, Kogoro would surely misunderstand him, become dissatisfied, and cause trouble. Goto really wanted to kill Kogoro. But he knew he couldn't. If he did, the Tenenshu would be torn apart. Besides, this was not the first or second time that Kogoro had provoked him. He had endured it for so many years and did not care about this time. And as Kogoro said, although the IGA clan was quite powerful, they were not fools. Since they were discovered by the Kogan ninja a few days ago, they should not stay any longer. After all, these IGA clans still had to protect the remnants of the Tokugawa family, didn't they? Therefore, these IGA clans would definitely leave this place quickly to avoid conflict with them. Perhaps the years of encirclement and suppression of the IGA clan had made the IGA clans tired of this kind of fighting, or had shaken their hearts. Well, these things were not impossible to happen. After considering these, Goto felt that it was not impossible to let Kogoro stay temporarily to deal with those foreigners. It was just an assassination and an attack, nothing big. With Kogoro's means, and the help of Koko and Shinbei, perhaps the three of them could get rid of most of these foreigners. If that's the case, I'll take the others to the expeditionary force first. Once you've dealt with the foreigners, come find us there. For the sake of group harmony, Goto finally compromised. However, his compromise didn't seem to win the favor of Kogoro, the troublemaker. Kogoro even considered it a victory. To be continued. If you liked this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian.com. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 670, The Complicated Relationship Between Men and Women. Ultimately, the conflict among the Koga clan ended with Goto seemingly compromising. Kogoro held himself in high esteem, but Goto sighed inwardly. While this generation of elite warriors possessed immense abilities, their personalities were far inferior to those of their former companions. Goto was helpless. After all, Master Fumikataro had high hopes for these individuals. They were all precious treasures. Thinking of this, Goto couldn't help but sigh. But things had come to this point. What else could he say? He couldn't actually kill Kogoro. If he did, the Tenjinshi would truly be divided. At least, for now, he could maintain a small measure of harmony within the Tenjinshi, which was already a good thing. Kogoro was powerful, but Goto was confident he could defeat him immediately. This wasn't about Kogoro's abilities, but about his experience. In reality, Kogoro had no idea that when he secretly activated his abilities, Goto's killing move had already been unleashed. If Kogoro had truly attacked, Goto certainly wouldn't have been the one to die. Ninja tactics are so treacherous that it's impossible to predict when or how they'll strike. Only at the moment of death do you experience the feeling of aha. This is why Zhao Hongai was so apprehensive. Goto left the forest with his companions, those unwilling to stay, and headed for the expeditionary force. Kogoro, Koko, and Shinbei remained behind. Goto had no idea that his misjudgment would ultimately cost Kogoro and his men their lives, and put them at a disadvantage in numbers. After all, they could never have imagined that the IGA people would actually join forces with seemingly precarious foreigners, and never leave the Osaka area at all. After Goto left, Coco looked at Kagoro tenderly and asked softly, "Kagoro, what should we do now? Goda's gone. It's time for you to make the decision." The ugly Shinbei remained silent, clearly waiting for Kagoro's decision. Kagoro said to Coco and Shinbei with high spirits, "What else can we do? We have to charge in, kill their leader and get away with it." He stated his plan directly, without any technical content. Just like his personality. Shinbei glanced at Coco, but said nothing. In fact, the reason why Shinbei was willing to stay was entirely for Coco's sake. Shinbei actually didn't like Kagoro. But, who made Coco like Kagoro? So, Shinbei, who had a crush on Coco, stayed to protect Coco. To a certain extent, Kagoro could be said to be Shinbei's rival in love. It must be said that their relationship was quite complicated among the Koga clan. Shinbei looked at Coco with a look full of tenderness and love. It was a pity that Coco didn't care about this at all. Her eyes were full of Kagoro's handsome and tall figure. Shinbei took his eyes off Coco and put them on Kagoro. Kagoro has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and his face is very handsome. With that red armor, his heroic spirit is incomparable. No wonder Coco is obsessed with him. But turning around and looking at Shinbei himself, he is so ugly that he can scare people to death when he goes out at night. No wonder Coco doesn't even look at him. Girls, who doesn't like handsome men at this age? Even if they are very old, they still have no resistance to handsome men. Shinbei sighed secretly in his heart, full of helplessness and bitterness. He likes Coco very much, and he would even give up his life for her, but he can't confess to Coco, because he knows. If he confesses to Coco, then Coco will no longer pay attention to him. Who made him so ugly? So, since he was a child, he understood the truth that he should hide his love for Coco in his heart and never confess to her. In fact, Shinbei is a very smart person. Because of his intelligence, he was completely dismissive of Kagoro's idea. However, looking at Coco's expression, it seemed as if she approved of Kagoro's attention. So, Shinbei remained silent. On this point, Shinbei was absolutely unwilling to contradict Coco. As long as Coco liked something, Shinbei would comply. Besides, those foreigners were just ordinary people, without any powerful abilities. So, there was nothing wrong with following Kagoro's advice. Even if danger arose, Shinbei's presence would guarantee Coco's safety. As for Kagoro, who cares if he dies? Of course, if Coco asked Shinbei to protect Kagoro, Shinbei wouldn't refuse. Even if Kagoro was his rival in love, he would still do it. It had to be said that Shinbei was truly a lovesick man. It was just a pity that he was so ugly that Coco wouldn't have the slightest interest in him. This was something Shinbei understood very well, and it was the most painful thing for him. If only I could be that handsome. Shinbei fantasized secretly, gazing at Kagoro's appearance. Yes, it was a fantasy, for Shinbei it was. Don't worry so much. These foreigners are just ordinary people. With our skills, it's easy to take them out. And our target is their leader. Once we take them down, we can retreat, Kagoro said, glancing at Coco and Shinbei. His gaze toward Coco was encouraging, but toward Shinbei, it was tinged with a touch of disdain. Kagoro had always known that Shinbei had a crush on Coco. And it wasn't just him, his companions knew it too. Shinbei had been very considerate of Coco since they were little. Even Coco, who had been so foolish and completely focused on Kagoro for so many years, didn't know. It wasn't that she didn't know, she simply didn't want to face the truth. After all, Shinbei was truly unattractive, and Coco was the one who had a crush on the handsome Kagoro. So, she could only pretend she didn't know. Shinbei himself was the only one who felt his intentions were hidden. Well, it was a bit of self-deception, to some extent. However, since everyone involved was feigning ignorance, it was hard for others to say anything. So, poor Shinbei was sometimes deliberately exploited by Coco, and he was perfectly willing to do so. Kagoro despised Shinbei, yet at the same time, he harbored a certain amount of pride. It was precisely because he knew this that he constantly provoked Goda. He knew too well that if he and Goda came into conflict, Coco would definitely help him. And if Coco sided with him, then Shinbei, that ugly fellow, would surely step in to protect her. Thus, he would have two more allies. It was precisely because of this confidence that Kagoro was so certain. It had to be said that Kagoro exploited Coco, while Coco exploited poor Shinbei. This was a rather unacceptable situation. But as the parties involved, they really couldn't say anything about it. If you really bring this up, you might even offend them. So, no one wants to do such a bad thing. Kogoro glanced at the two of them, feeling a small sense of pride. With the help of Kokoro and Shinbei, attacking those foreigners would be a piece of cake. At least, that's what Kogoro thought. It had been a while since the old man Goda had left with the others. Goda and his men had indeed been heading non-stop towards the expeditionary force, preparing to make contact with them and then formulate a plan to attack the foreigners to ensure any failure. Goda's approach was the safest, as he didn't want his companions to get hurt. Unfortunately, Kogoro couldn't understand Goda. If that's the case, then it's a deal. Let's rest for a while. We'll launch the attack in an hour. And before that, we need to determine who the leader of the foreigners is. Without Goda, Kogoro spoke with high spirits. Kokoro had no objection to Kogoro's arrangements, her thoughts were completely focused on Kogoro. As for Shinbei? Who would care what this poor guy meant? And Shinbei was very smart and didn't say anything. He just had to follow Koko and Kogoro. At that time, his most important goal was to protect Koko. As long as Koko's safety was not threatened, Kogoro would let him die. Of course, if Kogoro was threatened, Koko would probably not watch. In the end, Shinbei still had to take action. It can be said that Shinbei was the most unlucky and the most pitiful man. Who made him so ugly? However, none of the three of them worried about encountering any threats when attacking those foreigners. Because they never thought that those guys from IGA Ryu would defect to these foreigners. If they knew about this, even someone as proud as Kogoro would probably not make such an arrangement. After all, IGA Ryu had been fighting against Koga Ryu for so many years without suffering any losses, while Koga Ryu had killed many people. This shows that IGA Ryu is not an easy opponent to deal with. As soon as Kogoro finished speaking, Shinbei closed his eyes and began to recuperate. Koko walked over to Kogoro and began to ask about his well-being. Shinbei's eyelids kept twitching, and it was clear that he couldn't stand Koko's attitude towards Kogoro. At this time, the three of them had no idea that 5 of the IGA-10 had already dispatched to deal with them. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote or vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 671, The Marching Expeditionary Force. Toyonaka is a small mountainous area between Osaka Castle and Tajima. Traditionally, this area was deserted. Although a small path cut through the dense bamboo forest, it was generally deserted. But today, a long column of troops marched along the once deserted bamboo path. These were the troops that Tajima and Shanbo had assembled, merging to attack Zhao Hongyu and his punitive expeditionary force. The first to appear were teams of foot soldiers wearing pointed black conical hats with small white tassels behind them. They moved swiftly, practically at a trot. Officers in the ranks occasionally shouted at them, each with a solemn expression on their face. Under the officers' shouting, the foot soldiers ran breathlessly, each exhausted. Remember, after gathering their forces at Tajima yesterday, they had immediately launched their attack without delay. It could be said that they hadn't rested at all since yesterday. Otherwise, how could they have passed Toyonaka and entered the Osaka region so quickly? The mountain breeze rustled through the bamboo forest, swaying the bamboo branches with a rustling sound, the breeze refreshing the wearer. But the foreheads of the foot soldiers marching along the narrow paths of the forest were covered with sweat, and they didn't even have time to wipe it off. Behind the foot soldiers stood the elite Hatamoto samurai. Each of these elite Hatamoto samurai wore black Japanese armor and a helmet. Their armor alone was enough to tell that they were far superior to the foot soldiers. After all, in Japan, the elite Hatamoto samurai served as the Lord's defensive force, essentially no different from the imperial guards. Therefore, every daimyo would strive to train their elite Hatamoto samurai to the highest standards, and their salaries were also generous. After all, when faced with danger and war, they would absolutely fight to the death. Furthermore, each of these elite Hatamoto samurai was incredibly brave. Essentially, they were samurai selected from the kendo gyms within each lord's territory. Therefore, each of them possessed a few unique skills. The samurai class referred to the Hatamoto samurai, of course. Above that, there were also generals who led foot soldiers and other types of troops. They were also considered members of the samurai class, but their status was significantly higher than that of the Hatamoto samurai. After all, those who achieved this status were the equivalent of civil servants in this era. The weapons wielded by the Hatamoto samurai were all finely forged katanas, which were longer than ordinary katanas. This made them more convenient for fighting on the battlefield. Behind each Hatamoto samurai, a small flag was placed. On the flag, the family crest of the daimyo to whom they belonged was printed. Speaking of family crests, we have to mention some amusing anecdotes about the Japanese. During the Warring States period, some daimyo even used copper coins as their family crests. It's unclear if they were merchants, otherwise why would they use copper coins as their family crests? There were two groups of Hatamoto samurai. One group wore black armor and carried small black flags, emblazoned with a symbol of 3 stacked stones. This was the family crest of the Takahashi family, the local daimyo of Tajima. Behind these black Hatamoto samurai stood another group wearing tricolor armor. Behind them, they also carried small red flags. This red flag featured not the typical Japanese crests of chrysanthemums, stones, or even copper coins, but a centipede. Needless to say, this was the family crest of the local daimyo of Danbo, Fuji Shogun. The rise of this Fuji Shogun family during the Warring States period is truly legendary. His ancestor was originally a traveling doctor in Shanbo, which would have been considered a barefoot doctor in the Ming dynasty. His ancestor's method of treatment was to feed centipedes. According to the Fengshi family's ancestor, eating centipedes could cure illnesses. Whether this is true or not remains to be verified, but it is an indisputable fact that his ancestor, after a series of adventures, rose to become a small and powerful family during the Warring States period. Especially during the Battle of Sekigahara, his ancestor's successful political speculation allowed his family to officially become a member of the daimyo clan. This was commonly known as ascending to the immortal register, meaning to rise above the ranks of ordinary people and even attain a status higher than that of the powerful. That's quite something. Being an official at the time was like being a god. You had everything you wanted to eat, you could sleep with any woman you wanted, and you didn't have to farm. What else could you possibly do if not be a god? Look, the dreams of the Japanese of that era were just that simple. Little did they know that even the lives of the daimyo were not much better than their own. It's true that they didn't have to work and had many wives. As for food and drink, the daimyo simply ate to his heart's content. To insist on the cuisine being exceptional is sheer nonsense. At this time in Japan, everyone from top to bottom ate essentially salted fish and white radish soup mixed with rice. Even the emperor was no exception. Meat products were scarce in Japan at the time, and raising pigs was even more ridiculous. Having fish was already quite good for them. Regardless, at the Ashita shogunate, the sight of someone using a centipede as their emblem was a sure sign of the Fuji family. Following the Hatamoto warriors of both families were columns of cavalry. The war horses these cavalry rode were, to be honest, quite unremarkable. They weren't nearly as sturdy as depicted in later Japanese films, barely larger than a Mongolian pony. At best, they rode mules. The portrayal of the Japanese in later films as superior is simply a whitewash of their ancestors. It's all fake. Movies, after all, are based on real life and transcend it. In fact, anyone with a brain knows it's fake. Don't even consider the geography of Japan at that time. And how could they possibly have bred such tall and majestic horses? While Japan did develop fine horses later in history, those were bred by Japanese merchants at great expense, purchased from Europe and America. As for stallions, both male and female, they were no match for native Japanese horses. So, despite the shameless boasts of the Japanese, those horses actually have the blood of European and American breeds coursing through their veins. They have nothing to do with the Japanese. Of course, the Japanese have always been shameless, and they always boast about the greatness of the Yamato people. This is understandable. After all, when it comes to boasting, the Japanese are far behind the Koreans. At the very least, the Japanese do have many strengths to boast about, and that's something we must acknowledge. You can't deny it, because those are objective facts, not just your selective ignorance. Fortunately, Zhao Hongyu didn't see the mounted cavalryman, or he would have laughed his stomach off. The Japanese of this era hadn't yet experienced the milk-drinking, sturdy generation that followed World War II. Therefore, in the early 17th century, the Japanese were truly unremarkable in height. Zhao Hongyu, standing before them, would have been a giant. However, Zhao Hongyu, due to his time travel and his age change, now looked like he was 15 or 16, his body beginning to develop. Furthermore, because he was still so young, he hadn't grown at all, standing only about 1.78 meters tall. In later times, this height would have been average, and quite common in Japan. After all, the Japanese did grow taller after drinking milk. But in this era, Zhao Hongayu's height was definitely considered enormous. Furthermore, he was well-nourished, giving him a rosy complexion. He wasn't like the Japanese, who were visibly malnourished and skinny. Regardless, these Japanese who held some status or served in the military wore much more conscientious expressions than the common peasants. After all, Japanese peasants of that era, even farming their own land, were taxed at a rate of 80% public and 20% private. With such a tax rate, it would be a stretch to imagine that even those peasants could afford to eat their fill. Amidst the ranks of elite Hatamoto warriors in two different colors of armor, two men on war horses stood out. Both wore black and three-color armor, but their helmets bore large insignias, a sure sign of status. This made it clear that these men must be the daimyo of Danbo and Tajima. The black armored figure's helmet was inlaid with a golden Zhao character, as if to certify his formidable strength and bravery. Logically, a man with a helmet inscribed with Zhao would be a well-built, broad-shouldered, and strong-set man. Unfortunately, this daimyo from the Takahashi clan of the Tajima region was a skinny fellow. Even though he sat on his warhorse, you could tell he was definitely less than 1.5 meters tall. What, you call him a child? Have you ever seen a child with a beard? And whose child, besides a beard, also had the face of a middle-aged man? The black armor looked out of place on Takahashi. It swayed constantly as his warhorse moved forward. It turned out to be because the armor was too large. Beside Takahashi stood a relatively normal-looking young man in tricolor armor. However, if you saw him from the front, you wouldn't be so impressed. It turned out he had cross-eyed, also known as cross-eyed, a golden martial arts symbol inlaid on his helmet made him look like he was wearing a lightning rod. Clearly, this descendant of the Fuushi clan never forgot his origins. Takahashi-kun, how long will it take us to reach our destination? The cross-eyed Fengshi asked as they marched. Takahashi raised his right hand, waved his unique Japanese palm leaf fan, and replied, "We'll reach the foreigners' camp in half a day. Then, with a single attack, we'll defeat them. This subjugation will be effortless for the two of us." Takahashi expressed complete confidence and indifference. "Takahashi-kun, should we be more cautious?" Fengshi disagreed, a thoughtful expression on his face. "I heard that Ishida Kagamochi, the shogun of Osaka Castle, once led an army of 5,000 Osaka soldiers to attack, but was defeated by the foreigners. Even when he fled back to Osaka Castle, he was left with only a few hundred Hatamoto guards. It seems these foreigners aren't easy to deal with." Takahashi, a small but ambitious man, gave a dismissive look. "Ishida Gadachi is a complete loser. It's not surprising that he was defeated by those foreigners." Takahashi seemed to look down on Ishida Gadachi. Fengshi didn't want to dwell on this issue too much. He just wanted to remind Takahashi to be careful of those foreigners. After all, with the example of Ishida Gadachi's defeat, he didn't want the two of them to repeat the same mistake. But it was obvious that Takahashi didn't care about this issue at all. But think about it. The two of them combined their forces, reaching almost 10,000. And these soldiers were the most elite in their territory. They were not comparable to the soldiers under the command of that loser Ishida Gadachi. Therefore, Takahashi was full of confidence in this campaign. He didn't think he would fail like Ishida Gadachi did. In Takahashi's view, the failure of the loser Ishida Gadachi was not surprising at all. What had Ishida Gadachi, such a loser, ever succeeded in anything? If Ishida Gadachi wasn't the shogun's son and the current shogun's younger brother, he wouldn't have survived. Takahashi's disdain for Ishida Gadachi wasn't without reason. He'd lived in Edo as a child, so he knew Ishida Gadachi. Children, after all, would have had their share of conflict. Takahashi's feud with Ishida Gadachi began back then. Furthermore, Takahashi was a narrow-minded person, and he still remembered the events of his childhood vividly. So, when he mentioned Ishida Gadachi, he certainly had nothing good to say. Cross-eyed Feng Shijian glanced at Takahashi, feeling somewhat uneasy and apprehensive. The soldiers had been exhausted from the continuous march. If, as Takahashi said, they were to launch an attack immediately upon reaching the foreigners' camp, could the soldiers handle it? Their fighting capacity would undoubtedly be significantly reduced. Thinking of this, the cross-eyed Feng Shijian couldn't help but feel uneasy. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile phone users, please read here. Chapter 672, Takahashi treats people as if they are not human. The expeditionary force passed Feng Zhang and advanced towards Zhao Hongai's temporary camp. The generals, Feng Shi and Gao Qiao, were high-spirited and indomitable, but the soldiers, relying on their own strength, were in dire straits. A day and a night of marching had already worn them down. Even that morning, they were denied rest or even time to cook. The soldiers were exhausted and hungry, and truly couldn't hold on any longer. Gao Qiao and Feng Shi remained silent, and they couldn't say anything, so they could only march onward. However, the soldiers harbored a certain amount of resentment. They weren't being treated as human beings, being manipulated like mules and animals. You can't help but think that in the eyes of the high-ranking daimyo, they were nothing more than animals. Since they were going to attack those foreigners, they would be cannon fodder. After defeating the foreigners, the shogunate's rewards were destined for the daimyo. It wasn't the turn of these small soldiers. They were the ones who were most needed to fight to their deaths. After all, their status dictated everything, and there was nothing that could be done about it. Takahashi-kun, shouldn't we listen and let the soldiers rest? They've been traveling for such a long time, and they're exhausted. I'm worried if we let them attack right after arriving at our destination at noon. Feng Shi cautiously offered his opinion, hoping Takahashi would accept it. Takahashi was slightly superior in rank, which was why Feng Shi offered suggestions rather than orders. Even if Feng Shi wasn't a qualified general, he couldn't fail to see the problem that even idiots could see. Only Takahashi would order his soldiers around so relentlessly, treating them like nothing. Feng Shi felt that these men were about to go into battle. Only by giving them ample strength and a good rest would they be able to perform at their full potential. But Takahashi didn't see it that way. In Takahashi's eyes, these people were no different from puppets. Why should he consider their feelings? If Zhao Hongai and his men were on par with him, it would be fine, but the intelligence clearly stated that the foreigners' forces were only 1/8 of his own. In other words, he had a huge advantage in terms of manpower, so even if the attack encountered a minor setback, it didn't matter. He still had the advantage. It was with this in mind that Takahashi ignored the soldiers' feelings, marching all night without even giving them food. After all, once they reached their destination, they would immediately launch an attack. With over 9,000 men, it would be easy to eliminate those foreigners in a short period of time. After those foreigners were dealt with, it was time to rest and eat. And he could rest easy and wait for the shogunate's commendation order, right? Takahashi's plan was a good one, but he didn't realize that the enemy he was facing was no ordinary enemy. Feng Shi, I know what you're worried about. But I think your worries are unnecessary, because the foreigners' forces are pitifully small compared to ours, and we hold a significant advantage. Takahashi's gaze rested on the heads of the marching troops. There was no trace of pity in his eyes. It was clear that Takahashi was an extremely cold and cruel man. If he treated his own soldiers this way, how could he treat the enemy or outsiders? Takahashi was even considering whether, after defeating the foreigners, he would cut off their heads and pile them into a jingwan or bury them alive. As for failure, what a joke. With such a large force and such a huge advantage, how could they possibly fail? Only someone like Ishida Gadachi could do such a thing. He was Takahashi Rinsuke, not that useless Ishida Gadachi. In his heart, Takahashi didn't even think that his campaign would fail. He would only win. After hearing Takahashi's words, Feng Shi fell silent. Takahashi was in a very good mood at the moment. He excitedly continued, "It's just a few soldiers sacrificed, it's nothing serious. Besides, how can there be no casualties in war?" These words came out of Takahashi's mouth, completely devoid of emotion, as if those who would die in the future were not human beings, but toys. Yes, toys. As long as we can win, then everything is tolerable. The worst that can happen is to recruit more soldiers. As long as we have money and food, who cares if we can't recruit people? Takahashi was extremely cold-blooded. This was Feng Shi's assessment of him. After all, Takahashi was the leader of the entire team, so Feng Shi couldn't say anything more. So, he could only tolerate Takahashi's arrangements. Although Feng Shi was deeply dissatisfied, he thought about it and felt that Takahashi was not wrong. They marched for a day and a night. Although the soldiers were exhausted and starving, they still had the advantage in numbers and were much larger than the foreign troops. Therefore, it wasn't impossible to launch an immediate attack upon reaching their destination. With over 9,000 men against 1,000, a single charge would likely be enough to eliminate the enemy. As for casualties, there were always casualties in war. Feng Shi felt relieved at this thought. Everyone, Speed up your march. Once we reach our destination, we'll immediately form our battle formations and launch our attack. We'll try to eliminate those foreigners by the afternoon, then rest and cook." Seeing Feng Shi fall silent, Takahashi knew he agreed, and he barked out his orders. As Takahashi's orders continued to spread, the entire army's pace increased significantly. Soldiers who had previously been trotting were now forced to break into long, swift run. Although they were all hungry and breathless, they diligently followed the order. It was truly remarkable how stamina the Japanese soldiers of that era possessed. Even at this hour, they could still increase their speed. It was truly impressive. Of course, while no one said anything, their resentment towards Takahashi intensified. Takahashi treated them like nothing. Even a mule, after working for so long, deserved a meal and a rest. Originally, these soldiers had all brought some rice balls with them before leaving home. However, they had already eaten all of them by the previous night. After all, they had gathered together yesterday morning, left their base, and began their march towards Osaka. They marched non-stop, without stopping at all. Needless to say, the physical toll was immense. Furthermore, they hadn't even rested at night, having traveled all night. Therefore, the rice balls these soldiers brought with them were merely enough to fill their stomachs. But Takahashi didn't care. He wanted to reach his destination by noon, then launch the attack and defeat the foreigners as he had intended. After all, this order came from the shogunate and rested on his shoulders. Now that the Warring States period had ended, it was difficult for these daimyo to achieve meritorious service. This was a truly great opportunity for Takahashi. If he performed well, he might gain great merit and expand his territory considerably. Even if he didn't achieve any of these, he would surely receive a promotion. It was with this in mind and ambition that Takahashi decided to surprise everyone. He was so inconsiderate of his soldiers' haste, hoping to eliminate those foreigners as quickly as possible. The shogun would then surely look upon him with a higher regard. Takahashi actually had his own agenda. Furthermore, Ishida Kagamachi had been defeated and humiliated in Osaka Castle. Takahashi felt he had to defeat those foreigners and embarrass Ishida Kagamachi even more. Hadn't Ishida Kagamachi's letter to the shogunate claiming that those foreigners were extremely powerful? After defeating those foreigners, he would see what excuses Ishida Kagamachi could find. Who knows, the shogun might even punish Ishida Kagamachi in a rage. Takahashi always liked to see things that would bring misfortune to Ishida Gadachi. Who made him and Ishida Gadachi so at odds? Who made him look down on Ishida Gadachi since childhood? This time, he was going to prove that he was better than Ishida Gadachi. Let's see what Ishida Gadachi said then. Hehe. Unlike Takahashi Lionji's joy and excitement, although Feng Shi fell silent, his brows were still furrowed. His expression was also very solemn. Unlike the cross-eyed Takahashi, Feng Shi didn't have such big ambitions. For him, this time, all he had to do was complete the order given by the shogun. As for other things, he would not consider them. It was already a good thing that the Feng Shi family had risen from a mere barefoot doctor to a famous family. They were content and just wanted to keep what they had now. It could be said that Feng Shi's thoughts were quite normal. He glanced around the front and back of the formation, and the faces of those soldiers couldn't help but tighten. Each soldier was practically gritting his teeth, clearly drained of energy, already at the end of their rope. If they continued their relentless march, even if they reached their destination by noon, they wouldn't be able to launch an attack. Thinking of this, Feng Shi gritted his teeth. Should he resist Takahashi? After all, half of this team belonged to him. To be continued. If you liked this work, please vote on Kidian.com or subscribe to the monthly ticket. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 673, Feng Shijiang's decision. Although Feng Shi remained silent, it didn't mean that he completely agreed with what Takahashi said. After all, not all the soldiers in this army were Takahashi's subordinates. Half of them belonged to Feng Shi, and this was something he had to consider. Takahashi treated his men like animals, and Feng Shi certainly couldn't raise any objections to this. After all, they were his soldiers. But, it couldn't be okay to order Feng Shi's men around. Takahashi's official position was nominally higher than his, but if you really compare them, they were all the same, both daimyo. And with a march like this, wouldn't his men be very resentful towards him? Feng Shi had already seen the dissatisfaction on the faces of many generals. It was pitiful. You know, he wasn't the one who gave the order. But why did the resentment fall on him? Feng Shi felt a little wronged. Therefore, he felt he should consider reversing the current situation, at least giving his men a break, lest their resentment run high and become hostile to him. While this wasn't the Warring States period anymore, the old tradition of the lower class overthrowing the superior still existed. Feng Shi didn't want to be humiliated like this. After all, his current position was the result of 3 generations of hard work and a bit of luck. Unlike the Takahashi family, the Takahashis were originally a powerful clan from the Warring States period. Takahashi-kun, you lead your troops forward. I need my men to rest. If they don't, they'll be exhausted, and how can we possibly attack those foreigners? After much deliberation, Feng Shi finally made up his mind. Upon hearing this, Takahashi turned away with a stern expression, his eyes cross-eyed. His expression showed his displeasure with his words. He had given the order, but for Zhao Feng Shi to act this way, wouldn't that be embarrassing for him? Besides, Takahashi was still the nominal commander-in-chief of the expeditionary force. Therefore, Takahashi believed that Feng Shi had to fulfill his orders and resolutions conditionally. He didn't consider Feng Shi's difficulties. As for the situation of Feng Shi's soldiers, he gave them even less thought. Feng Shi, what are you talking about? Are you still trying to disobey my orders? Takahashi's words were extremely unkind. Feng Shi could not fail to hear it. But when Feng Shi looked at the soldiers under his command, they were exhausted, so he could only harden his heart and bear it down. I'm not disobeying your orders, my men are really exhausted. I just want to rest for a while, take my soldiers with me, and give them something to eat. The generals who were nearby and served under Feng Shi heard the conversation and gathered around. These generals were already very dissatisfied. Fortunately, Feng Shi finally made a proposal that made them feel comfortable. This made their resentment dissipate a lot. But no one could have imagined that the idiot cross-eyed Takahashi would be so impatient and threaten his own daimyo. Damn it, if a tiger doesn't show its might, does it think it's a sick cat? Cross-eyed Takahashi looked around. He found that the generals under Feng Shi had surrounded him, and their faces were even uglier than his own, so he immediately lost his confidence. However, he lost face even if he lost the battle. Takahashi still uttered a few harsh words and immediately rode away. But no matter what, he agreed to Feng Shikun's proposal to take a break. In fact, Takahashi was not stupid. He saw the dissatisfaction of these people. It was nothing to say that his subordinates were following his orders. But half of the troops in this army were not his. How could they not have any objections to his subordinates like him? Takahashi did not stay any longer, but continued to advance with his troops. However, the speed of advancement slowed down a lot. Feng Shi looked at the back of Takahashi who was leaving, with an ugly expression. He knew that this time he had completely offended Takahashi, and Takahashi was a very vindictive person. If he held a grudge against him, his future would be in jeopardy. The general beside him seemed to see through Feng Shi's concerns and leaned over to whisper, "Sir, you are right. We have been traveling for a whole day and night. If we don't rest and eat, we won't have the energy to fight the enemy. If we are defeated, will cross-eyed Takahashi be able to bear the responsibility?" The general was clearly very annoyed with Takahashi, so much so that he even used his nickname. After all, such a name is extremely disrespectful. This also showed that the general's dislike for Takahashi had reached its limit. Feng Shi thought seriously after hearing this. Given Takahashi's personality, if they were defeated, he would definitely not take the blame. In that case, he would definitely smooth things over and take all the responsibility on himself. After all, the Feng Shi family has no foundation, having achieved their current position entirely through sheer luck. Thinking of this, Feng Shi shook his head. He'll never take responsibility. Instead, he'll shift the blame onto us. He's a very vindictive guy, and I'm worried he'll make things difficult for us. He expressed his concerns. The general looked solemnly at his companions, then said to Feng Shi, "Everyone knows Takahashi's temper. My lord, you've already offended him, and expecting him to forgive us is obviously impossible. But we've already made it this far, so what's the harm in offending him? A lot can happen on the battlefield. Perhaps Takahashi will be killed by a stray arrow." The words were cryptic, but Feng Shi understood the underlying meaning. Don't say such nonsense. Feng Shi couldn't believe that these generals under his command had harbored such deep resentment. Otherwise, why would they even think of such a thing? Takahashi was a daimyo after all, and yet they were resorting to such tactics against him. If I hadn't been so reluctant as to suggest to Takahashi that everyone take a break, then does that mean these guys will treat me the same way on the battlefield? Hiss. Feng Shi couldn't help but gasp when he thought of this, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The general looked at Feng Shi's changing expression, thinking that he was frightened, and didn't think much about it. He didn't know that his lord was thinking about it a lot, even himself. Sir, since Takahashi has already offended us, there is no turning back. It is for your own good that we dealt with him on the battlefield. You don't want to face the constant harassment of this villain in the future. The general's words not only touched Feng Shi's heart, but also the generals around him who were affiliated with Feng Shi were all shocked. In fact, everyone knows about Takahashi's pettiness. If Takahashi holds a grudge against someone, it is not just a matter of one person. He would also harbor resentment against that person's subordinates, family, and even friends, secretly and surreptitiously plotting against them. It was impossible to guard against him. Now that their superiors had shown sympathy for them, halting their march and starting cooking, they had already angered the petty Takahashi. It was obvious that this situation was irreversible. From now on, they had to be wary of Takahashi's ulterior motives. As the Ming dynasty said, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, while a villain's revenge is from morning till night. Therefore, if there was a permanent solution to this problem, it was to eliminate the petty Takahashi. And now they had such an opportunity. An assassination attempt or an open attack would not face the wrath of the shogunate and Takahashi's relatives. But now they had to go and smite those foreigners. In other words, a battle was imminent. If something unexpected happened to Takahashi during the battle, leading to his death, hey, that wouldn't be their business. Sir, let's rest for now. We'll work this out later. That's right, sir, there's no need to worry about a little villain. It's easy enough to deal with him. Order the soldiers to rest and start cooking. Seeing Feng Shi's hesitation, the generals quickly changed the subject. They all knew they couldn't push this matter too hard. But ultimately, they had to convince Feng Shi to deal with that petty Takahashi. Oh, the soldiers cheered as they finally got the day to rest and start cooking. Then, one by one, they laid down on the sides of the road. Except for those who were about to start cooking, everyone else began to rest. Perhaps because they were exhausted, many soldiers fell asleep within moments of lying down. Sir, look at these soldiers. If we don't rest, even if we follow Takahashi to the foreign camp, do you think we will still be able to fight? The general looked around with a sigh, dismounted and looked up at Feng Shi who was still sitting on the warhorse. Feng Shi was of course clear about all this. Otherwise, he would not have insisted on disobeying Takahashi's orders. Feng Shi was not the idiot Takahashi. He certainly knew the importance of maintaining the physical strength of the soldiers. Let's eat and rest first. There are some things I need to think about carefully, Feng Shi said to the general seriously. The general knew what his lord was talking about, so he nodded and went to talk to other generals. To be continued, Novel Network www.qm Shuum. Chapter 674, Takahashi Rinsuke still persevering. After separating from Feng Shi and leaving with his own troops, Gao Qiao, of course, was unaware of what Feng Shi's generals had said to him, nor could he have known they were murderous. His petty nature had placed him in great danger. The saying that character determines destiny is true. If Gao Qiao weren't so petty and vindictive, if he were more open-minded and didn't hold grudges, perhaps those generals wouldn't have harbored such thoughts towards him. This was all Gao Qiao's own fault, no one else was to blame. Strictly speaking, the incident between Feng Shi and Gao Qiao wasn't a major issue. It was merely a minor disagreement. Yet, it was precisely because of this incident that Feng Shi's men harbored murderous intentions against Gao Qiao. Call it the Japanese's perversion, call it their inherent cruelty. Regardless, Feng Shi's men, to avoid facing the ever-present dangers of Gao Qiao's treacherous tactics, were determined to kill him. Takahashi's reputation has always been a poor one, a fact widely known within Japan's upper echelons. Those who had previously clashed with him had almost all suffered his revenge. Furthermore, Takahashi's methods were extremely despicable, and he would resort to any means necessary to achieve his goals. Precisely for this reason, the Feng Shi chiefs, unwilling to share the same fate as those unfortunate individuals, sought to achieve their goals only if Takahashi were dead. Alice, if Takahashi knew how feared and terrified so many were of his petty behavior, it's hard to say whether he would be complacent or filled with regret. The path through the bamboo forest in the mountains was rarely traveled. Feng Shi and his troops rested within the grove, even cooking a meal to avoid revealing their whereabouts. However, to prevent any potential mishaps, Feng Shi allowed the soldiers to rest briefly, and once they had finished their meal, they immediately resumed their advance. After all, his team comprised half the expeditionary force. If Takahashi reached the foreign encampment and launched a preemptive attack, his forces would be insufficient. To prevent this, Feng Shi and his men rested for only about an hour. But after all, the soldiers finally regained a bit of energy and spirit, no longer looking so lethargic. A short break is always better than no rest at all, Feng Shi thought to himself, glancing at his soldiers. Come to think of it, Feng Shi actually has a good sense of the bigger picture. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed the soldiers to rest for just an hour before setting off again. And if he didn't have that perspective, he wouldn't have suggested resting them when they were so exhausted. He did this to achieve ultimate victory. It was a shame that Takahashi didn't understand. There was nothing he could do about it. Takahashi was too discerning and looked down on others. After an hour's rest and a hot meal, the single-wave soldiers had recovered much of the strength expended on the continuous march. Although the rest wasn't long, they were already quite content. After all, according to Lord Takahashi, they wouldn't have been given such a break. They were supposed to run all the way to their destination and then launch an attack immediately. Through the spread of rumors, all the single-wave soldiers had learned of the conflict between their lord and Lord Takahashi. In their view, their lord actually cared about them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offended the notoriously petty daimyo for their sake. Their lord's actions had undoubtedly offended the lord. Then, they would face retaliation from the lord from morning till night. It was unbearable for anyone. At this point, the soldiers' resentment towards their lord had completely dissipated. However, their resentment and hatred towards Takahashi intensified. That Takahashi didn't even consider us human. If he'd ordered the torture of his own soldiers, it wouldn't have mattered. But the problem was, this guy, using a feather as a token of authority, had even started to harm the Shanbo people. This was what made the Shanbo people most uncomfortable. Actually, it was Ishida Hiro who had issued the order, who had only said that Tajima and Shanbo troops should join forces, but hadn't appointed or designated a single person with final say. This clearly shows that Ishida Hiro was not a very competent general. So, when Feng Shi led the Shanbo soldiers to Tajima and joined forces with Takahashi's Tajima troops, he wisely ceded command to Takahashi. In this regard, Feng Shi appeared to be quite magnanimous. He simply hoped to avoid conflict with Takahashi and ensure that he and Takahashi could carry out the general's orders properly. Unexpectedly, a minor unpleasantness still occurred in the end. And Takahashi, for his part, showed no gratitude for Feng Shi's courtesy and obedience. He always felt that this was as it should be. In Takahashi's eyes, Feng Shi was merely lucky, a stroke of luck to become a daimyo. Compared to him, they were utterly inferior. However, Takahashi didn't even consider how much better his ancestors had been. Of course, Takahashi would never consider such things. Sir, what are your thoughts? After the single wave of soldiers began their march, the general once again rode up to Feng Shi and asked. This matter was extremely important to everyone, affecting more than just Feng Shi. Hence, the general's anxiety. After all, if Feng Shi agreed, the psychological burden would be much lighter. However, if Feng Shi didn't understand or was simply timid, the generals wouldn't mind him getting hurt too. It would just be more troublesome and more likely to attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Therefore, the best solution was to gain Feng Shi's support and approval. Upon hearing this, Feng Shi didn't immediately respond. He fell silent. In fact, just during the break, Feng Shi had almost figured this out. As a family that rose to prominence during the Warring States period through sheer luck, their fathers and grandfathers had experienced everything. The nasty things that happened on the battlefield were constantly brought up as lessons for their descendants. Yes, the battlefield wasn't just about open and honest fighting, there were also hidden attacks from one's own side. How could Feng Shi not understand this? He also saw a hint of cruelty and determination in the eyes of those generals. In fact, questioning him was out of courtesy. If he still didn't know better, the end result would be obvious. It was Gaokyo's reputation that was so intimidating that these generals had to act this way. If Gaokyo were a more reasonable person, they wouldn't have resorted to such drastic measures. Feng Shi fully understood this. Who made Gaokyo so unbearable? Usually, those who offended him would not only suffer misfortune, but also those around him. Those generals held high positions, and their struggles to reach this point were not easy. If Takahashi's petty behavior led them to become the same or even worse off as the commoners, they simply wouldn't be able to accept it. The psychological gap would be too great. It wasn't just the generals. Feng Shi didn't want to end up like that either. He nodded. When we're fighting foreigners, find an opportunity to do it. Don't let anyone get caught. You must grasp this key point. Finally, Feng Shi made up his mind. Damn it, Takahashi, die, and let us all enjoy our lives. A smile suddenly broke out on the general's face when Feng Shi said this. Feng Shi could see from the general's eyes that his smile was genuine, not a bit fake. Poor Takahashi. Feng Shi silently prayed for him. Meanwhile, Takahashi, cursing, led his Tajima soldiers out of the bamboo forests of Toyonaka and onto the Osaka plain. They were now very close to Zhao Hongayu's camp. It wouldn't be long before he and the Tajima soldiers reached their target. By then, the Tajima soldiers were exhausted, unable to move any further. Seeing this, Takahashi's generals realized they couldn't continue. They gritted their teeth and reported the situation. Sir, the soldiers are exhausted and haven't eaten for 4 consecutive meals. If this continues, they will have no fighting power. The generals came to Takahashi's side, solemnly advising him. His subordinates were well aware of Takahashi's character. After all, he was the boss they served. If they didn't even understand their boss's temperament, how could they possibly hold such high positions under Takahashi? Normally, in Tajima, these generals would have followed Takahashi's wishes, never disobeying him. But now, things were different. They were going to fight against the foreigners. At first, everyone had held back and kept silent, but now it was clear the soldiers were exhausted. How could they fight if they remained indifferent? This was a very real problem. If they lost, the shogunate would blame them, and they would be the scapegoats. So, although the generals knew whether they could disobey Takahashi, they couldn't care less at this moment. What do you mean? These soldiers are the elite of my Tajima army. Can't they even endure such a small hardship? If so, wouldn't my efforts in supporting them be in vain? As expected, Takahashi listened to his men's report and a look of displeasure immediately crossed his face. He even thought his men were going against him. Previously, a single wind servant was enough, but now even his own men were saying the same thing. Could it be that his hasty march to eliminate those foreigners was wrong? Even if he was wrong, he couldn't say it. His reputation was important. Assholes, don't you understand these things? Takahashi cursed inwardly. Takahashi had actually been pondering this question throughout the journey. He wasn't exactly clueless. He observed the soldiers' reactions along the way and noticed a few issues. Many of them were staggering as they advanced, a clear sign of exhaustion. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could have seen how weak these soldiers would be in combat. However, Takahashi cared deeply about his reputation and refused to admit his mistake even when he knew it. So, he simply ordered the soldiers to continue advancing. Now, his generals had offered him this suggestion. If it were anyone else, they might have taken this opportunity to correct their mistake. It was just a matter of giving everyone a break. Not a big deal. But Takahashi saw it differently. Besides wanting to save face and not admitting his mistakes, he also wanted to quickly eliminate the foreigners, show the shogunate his abilities, and let others see his strength. To achieve this, he had to reach his destination quickly and then charge in to eliminate the foreigners. Furthermore, Takahashi's confidence stemmed from the fact that the punitive force outnumbered the foreigners by several times over. With so many men, couldn't they defeat the foreigners even if their strength was exhausted? Takahashi's idiotic thinking clearly revealed that he was a complete loser. Despite his disdain for others, he himself was even more of a loser. Forget about competing with Ishida Gato, he couldn't even match Fuishi. It was just that he didn't have that kind of perspective. Sir, the soldiers are truly exhausted. Let them rest. It doesn't take long. Even a bite to eat would be enough, the general insisted. Takahashi's expression grew increasingly grim. The Tajima soldiers who were marching also stopped, their eyes filled with hope as they looked at the general who was trying to secure a break for them. Honestly, these soldiers had already reached their limit. If they didn't rest, serious problems would arise. Furthermore, these soldiers harbored deep resentment towards Lord Takahashi, who showed them no mercy. How could they be sent to battle and commanded to fight with such an army? It didn't matter that Takahashi didn't understand, but his generals knew exactly what was happening. Takahashi laughed, his laughter like a night owl, piercing the sky. Suddenly, The laughter stopped. Takahashi suddenly drew his katana from his waist and slashed fiercely at the unsuspecting general. To be continued. If you liked this work, please vote or subscribe on kitien.com. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 675, Twisted Takahashi. The Tajima generals were all in shock at this moment. None of them could have imagined that. Just because he made a small suggestion, the general was killed. The head's body swayed a little while sitting on a horse, and then fell to the ground. The head's face was full of confusion. Even if he died, the general couldn't figure it out. It's just a small thing, what's the big deal? This question is really hard to answer. Takahashi's thoughts are not something that ordinary people can figure out. The faces of the Tajima generals around him were filled with shock, surprise, and incomprehension. Of course, there was more fear and resentment. You know, the unlucky general who was killed by Takahashi was right when he suggested that everyone take a rest. No one thought he was wrong, and he was not going to die. But the Lord killed him, killing a person who spoke the truth and cared about everyone. From this point, it can be seen that the Lord does not care about them at all. It was from the general's death that everyone understood a truth. The general died simply because he told the truth. Would telling the truth lead to death? Yes, sometimes telling the truth does lead to death. Throughout history, such things happened all the time and it was not surprising. Moreover, if Takahashi agreed to the general's proposal, wouldn't it mean that Takahashi's orders all along were wrong? Admitting this would be a huge blow to Takahashi's prestige. Therefore, even if Takahashi knew his mistake, he couldn't admit it. Therefore, he couldn't agree to the unfortunate man's proposal. Unfortunately, the unfortunate general didn't understand the situation and kept bringing up the matter with Takahashi. So, Takahashi killed him with a single blow. In this way, the world was at peace. This was Takahashi's honest thought. As for what others would think after killing this honest and good general, Takahashi didn't even consider. HMPH. How dare you question my orders? We, the Tenma soldiers, have always been elite. We're not as bad as this damned fellow says. Slowly sheathing his katana, Takahashi spoke loudly, his face stern, as if talking to himself. The atmosphere suddenly grew cold, the expressions on the generals' faces shifting, leaving no one to know what they were feeling at that moment. Keep marching. If anyone suggests a break, don't blame me for being rude. With that, Takahashi spurred his mount. As Takahashi slew the general, the halted column slowly began to move again. Takahashi didn't notice that when he turned around, many of the generals stared at him with a mixture of resentment and fear. Resentment stemmed from his indiscriminate killing. Fear stemmed from this as well. None of them could have imagined that their lord could be such a man. They all knew Takahashi was petty, but beyond his pettiness, his fondness for holding grudges, and his tendency to harass others, they had never seen him so cruel. But today, they all felt Takahashi's cruelty. They had never known their lord to be this kind of person before. Could it be, had their lord been hiding this part of his character? The generals of Tajima all pondered this question. Some of the retainers who had originally belonged to the Tajima Takahashi clan felt a pang of anxiety. If Takahashi had been hiding his inner darkness and cruelty, it would not be a good thing for his retainers. There were also daimyo like this during the Warring States period, who took great pleasure in torturing and killing their retainers. Ultimately, that daimyo was killed by his retainers, a far cry from their own. This wasn't a good example. For a retainer, having such a lord was truly unfortunate. More importantly, Takahashi was incredibly petty and vindictive. Anyone who disobeyed him was considered an offense. And anyone who offended someone would never have a good life. Just now, they basically agreed with the proposal of the deceased general. They hoped that Takahashi would let everyone rest. Obviously, they had offended Takahashi. And Takahashi killed the unlucky guy with a single blow. Wasn't this a warning to them? Now they were about to reach their destination and start fighting with the foreigners. So, Takahashi couldn't make things too difficult for them. But everything that happened just now must have been remembered by Takahashi. For a petty person who holds grudges, it is impossible for him to be so magnanimous as to forget such a thing. So, as long as they deal with those foreigners and return to Tajima, how will Lord Takahashi torture them? Thinking of this, the generals of Tajima couldn't help but shudder. Oh my god, is there no way out? If Takahashi wasn't petty, if he didn't like to hold grudges so much, the generals behind him probably wouldn't think so badly. But who made Takahashi so petty? and liked to hold grudges and seek revenge for any flaws. So, his usual actions and his personality really harmed him. The generals of Tajima followed behind Takahashi, exchanging glances. Although no one spoke, even the glances of intelligent people conveyed a great deal. Takahashi, riding ahead, was now filled with indignation. HMPH. I'm the Lord. Even if I'm wrong, you can't say anything. As a retainer of our Takahashi family, don't you even have this much awareness? Do you insist on me admitting my mistakes and humiliating myself in front of so many people? What a damn bastard. I just killed that guy with a single blow. I could never have done anything wrong. As the heir to the Takahashi family, the Lord of Tajima, my dignity must be upheld and cannot be tarnished in any way. He then glanced behind the advancing foot soldiers, his gaze thick with disdain. Besides, they're just cannon fodder. Why should I consider their feelings? This is war. There will always be casualties, right? Since they're going to die, they must die meaningfully. Before they die, they must achieve my goal. Letting them rest would be a major hindrance to my plan. I must reach the foreigners' camp as quickly as possible and defeat them swiftly. Only then can I demonstrate my prowess to the shogun. It will also allow that worthless Ishida Gadachi, defeated by the foreigners, to realize my formidable strength. You can't handle it, can you? Then let me do it. Haha, you're defeated, but I won. When word of my victory over the foreigners reaches Edo, the situation will undoubtedly be very unfavorable for him. You know, the punishment for the defeated is very severe. Takahashi thought harmlessly. In his heart, he only yearned for glory and achievement. He harbored no sympathy for the soldiers. To Takahashi, those soldiers were merely tools, puppets, stepping stones to his own success. As long as he could succeed, he cared little for their lives. No one could have guessed that Takahashi was not only petty and vindictive, but also deeply selfish, even to the point of being perverted. His mentality can be said to be twisted. As a lord, a person like him would bring bad luck to the people in his territory. Fortunately, Takahashi was the daimyo of Tajima for only half a year, which was not a very long time. Therefore, the common people in Tajima had not yet tasted the power of their own lord. Therefore, everyone did not know much about Takahashi's methods and cruelty. At that time, the Takahashi family was fighting for the position of daimyo. But it was a mess. In the end, Takahashi Lionji was more skilled and seized the position of Tajima no Kami and became the daimyo of Tajima. But the brothers who competed with him for this position were in big trouble. This is why Takahashi did not have time to care about the people in the territory during the past 6 months, nor did he torture his retainers. Because he had been torturing the brothers who had competed with him for the position in various ways during the past 6 months. Otherwise, the people in Tajima would have known what kind of person Takahashi Lionji was. However, from the moment Takahashi drew his sword and slashed the general, the Tajima generals had a glimpse into their lord's temperament. Consequently, their expressions suddenly darkened. Although the Tajima army had resumed their advance, their physical strength was so depleted that Takahashi couldn't increase their speed no matter how hard he urged them. Even after Takahashi drew his sword and slashed several more foot soldiers, the march still couldn't be accelerated, so he finally gave up. His actions were witnessed by the Tajima generals, and they secretly resented Takahashi's actions. Suddenly, a scout galloped up from behind and approached Takahashi. Report. Sir. The single-wave troops have caught up. Takahashi's face coldened, clearly showing his displeasure towards the single-wave Fengshi. The reason for this was that Fengshi had earlier expressed dissent and taken his own single-wave soldiers to rest. In Takahashi's mind, the world revolves around him, and he alone is the center of attention. Even the shogun and the emperor are merely his foils. However, his status is not as high as the emperor and the shogun, so he is extremely jealous of this. It must be said that Takahashi's personality is truly twisted. How did they catch up so quickly? Takahashi was puzzled. I remember Fengshi took his single-wave troops to rest. Did he do that? To be continued. If you like this work, please vote on Kitien.com or monthly ticket. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.